All right, guys. You'll be coming back shortly. It's part 2 of our live draft coverage. We have our guest, Josh Kimmel, who's one of our hosts and producers, close out our stream there. I'm going to get our guys back in here. I'm going to forward them the links to pop back in here. Rob and Steve should be brought on shortly. Let me go ahead and send Fish Tank and Vogel the links. Kimmel, I think it was payback because I talked trash about the Panthers. Of course that's the case. Come on. Let's hope that works. Holy moly. Let's go. Yes, go Dolphins, go. Kathleen, thank you for finding us again. Man, that sucked. Here comes Rob. Rob is going to hop on and save me a little bit as I'm trying to figure this out. Is your what? You sound muffled there. Is your mic off? We'll wait for that. Man, we were going so good. So good. It's all right. That's okay. Things happen. Live streams. That's what happens here. Damien, thank you for coming back. Appreciate you guys. Again, apologize for the...
Okay, you hear me now?
I hear you good, sir. I got you, Fish Tank. I just sent it, my man. I just sent it.
Can you send it to Steve? Steve's going to need the new one.
Yes, he will. I'm going to send it right now. If he messages you, tell him I sent it on Twitter.
Okay.
I think let me send it to Coach.
Scotty's back. Thank you, Scotty.
Yeah, we had almost 100 people watching at that point. 50 people, I think, on Twitter, on YouTube. We
got 20 back right now, so we're good.
It's all good. No harm, no foul. It happens. It happens.
50 people, I think.
Oh, Hank, my man. My goodness. What people did not see.
The storm was blowing.
What people was Kimmel. When Kimmel got out there, he says, "You deserve it, you Panther," and gave me the finger and left. So he screwed me. He screwed me on that.
I knew what happened. I knew what happened. I knew he had access to your studio. I said, "Oh, he hit end stream instead of exit studio." So I knew it. But believe me, I've done the same thing. Just ended my own show. I didn't mean to do that. So it happens. But hey, Coach Fogo,
it happens. It's all right.
What's up, boss? How you doing?
It's all good. Even though you're
it's okay, Josh. It's okay. I hope it's a blowout, and I hope the Panthers win 10-0 just for what you did to me, Josh. I know you're watching. It's all fair. But let me go ahead and recap. What's that? Okay, here we go. We got Mike Brown coming back on with us. Perfect.
Jacob
Cowing. Get off the board here. Okay. Jacob Cowing off the board. Here we go. Okay, let's catch up. So Jared Riley goes to the Chiefs. Safety out of Utah, Sian Vaki goes to the Lions. Jaden Hicks out of Washington State goes to Kansas City. The Jets take Braylon Allen out of Wisconsin, the running back. And then, of course, finally, the end of round 4, Jacob Cowing goes to the Niners from, let me go here, put this here, Arizona. All right, round 5.
I think round 5 is just starting, right?
Yep.
Because I see the Chargers are on the clock. The Seattle's
round 5 should be starting right now. Pick is in.
All right. I just want to see, Bobby, because if you leave, I want to make sure I'm updated on everything. So.
Yeah, you want me to send you the thing that I'm watching that I have on my side here?
Yeah, I'm on NFL.
It's ESPN.
Okay, I'm on NFL.com, and it says draft tracker. So it's just right now that's saying pick is in Seattle Seahawks, but it doesn't say a name yet. So.
No worries.
Let's see. I will update. Trying to close. I had so many windows open, listening to you, watching other stuff on TV, and had other people's feedback going on Twitter. So I'm closing everything out.
Bobby, I'm not sure.
Right.
Not sure if y'all talked about this yet. Can we talk about the biggest travesty of this NFL draft? Of the NFL trying to push go fins instead of fins up.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's just a
Fishtank was just
marketing
talking
thing.
about that.
Somebody should be
trademark.
arrested for the amount of things that I have that say fins up on it. And I am saying fins up. I'm not saying go fins.
yeah. Just
Yeah,
like
well,
I'm
you
gonna
get sued. The Dolphins were threatened to get sued for trademark violation if they didn't change it. So
Good. You know what? Fight it because the fans want it. Bring back the old jerseys, and I'm keeping fins up forever.
and
no,
just
I
like
agree. And I think if Jimmy Buffett hadn't passed away, fins up would have never been taken from the Dolphins. It's just, it's unfortunately the corporation now that runs it said, no, we have that trademark. So
sorry, guys. Just had to bring that up.
That's all right.
It is a travesty.
The audacity of that.
Let me ask you this, Rob. We're gonna get Real Talk Steve Malloy in the house, and of course, me and Fish Tank we'll be on. We're gonna tag ourselves out in just a minute so you guys can roll. But before then, I would love to hear first from you, Rob, and then Steve. But Rob, right, Steve Malloy in the house. Good day, sir.
Steve!
How's it going, everybody?
What's up, my man? But before then, Rob, man, your thoughts. Miami trades up. They only give up a third-round pick next year to go get running back Jalen Wright out of Tennessee. Your reaction?
I like it, especially since we have the comp picks in our back pocket. It's almost like a free pick. So it's basically, and he had a third round value. So you basically use the third next year to draft the guy in the third. I see a lot of people asking on Twitter, oh, why would you give up a third for a fourth round pick? Every time, normally, you have to give up an extra value for the next year pick. It happens every year. People, you have to give up extra value. That's just it. But when you look at it, he's basically, if the Dolphins would have had a third-round pick, he probably would have been the guy we would have taken this year. Just look at it this way. But we didn't have a third-round pick. So I just look at it that way. I like the pick. Time will tell if we pick the right running back. I give kudos to Chris Greer for finally starting the run on running backs. He's been behind the ball before in the past on missing the run for running backs and offensive linemen in the past. This time, he was ahead of the curve. He jumped the running back class. Now it comes down to, did he pick the right one? And only time will tell.
But they have their type, right? Speed.
No, they like
speed.
fast. You know that. If the guy's fast, or Jalen, obviously, this seems to be a favorite for the Dolphins. So
he's already on Twitter. He's already on Twitter. By the way, guys, I don't know if y'all saw that.
Yeah, Twitter, not X. See, I do that too. It's still Twitter.
He said they done effed up. I'm assuming talking about the rest of the league passing on him.
I love that mentality.
Yep.
Now, the one and only.
Josh Rosen had that mentality, and that didn't work out. But
hey, no, one not hear all that. No, I'm just playing with you.
It's a good time. Josh Rosen, happy Passover as well.
That's right.
It's Josh
Steve
Rosen.
Malloy in the house. Steve, we thought we were waiting until the fifth round. Dolphins say, Chris Greer says, nope, I am. He might be taking, says, I like this guy. Chris Greer says, we can't wait on him. The run on running backs happened right after that pick. Miami moves up, gets Jalen Wright. Your thoughts?
First off, I want to say hello to everybody in the chat, and I especially want to say hello to Scotty.
Hello to all your haters.
But yeah, exactly. No, Scotty's a good guy, man. I like
Scotty's
Scotty.
awesome, man.
Yeah. But no. I think it was the right move by Greer. I like Jalen Wright. He has some physicality to him, so I love that. The speed as well, and has some decent hands. And I think he's gonna take a lot of snaps away from our running backs. Because number one, the reason why I say that, he's 32 years old. And I agree with Hammer Time there. I think Hammer Time is the one that said it, or maybe it was what's his name from the fantasy football? I can't. Josh Kimmel.
Josh Kimmel.
Josh Kimmel. One of those two said it. He it was an anomaly for
it was Josh Kimmel said it. Yep.
Josh Kimmel last year, right? So do we expect him to do that this year? No, I don't. In Achan, he was hurt his rookie year. He was out a few games. Then you got Wilson, who's hurt a lot, right? And Brooks was hurt. So, and we don't know what we got in Brooks. I mean, we've got a small sample of size of him.
True.
But that's it. Ahmed, I agree with Hammer Time. I don't know why he's still on the team. I have a feeling he's going to be the last man standing. I mean, he's going to be gone. You know, one of those guys in the running back room is going to be gone this year for sure. You don't go up and draft a third round running back and not let one of those guys go. It's going to be too many guys in the running back room there.
Well, and the also thing they have to keep in mind is you figure Wright could be one of the guys doing kick returns this year with the new kickoff rules, right? You want speedy, fast guys back there.
Yeah,
that can get a ton of yards before
good point. Good
touched.
Point. Yeah.
So I definitely think that could be one of those things where, we would keep him and Ahmad would be gone.
Right. But out of all the picks, I really like this one. I like the Jalen Wright pick.
Yeah.
Out of
I'm a little biased, but I think Patrick Hall is our best pick. A little biased.
I hear you.
But
yeah.
Who lasts longer in the organization, Selvin Ahmad or Chris Greer? Getting close.
Ooh, now the betting's legal in North Carolina.
Good
Might
point.
jump all over that.
Just saying, man. Like, I didn't know I would be talking this much about Selvin Ahmad, but good God, does that guy know how to stick around?
It feels like he's got dirt on Greer, doesn't it?
100%. 100%.
Yeah.
Stop it.
But yeah, I like the pick. I think it's a solid pick. He's going to be a day one starter, I'm sure. So I'm real happy about it. I'm excited to see him. I'm really excited with him and Achane.
What are y'all's thoughts on Cortland Sutton?
As a possible receiver for Miami?
Yeah. Because they just drafted the Franklin kid from Oregon to pair with Bo Nix, which, my God, that was an awful pick. Not the Franklin pick, the Bo Nix pick. I think I would not hate Cortland Sutton in Miami.
Is he a big body receiver, wide receiver?
Let me look up here.
That's what I like to see in Miami. We need a big body receiver.
Big, yeah.
He's 6'4".
There you go.
Yeah, that's one you want to.
Good blocker.
But my only thing with that is that they still got. They're going to have money coming in. Post June 1,
right?
That they made. They still got to sign Tua. They still got to. You got to get that Jalen Waddle deal done too, as soon as possible.
You know what? I don't think they're going to pay Waddle. I just don't think they're going to do it.
Oh.
You're going to have over $20 million receivers on your team, and you're paying your quarterback, and you've got to pay Jalen Phillips, and you've got to pay Javon Holland. I don't know, man.
They got a lot of people to pay.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you had to pick one or the other to pay, would you rather pay Waddle or would you rather pay Javon Holland?
I would love to. I like Waddle. I do like Waddle, but I don't think we're going to be able to afford him, man. Holland's going to be the cheaper of the two for sure.
Or do you pay Waddle and trade Tyreek if he doesn't retire?
Hell no, I'm not.
Well, I don't think Tyreek is going to be here after next year.
Why?
I just don't think because of the monies.
Nah,
that's the only reason I brought that up is because I feel at some point
they're
either going to have to re-sign Waddle or
here you go, and that's a good point because who would you rather have on your team after next year, Waddle or Tyreek? Who would you rather have?
Tyreek. It's not even close.
Tyreek?
Oh yeah, it's not.
He's going to be going. He's going to be pushing over 30, and you got Waddle, who's what, 26?
Yeah,
25. So
see, my opinion.
I don't know.
I respect everybody's opinion, but I would rather have Waddle and trade Tyreek because he is getting up in years. How many years does he have left? At one point, he said he was only going to play for the Dolphins for 2 years and then retire.
Let me just say this.
That's my issue.
Let me just say this before I tag out, and I'll pop in a little bit later. Obviously, Rob has to step off, and I'll help do that, and I'll come back. But I'll just say this. It really depends on where the Dolphins stand. If the Dolphins fall flat again, then that's a different story because you have to kind of retool a move.
Yeah.
If the Dolphins make a run and you have a feeling they could do it again, that's when you say, okay, I could swallow that big cap hit. But if you're, one and done in the playoffs again, or you just missed the playoffs, that's when that's where we're talking about, okay, out with the old, stay with the young, and kind of play that way. But draft coverage continues here on the FINS Talk Sports Network. The Seattle Seahawks take Auburn corner Nehemiah Pritchett. Tahib Still goes to the Chargers out of Maryland, another defensive back, and an edge rusher out of Clemson, Xavier Thomas, goes to the Cardinals. All right. So, Fish Tank, I'm going to tag you out. I know
tagging out.
Any final thoughts for you, sir, on the Dolphins draft so far?
I'm happy, and like I said earlier, I think Wright will work good in this new return system. I still like that. We got him, and I think he'll be a good help with Barrios, helping him along with those things too. But yeah, that speed with that new style kickoff, I think I love it. So I think it's going to have a huge impact for the Miami Dolphins.
There you go.
That's all I got, Bobby. That's all I got.
Go.
I want to thank everybody for coming in and tagging us out. Thank you guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
We appreciate it.
Absolutely.
And
we got some FINS Talk today. That's right. We're moving on with FINS Talk today to Real Talk FINS Talk with your continuation of the FINS Talk Sports Draft coverage. Coach Vogel, Rob, Steve, we'll have Stanza joining us shortly, I'm sure. And then, of course, I will tag in a couple hours to cover for Rob a little bit. Till then, we'll see you guys later.
All right, Bobby.
Thank
you, man.
Signing off.
Later, Bobby.
Thank you, guys. Leave studio. Do not end stream.
That's right.
All right, now who has the TV on that can?
I'll turn it off.
No.
Oh.
I want you to have it on because I'm in another room and I don't have a TV in here. So
said Washington just selected Jordan McGee from Temple.
Okay, and
So
I'll
that
go to the
linebacker.
NFL Network as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to bounce here in a second. I got
All right, no problem.
I got an appointment today. But
don't worry, I got a draft tracker up, Steve. We don't.
Oh, you got it?
Oh.
Okay, good,
Yeah.
good. All right.
I'm not watching a stream right now, but I'm about to. I just forgot
Good deal.
because on the other show, the stream got ended improperly. So
Inadvertently, yeah.
yeah.
Josh
We won't
Kimmel
name
killed
names,
us.
but he likes the Lightning and going to a hockey game. And he does fantasy football stuff, but we won't name names.
That's right.
Yeah.
Pretty descriptive there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you brought up a good point, Coach. I don't know if Jalen Wright did any kick returns or punt returns in college. Do you know? I don't know.
Not off the top, but you would figure one of those. Like, do you want him returning or do you want Achan returning? Achan.
Yeah. I'd rather have.
Like,
I'd rather have
read
him.
much on Jalen. Does he have return? Has he returned kicks before?
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah,
I'm not either.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't see anything on his profile or bio or anything where he returned kicks.
I'm gonna go look him up now and see what they say.
But
about him.
they might just go ahead and leave Barrios in there. I don't know.
Oh, that's true. We do still have Barrios.
Well, I'm on NFL.com.
I just figure you want I like Barrios as a returner because he's sure hands, but with this new kickoff system, man.
Yeah, I know.
You want somebody that can scoop because there's nobody back there for the first 10, 15 yards.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, if you find just a small hole, he could be gone.
Yeah, that's true too. And he has good linear speed.
Yeah.
He's real good. If he gets a little hole, he bursts right through it.
Yeah.
That's at least that's what his bio and stuff that I read.
Correct.
So
I'll be interested to see the preseason games, how the kick return looks in preseason.
Yeah.
It should have a similar look to the UFL, XFL style. I think it's similar to that.
I don't see anything about him returning kicks, but his NFL comparison to NFL.com's Melvin Gordon. So that's a
Okay.
pretty
Right.
good comparison.
Yeah, I saw that. Scotty says Barrios is really excited about the new kick rules.
I hope he is, because that's.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I must hope so.
I'm tired of seeing him step back there and fair catching it and then taking it at the 35.
I know.
All right, boys. Well, I gotta drop out to get where I gotta get. So it's good chatting with you guys. I may try and jump on later when I get
All right,
home,
man.
We'll see.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate it, brother.
Absolutely. Keep it rolling.
Will do.
And I don't have the end stream, so I'll just leave.
Okay.
Yeah, all right, so you're good. So, Steve.
Yes, sir.
What are your overall thoughts of and then I'll tell you mine. What's your overall thoughts on the picks that we've had so far in the 2024 NFL Draft? Starting because we haven't really talked publicly, you and I, since the pick of the first round. So start with Chop and work your way down.
Yeah. I like the Chop Robinson pick. I think he's a solid pick. He still has a few things to work on in his techniques and all that, from what I understand. I think he's gonna have to step up and start right away, because I don't believe that Chubb will be starting or Jalen Phillips the first week or two or more.
Yeah.
So he's got to step in there. And who else we have? We have Cameron Good. And we don't know of the gentleman that got hurt last year, Vanderberg.
And then, we got Barrett in the offseason. So,
we got Barrett. We know he's going to start. Right? He's going to start, but then you need somebody alongside him. So you're probably going to see Cameron Good and Robinson rotate, do a lot of rotation.
Well, what do we know about Good though? He's been injured. So
that's true too. Yeah, good point. We don't know about Good, but anyway.
Guy. So I do believe he's going to get plenty of time. Chop's going to get time.
Yeah, for sure. I like to pick up. He's got a lot of potential. He was a pure pass rusher in college. And in today's NFL, I think somebody on the network mentioned that in today's NFL network, you need edge rushers, you need pass rushers. And he's got the speed to get to the quarterback, right? That was our beef with Jalen Phillips. He always just missed the quarterback, put a lot of pressure on the quarterback, but he just couldn't get to the quarterback. He was making progress this year up until the point he got hurt. But anyway, I'll make a long story short. I like the Chop.
Hold on 1 second, just to do what Bobby wants. Cam Hart just got picked by the Chargers. Cam Hart, cornerback, Notre Dame. The Chargers just took him at pick 140. So we're getting closer, slowly but surely, to our Miami Dolphins.
Are we at 155? Is that what it is?
Yeah, or whatever it is. Yeah, 158.
158. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, now as far as Paul goes, excuse me. Paul is a project, man. I don't think he's not a day one starter. Look, I haven't given a lot of kudos to Butch Berry. I know this year I haven't. But we got Butch Berry there developing our O-line. And the scheme that they play. So I think it's gonna make it easier for him to pick up, the O-line position, that tackle position. And we needed someone to be the future here in Miami, right? We needed someone because Tyron Armstead isn't going to be here after next year.
Right.
And Kendall Lamb is not going to be here. He's already said this was his last year, right? And Kendall Lamb played solid in replace of Tyron Armstead when he got hurt. So I think he's looking more to the future when it comes to that O-line, and they're not concerned about it right now. They're not. He's just not. He's already made that point. They're not concerned with the O-line right now.
Yeah.
But a good solid pick. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say Buffalo Bills are division rivals. This took Cedric Van Pran Granger out of Georgia Center. And I know I think Scotty likes that player. So Buffalo got a center that Scotty had liked. He had mentioned him a couple of times, saying he would be fine if the Dolphins drafted him at some point. He just went with pick 141 to the division rivals, Buffalo Bills. So didn't mean to cut you off, but I know I can get behind.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, no, appreciate it. Scotty made a good point. He said, Steve, interesting fact, Penn was a top team in sacks nationally. He said no player had double-digit sacks. The scheme is a spread system. Hard to explain. There are vids for Chop where he's causing the sack. Got you. No, I understand, Scotty. I know he's going to put a lot of pressure on the quarterback. He's going to get to the quarterback. Is he going to be a bull rusher? No. Can he run from side to side? Yes. Chasing down. I know they say he's not good at stopping the run. I think that can be fixed. And if you get a good, big tackle in there to clog up some space, and then you've got Zach Sealer, I think we'll be just fine on the run anyway. Of course, we need him to work on it, but I think we'll be just fine. But that's a good point. Thank you, Scotty, for bringing that up. I didn't know that at all, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, my point.
So that's how I feel.
Yeah, with Patrick Paul, though, I feel like he will get some time just because of injuries and stuff, but he's more definitely an eye on the future than an eye on this year. Because you got Armstead and Lamb, and then he maybe become the primary backup. So he's going to get play, and then if he can play both right and left tackle, that's what they think if Austin Jackson goes down,
right?
God, But injuries happen in football, so he will get some play, but he's not going to be a day one starter for sure. To where I think Chop Robinson, you can't really say edge because they do rotational, but he's going to get significant playing time his rookie year, and he's going to have to learn on the go. That's more or less what they said in the press conference. He's going to have to learn on the go and be ready. Hopefully, our new defensive coordinator lives up to his reputation of being a good player development guy, and he develops Chop into a phenomenal NFL level football player. So I'm with you. I like those picks, and like I said, Patrick Paul is more of a wait and see. I was hoping to get a guy in the second round that comes in and make a big impact from day one. Because that's what I've been calling my whole draft shows I've been doing for the past couple of months at Dolphin Thursday. No matter who they pick, they have to be two impact guys. I think Chop has the potential to be the impact guy. I don't think Paul does, but he may play if people get
well.
That's what you think.
Here's the thing. Maybe Paul may not be that impact player, but who knows? Maybe Wright will be the running back. So we'll see. Time will tell. Right?
We like Chop, Scott. We like him. We're saying
like Scott.
From the get-go. I don't know.
So I like Scotty too, but I like Chop.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, I know you like Scotty, but yeah. Oh, I meant Chop. Did I say we like Scotty?
Yes.
Okay, we like you, Scotty, but Scotty, that's what we've been saying. We do like Chop. We're praising him. We think he's going to be an impact player. And hey, Jeff, for the Back It Up Bins podcast, thank you. Always putting out cool vids too. So
appreciate all of you that are in the chat today. Appreciate you for joining us and spending the time
thank you, Scotty.
Today with us.
What was that?
I said, no, I was just telling everyone in the chat. I appreciate them joining us today, spending the time with us during the draft process. So I appreciate you all. Make sure you hit that like button. It's free.
Indianapolis Colts took a receiver out of Oregon State, Anthony Good, out of wide receiver out of Oregon State, taken by Indianapolis at pick 142. So once again, we're getting closer and closer to us being back on the clock finally, Steve.
So who do you think Miami's going to pick next?
I think we were all wrong before you got in here. I was just in the chat. I wasn't on video, but we all asked before we made the trade for running back. Oh, what are we going to be looking for today? We all said DB, defensive tackle, maybe receiver, and maybe and none of us said running back. And then lo and behold, they trade up all the way and they get a running back.
Yeah, I was shocked.
A lot of us were thinking, maybe safety, even another offensive lineman. You would think a receiver. You didn't know, and then they traded up. So that's why I can't even tell you. But if I had to go position-wise, I would say someone on defensive tackle, someone to come in. It's going to be another training camp body at that point with all the defensive tackles we brought in. and a safety. We really need a safety. So,
Mm-hmm.
and I still think we bring in a receiver. We got 3 picks left. I think a receiver or
Mm-hmm.
4 picks, whatever left. Yeah. So I'm trying to do the fifth, sixth. Yeah. So 4 pick. So I think one of them will be a receiver, but
Yeah,
who
yeah,
knows?
yeah. I think we'll go. I think we'll get a receiver at some point.
Yeah.
And I agree with Scotty. We definitely need, we need a safety. We need another safety. But that's who I think. I think wide receiver, safety, and maybe like you said, Rob, a defensive tackle. I'd like to see him bring in another defensive tackle and give him a shot. It's a shot in the dark, right? It's a crapshoot, but
Yeah.
you never know.
Both of those are possibility. Lo-fi. Both of those are possibilities. Someone's definitely going to get the old heave-ho because Jalen Wright is, God forbid something happens to him before now in the draft, but if he's healthy, he's going to make the team. When you trade all the way up, give up a 3rd-round pick next year, he's going to be on the team, just his draft status alone. So we will see,
Yeah.
and hopefully unfortunately, people get hurt in training camps and trades. So I don't want to knock anyone, but minus that, everyone stays healthy. Yes, Ahmed and Wilson are possibilities to no longer be Dolphins.
Oh, man, I don't know.
Rice. He's a receiver related to Jerry Rice. So that's who he wants at 158. Let me see if there's been any draft picks since I've last updated. And as far as a running back, I'll be honest, I don't know too much about him. I'm just reading about him on the fly here. He sounds good. He sounds like a Mike McDaniel, like get me a running back. So, Greer says,
100%.
hey, Greer probably said, hey, let's start the running back. And then he probably let McDaniel pick the running back that he wanted to pick. So, because to me, it's just like he can't pass up that speed. So that's how I look at it. He can't help himself. So I think it's going to be a good pick. We're going to see, though. Time will tell, as they say, Steve.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that goes when people rip the picks, love the picks. I always say, really, only a couple of years from now are we going to know whether they got the pick right or not. So
absolutely. Well, yeah. At this point, I agree. I don't know. What do you think? What do you think they're going to do post June 1st? You think they're going to pick up another couple veteran players?
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe that's where we fill in at our receiver because we're not. No matter who we draft at this point, I don't know if they're going to be ready to come in and play from the get-go at a high NFL level. Because especially with McDaniel's offense being somewhat difficult to learn, you hear. So, are we going to have a rookie that's going to be either a 6th or a 5th, 6th, 7th round pick? I doubt it. Just come in and play. So maybe they go. And I don't know. OBJ may be out of. I don't know how much the man wants. He may be out of our price range because from what we keep on hearing, the Dolphins gave him a firm offer and that's it. But do the Dolphins raise that offer if they don't? Now that they didn't get a receiver in this draft, so
yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I think they were also looking into, and Scotty brought it up. They're looking into Boyd as well. Tyler Boyd, I think his name is.
Yeah,
I think they were looking at him as well. So we'll see. We'll see. It's going to be interesting.
And we all thought we were going to have to Reisner last year, and that never happened.
Yeah,
so
never happened.
I know. So up now, and another Notre Dame player just went off the board. Linebacker J.D. Bertrand, Atlanta Falcons. And so he just went off the board from Notre Dame from the Atlanta Falcons. J.D. Bertrand, the newest member of the NFL for a few seconds until someone else becomes picked in a minute. So, yeah, it's good. Oh, I'm sure McDaniel loves all the target. I mean, he loves himself some weapons. But, we will see. I do like I say, the Patrick Paul. I just thought they were going to bring in an old lineman maybe this draft that would be a day one starter, impact player from day one. But that didn't happen. There's always wondering, I would always wonder now the rest of my days if, Troy Fontenot was sitting there at 21, the Pittsburgh picked somewhere else, but they just still taking chop over Troy Fontenot. And I tend to think they probably would have because they seem to. That's just it, I know a lot of people. I was like, oh, Troy just went off the board at 20. That's the final blow. Because when the 6 quarterbacks had gone off the board, I'm thinking, man, this board is falling beautifully for the Miami Dolphins. Then all of a sudden, the 2 and all these guys just started going boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
And then my only must-have left on the board going into pick 20 was Troy Fontenot. And then he
Pittsburgh's
got
got
off
him.
the board. He went off the board, and I'm like, maybe Graham Barton. I know because I had not really. I like Chop and some of these other guys, but I hadn't really heard much, rumors. I should have put the lines together because we had seen a lot of Latu and Verse connected to the Dolphins. Nothing about Chop, so it makes sense. I mean, Mike McDaniel himself, he says his favorite position is edge. He loves his edge rushers. He goes, if I ever had he goes, I would spend all my picks on edge rushers. So there you go. That should have been the telltale sign that we were seeing,
he handed
edge
to us.
first.
Yep.
Yeah, I know.
For sure.
Yeah, I know. Hey, let's see. The Chiefs really got number one safety on most people board at once. Shaking my head, how they keep getting away. The Chiefs keep on getting richer. Hey, Dad Dean in the house.
Yeah.
Hey, Dad Dean. I did take Chop in probably one of my thousands of mock drafts, but like you say, I didn't focus on him. I did 1,000 mock drafts, and not one was close to what the Dolphins picked position, except for position type. But welcome as always, Dad Dean and Ty Drick. I don't want to mess up names. What did Scotty have to say in his last? I would have preferred an OT that could play guard, but Paul is a big time pick. That man is a behemoth. Learn from Armstead and Bush. Yeah, I agree on that take.
Yeah.
So, it should be fun. I mean, I think he's a little more of a development guy than I would have wanted for the Dolphins. That's in a win now, but they also have an eye on the future, so because they know Armstead and Lamb are, maybe gone next year after this year. Lamb for sure. He's come out and said he's going to retire in his own little video. So that's not a source or anything. That's from his man's mouth himself. So, we don't even have a backup plan there. Now we do. Patrick Paul by next year should be, going into the 25 season, or then again, it wasn't a good pick. That's how I look at it. But this year, give him his love.
It seems to me, they didn't they didn't go up and get a wide receiver, right? So I have a feeling that they probably do have their eye on OBJ or Tyler Boyd, one of those two. Because you get a receiver now at this point, he's not going to be.
That's what I was saying.
He's not going to be a starter,
No. At this point, it can be a guy that makes a practice squad, or unless he's like the elite kick returner of all elite kickoff returners. And a lot of people think running backs are going to be the better kick returners in this new style because it's going to take shiftiness, and running backs cut more than just straight ahead speed. I was just listening to some guy that I respect his football opinion. He was saying he thinks running backs may be better returners, overall. So we will see. So, but I mean, overall, like I say, it's an okay draft. Like I say, am I totally in love with it? No, but I've been totally in love with drafts that end up not going that great. And then, hated drafts that end up being better than I thought. But I think this is a decent overall draft so far for the Miami Dolphins. And at this point, on a good team, these later picks, they're just going to be names that hopefully one of them sticks, because every year an undrafted free agent. So you can't rule these picks out at this time. But like you say, I'm highly doubting that a receiver is going to come in and contribute to the, Dolphins that much at this point. Hold on real quick. 2 picks have gone off the board since I've last updated. Austin Booker, edge rusher out of Kansas, went to the Chicago Bears at pick 144. And the Denver Broncos just selected Chris Abrams-Drain, cornerback, Missouri, at pick 145. So we are really getting closer, Steve, finally, for our Miami Dolphins to be on the clock. So anyway, Steve, I don't know, man. So how was your grandson's baseball game?
Oh man, it was good. I actually had to go 2 games. So I went and saw my oldest grandson play baseball. And then after his game, he won. They won 6-0. And actually they play in the championship in 2 weeks. And then I went and saw my youngest grandson play as well. So, and he won. So they both won, and had a great time out there. So it was a lot of fun. And then he went to his first well, it was a AAA baseball game. His first baseball game last week. We went and saw the Houston Space Cowboys, who is the farm club for the Houston Astros. Yeah. So and they won. They had no, excuse me, they lost that game. They lost. But it was fun. It was fun. They had a special day for the kids, so he was able to go out on the field and run around the field and everything,
Yeah, that's cool.
touch the
And run the
bases and all that. Yeah,
stuff.
run the bases and all that stuff.
Yeah. The Marlins do that every Sunday down
Yeah.
here. So Dad Dean says, I'm good with edge Chop because no starting edge after Chop, and if Dolphins traded down, Chop would have been picked just like as yes, for sure. That's why when I saw thank you, Dad Dean. Thank you, sir. Because a lot of people aren't saying on Twitter, oh, Chop's okay, but we should have traded down. He would assume, but I go, did you see like Darius Robinson went right out? Edges were going to come off the board. If you traded down, you risk. And if that's who the Dolphins really wanted, it's not worth picking up a third or something pick down the road. It wasn't enticing enough, as Chris Kerr said. So if Chop was really your man, just chop that name off the board and take him yourself. And that's how I'm happy with that, because I don't know why Dolphins Twitter they all think they're the GM geniuses. Like, every team, they're all 30,
Yeah.
they know all the other 31 teams' plans because they said, oh, Chop would have been there later. It's an okay pick, but they could have traded down and got, more. You don't know that. He could have gone off the board the next pick. You don't know, and another edge went off a few picks later. So it's silly when people say, oh, he would have been there. We don't know anything. There's players falling here today that we didn't think would be on the board, and players no one thought the Falcons was going to take a quarterback. That's probably the biggest surprise of the whole draft so far, that, they took him. So you never know what a team's thinking. So there's no way to say that Chop. He could have been if you dropped down a couple spots, but he also could not have been. So unless they knock your socks off in compensation, keep with your guns. Take who you want at 21. Good deal. So that's how I look at it.
Daniel Maheen says this draft was for 2025. Steve and Rob, we're gonna take a step back this year. Well, I don't know if it was for. Well, I would say the offensive tackle position, Paul, definitely is for 2025, and maybe even 2026. Who knows? But with Jalen Wright, the running back, I think he's a day one. He's gonna start. He's gonna play at some point. And I think Chop is going to have to. So it's for this year. Chop and Wright are for this year. So
Jarvis Brownlee Jr., cornerback, Louisville, just went at pick 146 to the Tennessee Titans. That's Jarvis Brownlee Jr. out of Louisville, cornerback, Titans just went. So there you go. So we're getting close. I have to say it every pick because I've just been waiting. But I was surprised by the move up. So that gave me some good stuff. I like that trade up. Aggressive. Give up a third next year. But this guy was I just look at it, Steve, as like if we would have had a third round pick this year, the league hadn't taken our third round pick for tampering. You take that running back there, no one's calling it a bad pick. They're going to say not a bad, good deal getting him there. So that's how I look at that. So, we got him at a third. We didn't have a third this year. We gave up one next year, but we should still have two third-round picks in our back pocket. So for the compensatory picks that haven't officially been assigned yet. So, they say don't count your chickens before they're hatched, but from all accounts, we're going to have them. So, I'm not bad about that, Steve. Are you okay with the value, what we gave up for the running back trade?
Yeah. I'm not mad about that.
Yeah.
That was good value.
Seems right now there's a run on cornerbacks going. So let's see.
Cornerbacks or quarterbacks?
Corner.
Okay. Rattler's still on the board, right? Rattler and Joe Milton.
I know a lot of people aren't that high on him, and then some people are decently high on him. He's all over the board. I know the FINS Talk Sports Network crew were not that high on him. They said he has some stuff, but overall they were not that high on him. But of course, at a late round pick, who knows? But what that would boil down to, does he beat out Skylar Thompson as the third quarterback? Is all that would come down.
Yeah, now that's a good question. Are we going to keep Skylar, or are we going to keep Mike White? It seems that we are. I honestly
by all
believe
accounts, we're keeping Mike White. I thought for sure he was going to be gone when they gave him that
I did
contract.
too.
The way they did it, but obviously they like the quarterback room. So I don't know. I mean,
I'm not real thrilled about Mike White. I'm really not. I think we could do better, but hey, it is what it is. And Daniel made another good point. He said he feels that Jalen Wright will start over Achane, and that might be true. And Mostert as well. They're going to be on a low snap count, right?
Right.
They're not going to get and Wright might be the main back. He might be the featured back. We'll see. If you draft him up third, well, they drafted Achane at third round too last year, right?
Yeah, so basically, they gave up the third round, but they used the third round pick. So they basically 2 years in a row they've used the third round pick,
right?
On a running back. Except for it's just how it falls. It's now next year, but there's all the running backs that went in the fourth round were Wright, Irving, Shipley, Davis, Giraniro, I can't say it, Vacky, and Allen. So there was definitely the Dolphins started it because the Dolphins picked ours at 120, and then it was all after that. So kudos once again to Chris Greer. I'm glad the Dolphins used a third round pick for a fourth round pick, but still wanted safety Hicks, but trying to understand RB. I don't know. I do not have Bobby's lid. He was scratching all of it off, but that's it. Well, talking about running backs, another running back just went to the Denver Broncos. Adric Estime. I'll probably screw up all these names. Notre Dame is a Audric Estime, whatever. Running back Notre Dame just went to the Broncos at pick 147. So we're getting close to just being 10 picks away, guys. Yeah. We're getting there.
It's going pretty fast too. So
yeah, it is. So my dog wants in. So let me let my dog in. He's a boss. And he left. Okay. Dean, yes. What did Dean say? Oh, so okay. Safety is saying Dean is still available.
Okay.
I don't think Radler's gone off the board low 5.
No,
like I say,
he hasn't.
I haven't watched as hard as today because I was watching Bobby and them, but I didn't hear him say the name went off the board. So
yeah, I don't think he did.
Yeah.
Milton's still there too. So
yeah, I know Milton is too.
Let's see.
Eichenberg just went off. Dolphins brother Tommy Eichenberg, linebacker, Ohio State, just went to the Raiders at pick 148. So an Eichenberg, no, not that Eichenberg. His brother, Tommy Eichenberg, linebacker, Ohio State, just went to the Raiders at pick 148. So we got another Eichenberg in the NFL. And his brother was drafted a lot higher. Liam was drafted a lot higher, and we gave up extra picks to move up to get him.
Yeah.
And but Tommy Eichenberg is off the board from Ohio State, linebacker.
Man, he looks just like his brother too. They look alike. Are they twins? They look alike. I'm looking at a picture of them. So Bengals pick is in, Rob. So they're saying.
Okay. All right.
People watching that.
I'll be watching it. They're just saying pick his in still, but yeah, I'm watching it.
I'm with you, Scotty. I couldn't deal with 2 Eichenbergs on a team either.
Hey, Scotty agreed 1 enough. Hey, but we got a lot of guys named Jalen. So
yeah, 3 Jalen's now, right?
Oh, we got Jalen Ramsey, Jalen Waddle, Jalen Wright, and the other Jalen I'm forgetting. Oh, Jalen Phillips.
Jalen Phillips, 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh man.
That's crazy.
I'm trying to get updated here.
Yep.
We will see, Steve. No, just still saying pick is in.
Okay.
But yeah, this year, the Dolphins, they had a different approach. I think that's the problem with the fans is that we all do our mock drafts, and then it's not who we think we've been nailing, and then all of a sudden it's a failure of a pick. But I've learned that just because it's not the guy I want. Cal Krabs was saying the same thing, and I was saying Cal Krabs. That's how I think because I was listening to his take today. He goes, it's not about me. He goes, but it'd have been because he was saying with Chop, it's not who he would have taken there. He would have just gone BPA. What's on his board was Graham Barton at that point in the draft. So he said he would have gone Graham Barton, but he says, do I see why the Dolphins made the pick? So I separate my fandom from like the guy I wanted to, does the guy make sense? And he goes, Chop Robinson 100% makes sense, when you separate your fandom from saying, this is the guy I've been drafting. Why didn't they take him?
But we don't have any more edge. We don't have any edge rushers, right? I mean, we got good. We got, and then our two starters are out, and all we have is Barrett, right? So who else did we have? So it was kind of a need, guys. Right?
Yeah, no, it's a need, and it's probably BPA for the Dolphins. Like I said, we would have never known if Troy Fontenot or someone else had fallen. That would have been the very curious moment of the draft, whether or not we took one of those guys. Right. But none of the guys that most fans were linking how the board fell. They just went off the board quick, even though 6 quarterbacks got taken. And that's what we were rooting for, 6 quarterbacks to be taken, and the board didn't fall beautifully for the people we thought the Dolphins wanted. So, but we don't even know what the Dolphins would have taken if him and some of those names had been sitting there at 21. I still think, now, if Verse would have been there at 21, or Latu would have been there at 21, that would have probably been the pick if they had the pick of the litter between all those edge rushers, but he wasn't. So they still kind of met BPA on their board with a position that we really needed it to help at. So
yeah.
So
it'd be interesting.
Let me go to the pick. Sorry. Oh my goodness, this is the name. I didn't even know there was a name. Like my best friend in the world is named Josh Newton. And a Josh Newton just got picked by I'm gonna have to call him, bug him. I go, man, you tell me you don't like football, and here you are getting drafted. Josh Newton, Cincinnati Bengals, cornerback, TCU. Josh Newton, cornerback, TCU, just went to the Bengals at pick 149. People is where we're at, pick 149. So now I'm less than 10 picks away from the Miami Dolphins. So that's not bad. That's what we got.
Miami has a 5th round pick, right? They have a 6th round,
5th, 6th, and a 7th.
Okay.
And we didn't use any of those picks to move up today. We just used the future 3rd, so we still got them as far as I know. So, and like I say, the Dolphins have still needs. I want someone that can at least come in and be a special teams contributor or something at this point, or one of the safeties that these guys are all rocking the house for.
Yeah.
Oregon State safety is Oregon. Dad Gene says Oregon State safety. God, guys, you have to Karan Ala Fopo.
I ain't even gonna try to pronounce that name, man.
Yeah, oh man.
Oh geez.
God, he's so explosive. Let's see. So the Saints pick is in, but they haven't picked it yet. So guys, it's getting fun. Getting fun in the hood of Miami Dolphin land. But I'm with all you guys. I prefer Fins up over Go Fins, but at the end of the day, it's just a hashtag, so it's all fine. I know people pick on it, but hey, I still say Fins up to you, Steve. Fins up.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah. Hunter in the 7th.
I kind of like the Go Fins, to be honest. I mean, I like
Go Fins is fine.
I like Fins up too, but I kind of like the Go Fins now. I'm getting used to it, I guess.
Yeah, I like it. My sons like it better. They were saying, "Oh, that was so old, Go Fins." The quarterback is off the board. We talked him up a minute ago. Spencer Radler.
Oh, wow.
South Carolina quarterback just got drafted by the Saints at pick 150. So a quarterback is off the board.
Wow.
Spencer Radler out of South Carolina, drafted by the New Orleans Saints at pick 150. So we talked him up, Steve. And now, yes, Rattler has been rattled off the board.
Talked him up into existence.
Yes, you did. New Orleans said, "Oh my God, Malloy just said Rattler's available. We got to go grab him." So they grabbed him.
They were listening to this network, I'm sure.
Yes, they were listening to the Dolphins Network because they want to spy on our greatness.
Of course.
Miami Dolphin Fan Network, I should say, not even the Dolphins.
They said, "Man, these guys know what they're talking about. We need to watch them."
So Spencer Rattler is.
So we got the Colts that are. I mean, not the Colts. We got the Indianapolis Colts.
Indianapolis Colts are on the board, as they say.
And their needs are cornerback, wide receiver, running back, and O-line.
All right, we will see if they cover any of those.
Yep.
They're showing Rattler highlights on the NFL Network right now. So he's probably going to be someone's at least backup quarterback down the road, maybe third string quarterback. So and it's a cheap backup, So
exactly, and that's my point too. Yeah, we should have. Maybe we get a quarterback. I don't know how many's left on the board, but it would be a cheap option. I mean, we got Skyler already on a cheap deal, but we're paying Mike White $6 million or something like that.
Yeah, no, like 5. Yeah, they're close to $6 million. Yes,
close to $6 million. So if we can get a guy in a draft and he works out, right? If anything, it's competition for our backups, right?
If you can have Skyler in the backup spot, then
number 2, there you go. Yeah,
and you get another guy to be the third because you're not going to pay Mike to be the third string quarterback that much money.
Exactly.
But I do think, Scotty, I do think they cover 3 just because they allow that. You to draft a third quarterback, and no team wants to be stuck like the Broncos were a few years ago playing without a quarterback. So I do believe that they will carry 3 quarterbacks. Scotty's issue. Scotty says Rattler's issue is mental. He needs to keep his head straight. If he does, he will be successful. There's Scotty's scouting report on Rattler. The Colts pick is in. We just have to wait for them to flash it up here on the board. And we will see how that goes for our Dolphins. Like I say, they're going to probably drop the name. I don't really know. I really just concentrated on the first 2 rounds this year since the Dolphins didn't have a third, fourth. So I was like, I'm not going to learn all these later names.
Rob, let me welcome Cosmic.
Hold on.
Cosmic Raccoon. He is the son of Daniel, Dan Dean's son, Daniel. So welcome to the show, Cosmic Raccoon. Appreciate you, brother.
Nope. Oh, thank you, Cosmic Raccoon. Your dad's real cool. And you probably are too, son. A young man, I should say. But you should be too, because Dad Dean's actually been on my show before over on Dolphins Thirsty Land. Oh, Jalen just went, but not to the Miami Dolphins. There was another
amazing
Jalen on the board. And it's Jalen Carlisle out of Missouri.
Safety?
Yeah, safety. Sorry. Free safety, I guess.
Wouldn't that have been something if Miami picked him up?
I know. That would have been great, man. I know. Here we are talking. It may be Jay Lawn, actually. It's probably Jay Lawn. It's Jaylon, actually. So Jay Lawn. Or he just bounced. I don't know.
Jalen.
Who knows?
I would say anyway,
Jalen. The Eagles are now on the clock at pick 152.
And the Eagles need cornerback, offensive lineman, and wide receiver. That's their needs.
Yeah.
And the pick is in, Rob.
Yes, it is. All right. So you're monitoring, or am I monitoring?
No, you're monitoring. I'm just,
okay. I didn't know. I just wanted to see.
I'm just piggybacking on you, man.
All right. No problem.
I'm helping you out here. I don't want to sit here. I don't want to sit here.
Not double working. No reason to double work.
I don't want to get, paid double time, just sitting here not doing anything,
Hey, I know exactly. Double time of 0 is still 0 though, Steve. So,
Exactly.
Yeah. So, but hey, it's all good and we're having fun. We got all you guys in the house. I appreciate it. Bobby of the FINS Talk Sports Network appreciates it. It's always, cool talking Miami Dolphins football. So the Jaguars on the clock. We're waiting for the Eagles pick to come in.
And the Jaguars, did I already say that their need is cornerback, defensive lineman, and offensive lineman? So we'll see on the Jags.
Everyone says, "Hey, young raccoon." Groot. That's funny. Okay. Please send to my pay. Hey, you can get that $0 digitally right here. There's your $0. So we're all rocking and rolling. I can give you a thumbs up though. That's free. Let's see. Man, I just want to get these picks. And now I'm going to be saying, let's see for a million times because now I'm getting like, okay, we're getting close to the Dolphins. Now all of a sudden it seems like the name's not freshening up enough. I keep on hitting my refresh button. I got to make sure I don't hit close stream here. Bobby will really have a coronary. So, oh man, I'm gonna have to make sure I'm picking on him, and then I'm gonna go hitting it when Bobby pops in for me around 4:00.
So Rob, when does the actual schedule come out for our?
They've been having commercials saying May. I don't know what time in May, but the NFL has been announcing it. Schedule release coming in May, but I never catch the date. But it's sometime in May, I know. So it's coming around the corner now. So
yeah, close.
I mean, we already know the
teams,
who and the where. We just don't know the when.
Right.
So
what the date, the time.
We don't know how many prime time games we're going to get. We don't know any of that. So it's all good. So
well, from what I've seen, based on last year's performance by the teams we're playing this year, we're playing a lot of mid teams, like 7 or 8 playoff teams, and then the rest they're not bad, but they're not good. They're just mid teams. So it's going to be challenging, but we'll see. We've talked about this, Rob, before. It's going to change.
It changes every year. That's
every
right.
year. So
it's just fun, but fans overrate the strength of schedule going into it because everyone had us having one of the hardest schedules going, and then towards the end of the year, they say, "Oh, Miami's beating nothing but cupcakes." So so it just shows how it's just. You just don't know, man. Every year teams change. You never know. So, but yes, it's fun. It's a cool day to know who. Because like I say, it's already, you can already know who we're playing. It's just the where to see how much they love us to get if we get a primetime game or no primetime game. We're going to get a few because we're did last year. Hopefully, we get more home games. I mean, we did get a home game.
Didn't we get 9 home games last year?
No, home primetime game. I mean,
primetime. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. This year we only have 8 of the. Because it alternates. One year you have 9 home games, so next year we have to be on the road for 9 games.
Right.
So,
and I think
last year we caught a break. We didn't even have to go into Kansas City. We had to go to Germany, and we still lost. So it's well. Yeah. Okay, a receiver, Texas A&M just went to the Eagles. Smith, Annie Smith, receiver. Anyway, out of Texas A&M, Smith. First name that starts with an A. I don't want to say it. Whatever. I'm not even going to try to say it. But,
I'm not going to try it either.
I'm coming like it's not a word I want to say on here, and I know that's not. Oh my God, I don't know. Anyway, Smith, Texas A&M receiver. So that's who.
I think
AINIAS Smith.
Yeah. I think the Dolphins play in Houston this year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think that's what you had said, and they're going to be going to the game.
Yeah, I'll be going to the game if
and now the funny is, yes, Scotty, sign me up every day because I go to all those games. I love 1:00 p.m. games. Sign me up to 17 of them. Well, obviously you can't do 17 because of time difference. When you play out west, but all the 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Times that we can get, sign them up, especially at home. Love them.
So we got the Chargers. Are they on the clock? Is that who's on the clock, Rob? Chargers, Los Angeles Chargers.
No, the Jaguars are on the clock. So but it's saying the pick is on the clock. Yes, the Rams are on the clock.
Okay,
the Rams are on the clock. But the Jaguars, the pick is in. It just hasn't come in yet.
Okay,
on here.
so the Chargers need according to NFL, is defensive lineman.
No, the Rams, not the Chargers.
I mean, the Rams. My bad. Defensive lineman, cornerback, offensive lineman, and a safety. So we'll see.
Let's see, heard of it. What's Lo-Fi saying? Our division gets interesting next year. Jets get Rodgers back, new coach and QB in New England, and our biggest thorn Allen. And yes, we're for sure. No, Cosmic Raccoon. We were talking about that earlier. He has not been picked. To his brother has not been picked. We just had a quarterback go off the board. I don't know if you were in the room. In Radler. Pick 153 is in Prince out of another cornerback out of Mississippi. Gene Trey. Man, they just can't do easy names for me today. DeAndre. Are you sure there's a T in there?
Oh, is it? Oh, my bad. Yeah, you're right. Forget it.
DeAndre. Yeah, DeAndre. Thank you.
DeAndre. Okay.
DeAndre Prince, Mississippi cornerback. It's just been now the Rams are on the clock, and their top needs are DL, like he said, cornerback, offensive line, and safety.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just out of curiosity. I'm going to go to see what they think the Dolphins team needs are. They're saying offensive line, defensive line, and tight end now for the Dolphins. They're saying offensive line, defensive line, and tight end.
Okay.
So that's what they said.
I wouldn't be surprised if they take a tight end.
Yeah. So we will see. That Sanders that everyone thought the Dolphins loved and were zeroed in on Tavon, he went later. So it just shows that fans just, I don't know, we can't ever get hooked into, because even going into that draft, Tony Pauline, who's normally, he's more connected than you and I are, but he was saying the Dolphins are focused in on, Graham Barton. We know that turned out not to be true because Graham Barton was there for the taking and we passed on him. So it just shows, take every information that comes out with a grain of salt when it comes to names that any team, that goes for any team in the NFL, being linked to, because
we have another person that joined the chat. That's Kathleen Johnson. Appreciate you for joining us and spending the day with us here, listening to the draft. So appreciate you. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe. And this goes for everybody. Go ahead and hit that like button if you're just popping into the channel. Appreciate you.
Yep, it's all good, man. The pick is in for the Rams, and we're just waiting for the update. So it's fun. I've been watching the draft, Steve, since it was popular. I've tell everyone, Scotty's heard this story. Sorry, Scotty, you got to hear it one more time. I've been watching the draft since before it was popular. My mom used to let me skip schools on Tuesdays because the NFL draft was held on Tuesdays. And this goes back to at least 1983 because I remember skipping the draft the year the Dolphins skipping school when the Dolphins got Dan Marino. I was like 13 years old or so, 14 years old, somewhere in that ballpark. So, and I was so excited. I had my big blue mill type of book. I had all my stuff, my Arlad letters that they would send, all this stuff way before there was an internet, before this interweb, way before there was a YouTube, before those boobs talking to you on it. I was watching the draft. So it's fun every year. The Rams just took Brennan Jackson, edge rusher, out of Washington State. Brennan Jackson, edge rusher. Washington State just went at pick 154. And the Colts, Indianapolis, are already back on the clock. It seems like they just picked 2 seconds ago.
Oh, wait a minute. We got a trade. The Eagles moved up.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet. So, the pick is in for the Eagles. Yeah. Now the Eagles, was our trade partner earlier. This pick this is a popular traded pick. It belonged to the Steelers, then went to the Rams, then went to the Carolina Panthers, then went to the Indianapolis Colts, and now went to the Eagles. And they got this guy I actually heard linked earlier in the rounds. They get Jeremiah Trotter, linebacker.
Oh,
Clemson.
wow. Yeah.
To me, that's a good value right there. They may think the Dolphins would looking at him or something and think, we better jump the Dolphins. So who knows? Jeremiah Trotter, linebacker, Clemson.
So
this went at pick 155. The Eagles traded up. I do not have the trade details.
man, that was a good pick, man. They knew they wanted him.
Yeah.
Lo-Fi, Fabian Lovett. I don't see him as being picked. I think he's still on the board. I think he might
And we
be
got the
on the
Cleveland
board.
Browns guy at pick 156. Then we got the Carolina Panthers at 157. And then our Miami Dolphins out of South Florida at 158. So we're getting close. And I'm just going to stay there, Steve. If you see any comments, let me know, and I'll go over there and I will highlight them for you.
Oh, no problem. So we got Cleveland Browns. Cleveland Browns is on the clock. And
Cleveland Browns are on the clock.
Yep, their needs are offensive lineman, linebacker, defensive lineman, wide receiver, and a tight end.
Yeah. Wow. So he said he agrees with me, Scotty, saying that Philly definitely jumped us, thinking he could be our target. I know. That's why I said when I saw that name, I didn't even know he was still on the board, to tell you the truth. I just assumed he was gone. So there you go. I don't know what Cleveland's needs are. Let's see what Cleveland's needs. Well, they had linebacker as a need too, Cleveland. So maybe they wanted to jump both of us and get to,
Let me ask Scotty this. Scotty, do you think Trotter will be a day one starter for the Eagles?
Oh, for Eagles. Oh, that's hard. The Eagles, talented team.
Mm-hmm.
But Scotty answered the young man, Scotty. See, Steve, I called you young because I'm in a good mood because the Dolphins are getting close.
What are you drinking?
Water.
Okay. I just wondered.
I can't drink, so
I'm only kidding.
It's nothing fancy. It's not on vodka or anything hidden in a
I'm only kidding.
Mm-hmm. I have to go review the Eagles. He would have to review the Eagles linebacker core.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but Eagles thought they were going to. It's going to be interesting to see who would be picked. But Jeremiah Trotter going there. So I like their general manager. He, to me, is one of the best in the business. Him, the 49ers guy, and Ravens. Some of them just have good
Kansas City.
I don't know. And, I don't know if it's Kansas City too. Of course, Kansas City really. Whoever was one to say move up and get Mahomes should be crowned king of the year, because that move alone.
We got the Jaguars are on the clock and the Dolphins are next.
Yeah, because
and Jaguars needs are wide receiver, tight end, cornerback, and defensive line. All right, man.
The pick is in for the Browns, so we will see.
All right.
So, I got the Carolina Panthers on the clock. At pick 150.
No, Steve.
Carolina.
What did Aladino Moss mean? What is he saying? No, Steve. About what? What did I say? What did I do?
I don't know.
What did I do? Aladino?
I know we say so much stuff we don't even know, and who knows? But
I don't know.
The Cleveland Browns pick is in, guys, and then the Panthers are on the clock at 157, and then yes, it's our aqua and orange, our little logo finally showing up there. So should be fun, and we're about to finally see who the Dolphins are taken on this round. So we're getting close, guys. And the big trade for the running back today, of course, was the big news of the day for our FINS. But we're getting closer here, so it's good. The pick is in. Come on, guys.
So the Green Bay Packers have 2 picks, 33rd, 34th. Those are compensatory. There you go.
Hey, so it is what it is. So all right, let me go. We're getting close, guys. That's all I care about, right? We all here for one team and one team only.
Yep.
And
Trotter starting. Oh, okay, thank you, Aladino.
Wide receiver. So I don't know if the Dolphins wanted this guy or not. Jamari Thrash. Cool name. Jamari Thrash, wide receiver, Louisville. Just went to the Cleveland Browns at pick 156. Now the Carolina Panthers are on the clock. So we will see on that front right here.
So let's see if Aladino Emerson. I have starring the calf. Howdy. All you guys being nice to each other. So that's cool. I like it. You guys can all see the messages. So I'm going back to the tracker. And I'll see. The pick is not in yet for the. So we will see. Close, Steve. We're getting so close, young man.
Mm-hmm.
And it's probably going to be a name we don't even know, but I'm just more interested. It's going to be, I'm more interested. Scotty might know the name because he really, like me when I was younger, knew so many of the guys all the way through the late rounds. I mean, now I'm basically a 1 or 2 round guy. I try to find people's top 100 and then mix them together and can get a consensus. But after that, at this range, we're shooting that targets here, without really looking at them. So the Carolina Panthers pick is in. So let's see what they do. And then our Dolphins will be on the clock. And then we can all talk about it for the next forever until we're back on the clock
Dolphins
again.
on the clock.
Yep. The Dolphins are on the clock. The pick is in for them.
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. You subscribe. Appreciate you.
Jesus is Lord. Thank you, Jesus is Lord. Again, thank you very much. All right, he goes up to like the 5th round there. So Scotty. So we'll just see though. Maybe it's interesting. Come on, Panthers. Just announce that pick. Man, this is another pick that's jumped hands a lot. It's funny to see these later round picks. This used to be Cleveland's pick, went to the Vikings, went to the Jets. Now the Carolina Panthers have it. So some of these later round picks, that's when you get like trade for a veteran and you're like, or you flip flop in a. It's weird how these later picks are often traded like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Come on. Anyway, I guess if I'm going to have to say, I say we go defensive back. I don't know. Or receiver. I would go receiver or defensive back.
I wouldn't be surprised if we draft a tight end, but I think.
Oh yeah, and defensive tackle. I really don't know.
We could. Yeah.
I mean, I don't really know. I would just say defensive back. They're going to take a defensive back. I'm not saying specifically safety, cornerback, some hybrid guy that can maybe play both. They're going to take some guy like that.
Or like you said, Rob, maybe a special teams guy, something like that.
Yeah, some guy that can make it contribute. We're about to find out, though. It'd be no more speculating. I'm just waiting for now it really seems to be taking forever for the Panthers to pick.
I know.
Come on, Panthers. Just pick a guy already. Pick Scotty and just move on. So let's do it. Let's just go so we can get to the Panthers pick is another cornerback. There's been some cornerbacks taken out of Washington State. Chai Smith Wade. So Smith Wade, cornerback, Washington State, to the Carolina Panthers that pick 157. And now our Miami Dolphins are on the clock, guys. So it's good. At least we had a pick earlier today because of the trade up to get Jalen Wright. So that was fun. It would have really been a long time, Steve, sitting and seeing.
Oh man, yeah, for sure.
Well, at least he gave us something to talk about. That was good.
Yeah, I was shocked. Like I said, I was shocked they moved up, and I was shocked we got a running back. So
yeah, same here. So this would be very interesting that the Dolphins pick here. I'm just waiting. It's not saying the pick is in yet. It's still saying on the clock. So just wait. Bear with us, guy. We're just waiting to see who the Dolphins pick at pick 158. So just interesting here in the 5th round. So hopefully it's something that we at least know a little bit about. If not, we all can start hitting those search engines together.
Exactly. Google is your best friend.
Yeah, exactly. We can all find out about. The pick is in, guys. The Dolphins pick is in. We're one step closer to knowing who picked 158 for the Miami Dolphins.
Kansas City is on the clock.
Yep, and the Kansas City Chiefs, who happens to win a lot of football games, are on the clock.
And their needs are a wide receiver, O-line,
they already nailed wide
quarterback, and
receiver in
running
this
back.
draft. Those were all like the needs, I guess, going into the draft. So we don't know about all the teams drafted.
Yeah.
Because when I read that the Dolphins need edge, they didn't mention anything about getting Chop or anything. They were just talking about Chubbs. And so, but another edge guy, Mohamed Kamara, edge, Colorado State. Mohamed Kamara, edge.
Interesting. Wow, that's another shocker.
I would not have picked that. Mohamed Kamara, edge, Colorado State. It's the newest member of the Miami Dolphins. So welcome to Miami, Mohamed Kamara. You're going to have a lot of competition, but you can do it. People, undrafted guys can do it. Congratulations, Mohamed Kamara, newest member of the Miami Dolphins out of Colorado State. Edge rusher, our second edge rusher taken this year. Steve, I let you do the looking up, and then you can read that since I've been following all this draft stuff. My voice is getting tired. Let me go back to here.
Wow, that's crazy. Well, they're stacking up on edge rushers.
Oh, we know that's going to be what's your take on them? I want to know your big take on them. So, excellent pick. Dad Dean says excellent pick.
He's 6'1". He's 250 pounds. Let me get all this stuff here. Let's see what they say. His profile is yeah, well, they got him listed at 6'1", 248. Hometown was Newark, New Jersey. His prospect grade is 6.15. Next gen stats is they ranked they have him at 72, good. Production score 79. His 2024 combine, he was he's listed as a defensive end. Edge rank was 5th. Athleticism score is 66. He's ranked 20th at the combine. His total score, like I said, was 72. He was ranked 10th at the combine. He's another fast guy, pretty fast for his size. Not as fast as Robinson.
Chop is way up there. Yeah, he's like a 98 percentile since like 2009 or something. They were saying. All edge rushers.
So he runs a 4.5 40, which is pretty quick for an edge. He got a vertical jump of 34.5, broad jump 10.3, bench press 23 reps.
Yeah. And he said outstanding production. So the opposite of Chop, where they say has great numbers, it says outstanding career production with 45.5 tackles for loss, 30.5 sacks, and 5 forced fumbles. So that's one of his strengths. So
yeah, those are his strengths. So here, let's give you an overall overview of him. It says broadly built edge defender with substandard traits, but lights out production over the last couple of seasons, as you just mentioned, Rob.
Kamara, the opposite of Chop. Chop has all these great traits, but not the production. So that's funny.
And it says Kamara won't be everyone's cup of tea due to his lack of length and tendency to rely heavily upon his power. He gets into the pocket with violent hands, lower body drive power, and a relentless desire to meet the quarterback. He'll have to prove he can circumvent long-limbed technicians on the next level, which could be a challenge. He's not a classic edge setter against the run. Another guy, it's not good against the run. But he does a nice job of playing under blockers and sneaking into the gaps. That's good. He might drop some on the draft, of course, due to his measurables, but the kind of will to conquer he's shown typically does translate into the NFL. So he might be a rotational player for us.
Yeah, he might be a sleeper on the radar.
I
like that last part. He might drop some on draft day due to measurables. Because, that's why Zach Thomas dropped on draft day because of measurables. Then but the kind of will to conquer he's shown physically translates in the end.
I like that. I like
I would
that.
give your voice a break for a minute. I would read some of the strengths that they just have dotted and then get into some of his weaknesses. I already said the outstanding production. So sets up inside rush move with hard upfield push off the snap, violent hands, help grease the edge at the top of the rush, continuous assault on the pocket through contact, plays with force and aggression. I know Brett Grassi, I probably screwed up his last name, plays with large force and aggression when attacking the block. Has the leverage and base strength to squeeze split double teams. Now to the weaknesses. Can become too reliant on power in the rushed approach. Inconsistent working back under and replacing pocket depth. Excessive forward lean causes imbalance when dipping the corner. Will need to prove he can stack blocks and set a firm edge. Hard charging play style will lead to missed tackles. This is all analysis from NFL.com. People, not my take. I didn't go right, and I just want to make sure I'm giving proper due. That's all from NFL.com.
Well, he sounds like he can be a developmental player on the edge. Maybe they can work him in, and he probably get a chance to work him in a little bit this year, if he makes the team. And we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah,
we doubled up on edge.
Let me get updated since we spend more time on the Dolphins than anyone else. 3 picks have gone off the board since the Dolphins. Hunter Nerzad, Penn State center, went to the Kansas City Chiefs. Hunter Nerzad, center, Penn State, Kansas City. Buffalo Bills. Oh, my goodness, man. They're killing me on these names. Linebacker, Washington, guys. Edifon Foshiel. Anyway, you guys know. You can look it up. If you really want to know, look at who they took. But he's a linebacker. Finally, a name thank you, Commanders. You gave me a name I can pronounce. Dominic Hampton out of Washington. Man, another Washington, back-to-back Washington pick.
Yeah.
Safety. So there you go. When Washington Commanders took a guy from the state of Washington in Dominique Hampton, and the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. So we're all updated. Now I get to see what Scotty's take and all these guys. Okay, so
Pick is
Kamara
in.
replaces AVG. Chop is the same size as Watt. Do you consider Watt undersized? Who said Watt? So let's say, lo-fi. Training room meets 2 undersized DE. You can end up with something very good if they get a great motor. Okay, if that's what Watt's considering size, what is the actual complaint? I don't know. Like I said, I don't believe in all this. I mean, some stuff. Obviously, Steve and I, like at 5'8", something, aren't going to be a left tackle even in a prime in the NFL. But a lot of the measurables, I think, are overdone, man. Because, like I say, if it was this all measurable, Zach Thomas would have never been drafted and never been given a chance. So there are positions that you can go. And if this guy has a motor, they say, and, we don't know about Good. We don't know about a lot of young guys coming back from the injuries and stuff. And to me, I'm surprised. I would have not thought edge at that point, because only now, if we hadn't taken Chop, then edge would have been, I would have thought about it.
Yeah, you see, that's interesting to me. They took Chop, and now they get another edge. So I don't know.
Hey, they're doubling down.
I understand that, but that's kind of that's interesting.
Yeah, hey, he said it himself. Mike McDaniel said he loves himself some edge rushers. He said,
"Yeah,
we have enough pass rushers." Said no one ever. Is what he said the other day. So so you can never have two. Oh no, that's what he said. You can never have too many pass rushers or something to that regard. So, and it's true.
Thank you for joining Outback. Thank you for joining Outback Orchard. Appreciate you joining us.
He's always good. He comes into my room often too. Thank you, Outback. Hit that thumbs up for this channel. Dad Dean, hopefully safety in the 6th round. And then all the names he mentions there. And that's who he wants safety. He's letting it be known safety. Overall, I think, I'm a little surprised they went edge again. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to sit here and say I thought they were going to take another edge at this pick. So, man, I have really been we all been off today on the 2 picks so far. We all said I mean, we didn't know names. No one's going to know. I'm just talking position. We were all saying safety, and none of us said running back today when we were listing our names. We said like defensive tackle. We said safety and receiver, and they have yet to address any of those guys.
Wow. So, that's why I'm almost positive now they're gonna shooting for Boyd or OBJ.
So now, guys, unfortunately, the Miami Dolphins are not on the clock until the 6th round, where we will have 2 picks in the 6th round. But let me get the exact numbers of them because I don't have my graphic up and I don't remember what I used to remember. So let's see, 6 round.
I hope you're right, Daniel. I hope he is a steal.
Yeah. So the Dolphins have pick 184.
Okay.
And what else? And 198 in the 6th round. And then we have a 7th. I won't go all the way that far because then I really get discouraged. But you see. So our next pick is at pick 184. So
how you feeling about the edge pick, Kamara?
I'm like I said, the positions. I'm not gonna pretend that I even knew who I'm not gonna lie. I don't know much about this player other than what we just read, But with that said, the position of edge surprised me. So just because we took edge early.
Do you think they took another?
I just said Mike McDaniel said you
can never I know, but do you think they took another edge because of the injuries, or do
I think because of injuries and uncertain status of a few.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Okay. Arizona Cardinals just took an offensive lineman out of your state there, Steve, Texas, out of Texas, the big school in Texas. They just took Christian Jones, offensive tackle, out of Texas at pick 162. And the Green Bay Packers are on the clock at 163. Again, we won't be picking for a while, guys. So thank you for sticking with us. So we can overanalyze all the other picks. Like I said, I'd be out of the room for a little while at 4, and Steve, you may have to leave, but I'd be able to close it out later.
Well, I've got another hour.
Oh, okay. That's good because Bobby's going to come in for me before my time.
Okay.
Our time here on the East Coast. So we're going to have to run out and do something real quick. So
I think Scotty made a good point. I think Chubb will start on what is it? Injured reserve or injured?
Yeah, Chubb is definitely going to start on injured reserve.
Yeah.
Now, whether they have to leave a roster spot for him that first day, then cut, and so they're going to probably have to cut someone they don't want to cut and hope he's still there when you come back. That's what they did last year.
Yeah.
So, but because if you have him on, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting on how they maneuver the roster.
Yeah. Outback Orchard. I haven't heard anything on his status, but we're just
like October, November is like they estimated somewhere in there. So.
Yeah. It was a pretty serious injury. And this was his second injury with ACL, but it was the opposite leg. So I mean opposite knee. So that's I don't know if that's good or bad, but
all right. Oh yeah, if he starts training camp on, you're right. So he can start training camp on it. You're right. So, which is good, but it's not good. But you are correct. It's not like you got like we had to do with Jalen Ramsey and all these guys. Let's see. Hey, Catherine Johnson. Hey, Outback. All right, so we are updated, Steve. Like I say, I mean, I'm just surprised at the edge. That's all. I mean, whether, like I say, I'm not going to sit here and. For all we know,
I get it. I understand. I understand why they did it. I think, I think it's because of the injuries, uncertainty in that position. So I get it.
I mean, you never know. And as crazy as it sounds, and people are going to yell at me, at 5 years from now, we could say Mohamed Kamara had a better, is having a better career than Chop Robinson. That's how the NFL draft works sometimes.
Yeah, it's a crapshoot, right?
Yeah, so I don't think that's going to be the case, but you never know. It's been before. Just remember back when they were the Redskins, they took RG3 with the second pick of the draft, and Kirk Cousins has been the better NFL quarterback. Yes, granted, RG3, he got hurt, so it's not a fair comparison. But,
Right.
they did a double down just in case, and, Cousins had a decent NFL career. So it's just, you never know in this crazy business, man.
Yeah.
So trying to draft. Okay, Jacob Monk. Now all the offensive linemen are starting to go off the board. Duke center Jacob Monk. This went to the Green Bay Packers at pick 163, guys. So that's where we stand right now. So
yeah,
to me,
and that's true. He could be, as Scotty mentioned here in the chat. I'm just reading the chat. He probably could be a replacement for AVG. You're right. I didn't think of that. That's true.
yeah. He said that earlier, Steve. Pay attention.
Oh, did he?
I'm teasing, but he said it earlier. Good point by Scotty. You got to double down on your good points, Scotty, just like the Dolphins double down on the edge position. But I just find it's funny that I know I've said it 3 times right on the show that Mike McDaniel said he loves edge rushers, that he would draft an edge rusher. If he ever, and lo and behold, he's living up to his name. He's drafting those edge rushers. So, and hey, it's at this point in the draft, there's going to be a lot of projects. They all have talent, obviously. They're going to play in the NFL, but it's going to take a little work and get to. But I almost consider every NFL prospect a prospect and a project. I don't care how your pedigree is in college coming out, you're still going to have to learn the NFL. So there we go. Let's see. Hoping Cats Christmas make it to the next pick. So that's Kristen Boyd or Malik Washington make it to the next pick.
Oh, I didn't even see Bat. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you coming in.
Bat Sloth in the house.
Appreciate you.
Scotty, he can play on both sides. What wouldn't call him son? He's undersized and arm length issue, but he can play and think he's better from the ball. There, that's Daniel's take. And I'm assuming he means on our latest edge rusher that we took, because I didn't see the start of the conversation.
That's interesting. Lo-Fi said future Chubb trade to Vic Fangio. Maybe. Maybe. I don't think he'll be here next year, Chubb. That's my opinion, though.
I know. To me, that just proves to me it was a waste. I know it's injury and blah, 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 but that's a wasted trade, man. Giving up a number 1 and the 4 this year and whatever, and the man's gone that fast. Yes, his injury. He started showing some production last year before he got injured. And before his silly play where he got upset against the Titans. But, me, you were happy with the Chubb trade. I was like kind of down on it from the get-go. I didn't like it. So maybe I'm a little biased. I need to remove my bias. But to me, if he walks after next year, and especially since he's not even going to play much this year, that's a waste of a first-round pick in my book and a 4th-round pick this year. So which required us due to that to have to trade up this year into the 4th round to draft a running back. Maybe we wouldn't have had to give up a next year 3rd if we would have been, and it happens. So everything, if he would have been an all-pro, I would have said I was wrong. But I'm afraid I may have been up right, not liking that Chubb trade when it happened. So, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. We can get caught up on our viewers. Bat Sloth, this shows our new defensive receiver prioritizes speed on the edges. We drafted the 2 fastest edge rushers in the NFL draft this year. And we know McDaniel will sign off on speed. That's why he probably loves Weaver. He's probably like, speed? You say speed? Okay, let's go. So,
hire that man.
Yeah, exactly, man. Sky, I think that was a plan with Paul. He's got things you can't teach, and they are hoping between Butchberry and Teron Armstead to learn behind. He's in a great position. Supposedly, I don't remember the name, guys. You would have to Google it or whatever. He supposedly has, how everyone said, oh, Tua finally has a quarterback coach. He supposedly has an private offensive line coach that's known to be one of the best in the business, and that he improved a lot going into his last year at Houston once he got this guy to coach him on the side. and he improved tremendously and had his best year. So the man is working on his trade. I like it. He went that extra, did it. He has a size. So, I mean, I think, to me, if Patrick Paul's not starting by 2025, then it's a wasted pick. You know, it's not a great pick. But I don't expect him to start the year as a starter before Armstead and some of those guys and the veterans we have. But I expect him to have some snaps if you just based on the play last year of the offensive line injuries. Just common sense says he's probably going to get some action because he's definitely going to be on the roster. You're not going to try to put him on the practice squad. So he's made the roster. So someone's, you know, we will see on that front.
Yeah. Yeah, and
I don't know. You know, I talk about Tyndall all the time on my show, Scotty. I've given up on him. I mean, if he's a special teams absolute stud, maybe he makes it, but I don't know. I wouldn't bet. If they told me if I had to bet my mortgage on it, I sure as hell wouldn't pick that one.
The one that I'm looking forward to seeing this year and to see how he does is Cam Smith. I'm really it's really bugging me. I really want to see if he was he just is. I know he's got the talent, you know. It just I don't know if his if he has the mental aspect of the game down, you know.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's too fast for him. I don't know.
Indianapolis was on the clock again. They just took Jalen is a popular name. Jalen, and there's so many different ways to spell it. This one spells it Gaylin. Jalen Simpson, safety, Auburn. Jalen Simpson, safety, Auburn, just went to the Indianapolis Colts. So a safety's off the board for you guys calling for safety for the Miami Dolphins. Jalen Simpson's off the board to the Indianapolis Colts at pick 164. The Ravens took running back Rasheen Ali. Rasheen Ali. Running back Marshall went to the Baltimore Ravens at pick 165. And the New York Football Giants are on the clock at pick 166. Happens to be the favorite football team of Steve's better half. So the New York Giants are on the clock. So
in fact, she's watching the draft. She's in the other room watching it right now.
Yeah, so she knows her Giants are on the clock.
Oh, yeah.
So I've been trying to sneak over to
Mr. Finn Stanza. How you doing?
I told Bobby I was running a little bit behind.
Welcome.
I told him.
Oh wow, Steve, you added yourself. You know, I'm supposed to be able to add you, so I feel like the big wig. But hey, Evan. So
yes,
I haven't really heard. I know you like. I talked to you the first night. I know you like Chop. I don't really know where you stand on Paul. Well, yeah, I do. I know where you stand on Paul.
Okay, I'll give you a recap. Okay, I'll give you a recap.
Yeah.
So for me right now, where are we at the picks? Last time I checked, they picked an edge rusher that Jeremiah had in the top one at 75. We got him at 158.
Kamara.
Yeah, so we got
Kamara. I like that
down
pick.
on edge rushers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so for me, when I heard the name Chop, when I saw the way the draft was falling with the 6 quarterbacks,
right,
the sort of the same way we all like to beat our drum, and I think Malloy, Steve, you were watching the show when I said it.
Yes.
We all know what Mike McDaniel said in his press conference, that his first draft pick was going to be an edge rusher.
Right.
And the famous line that you like to say is, we're more concerned about their offensive line than they are. It's the famous line, right?
Right.
So because of the so-called 2-year window that you talk about as well, about Greer and all that, I knew it was going to be an edge because I said to myself, they feel they need to cover themselves for Chubb and Phillips.
Yes.
And because Chubb and Phillips
are
not, they don't have to rush them, right? And unfortunately, we dealt with the Eli Apple mess last year, Kader Kohu. You need to have depth at that position. And you saw what happened in the playoffs. Is he a finished product? Probably not. But Austin Clark, Anthony Weaver, the way they develop their defenses, the way the Baltimore Ravens scheme that we all love, I'm confident that he'll be able to be a good day one starter. He has speed to the max. So for me, would a Graham Barton been great? Yeah, sure. But I believe that Butch Barry would have rotated him in and out because I think Butch Barry still thinks he believes, and you know this. They still believe in Leon Eichenberg. They still believe that Keon Smith is capable. Robert Jones is capable. So for me, that was fine. Then in the second round, I'm happy with the pick. Only reason I'm happy with the pick is because even though it's a little bit of a project, we do need to prepare for the fact that even though Kendall Lamb is there and Austin Jackson's there, to get a 6'7", 300 something odd pounder. I don't know if you heard the guy. Did you watch his press conference at all?
I didn't know.
Okay, go. Who's the guy you know who always is polite, says, I appreciate you? It sounded like listening to Bobby Melendez. I swear to God, listening to this guy. So polite. The guy was so excited. They had the 30 with him. They met him at the Combine. They met him at the Senior Bowl. The guy just looks like a beast of a guy. And so for me, to have him available in the lineup is, for me, a great pick for me, because if that's who they feel was on their board, we're not getting a day one starter. Maybe Cooper Beebe, maybe, but I don't think they believe that they were getting a true day one starter.
Yeah, for sure.
On the line. So I like the fact that it's a little bit of a project, and in 2 years, I think he'll be ready. Do I love the pick? No. Am I okay with the pick? Yes. But so, for example, I like that pick better than Cam Smith. So when you compare the two, I like this pick more than Cam Smith. So he's because he's higher in the pecking order. Cam Smith is not winning the job over Kendall Fuller in 2 years or Jalen Ramsey in 2 years. Yeah. We know that Paul is going to be our starting left tackle in 2025. It's pretty evident, right?
We all talked about real quick. Tyrone Tracy, running back, Purdue, just got taken by your wife's favorite team, Steve, the New York Giants.
Running back,
Tyrone Tracy Jr., running back, Purdue, and the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock at pick 167. All right, Evan.
All right.
That's it.
So then they talked about in after the first night, they tried to get into the first. Maybe they were trying to Xavier Worthy. Maybe who knows what they were trying to do. Then they tried to move up in the second. Didn't happen. They're going to try to move up in the third again. They didn't happen. When I saw, and I looked at my phone because I'm dealing with a lot of home stuff now, and I'm running around, and I saw that they traded for 120 with the Eagles, and I was actually, of all the partners, that was one of the partners I was confident they might do something with, because Harry Roseman and Chris Greer are actually really good friends. They actually have a very good relationship with each other. And when I saw Jalen Wright, do you understand how many Jalens we have?
Yeah, I know.
Steve, we could do a show.
Yeah,
I know. We could do a show on Real Talk Fins Talk, or I could do on the bandwagon, where we bring someone on, spell that person's name. They would spell the Jalen wrong every single solitary.
I know, it's so funny that they all spell it different ways.
No, two spell it. I think two spell it Jaylen. I think so.
Yeah. Jalen Phillips spells it like Jaeelan.
Right.
Yeah.
And I just saw another Jalen go off the board. I'm surprised the Dolphins didn't draft him.
I know.
I personally believe that spells the end for Saban Ahmed. I don't think he'll get out of camp. He'll be on the practice squad.
I agree.
I believe they're going to cut Jeff Wilson.
I agree. Both, yes.
Because Chris Brooks is better than the two of them, and we still need Chris Brooks. Because Chris Brooks is not going to cost you nearly what Ahmed's not giving you a lot, but I'm saying he's the cheapest of all of them.
Right.
This guy is basically Raheem. In 2 years, this is his show with Devon Achane. And that is speed. And we saw what Devon Achane did last year. So just imagine what Jalen Wright's going to do for us.
Here's the thing, too, Evan. Jalen Wright does have some physicality to him as well. So he's bigger, and he does run with some physicality. So I like that.
I do. They're talking about the running back. Sorry, Steve.
Yeah,
they're talking about the running back in there, and I do give kudos to Greer this time. He didn't get caught behind the running back run. He got out in front of it. I always picked on him in the past. Got to give him credit when he does well. He got ahead of the running back. Now, whether you think we'll find out if he picked the right running back or not in a couple, we know during the football season. But he got ahead. He got his choice. Kudos to him. And anyway, you guys can go on and go.
And then
thought that was good.
And then Kamara, I like that because the guy is a great edge rusher, also fast. I think he's very capable. Yes, it's a 5th round pick, but you know what? I have more faith in him than Channing Tyndall or Cameron Good.
Thank you, Dad Dean. Appreciate for the super chat, brother.
And guys, the one thing, what is the one thing you can never have too many of? Pass rushers.
Pass rushers, yeah, especially in today's.
Now we have Daniel says it all the time. He says it. He tipped his hand. He said when he got hired, my favorite position in all of football is edge rusher. Yeah. So, and he said the other night when they drafted Chop, He goes, no one's ever said we have too many pass rushers.
Yeah.
So
for me, I'm okay with that. We'll see what happens. What's their next pick now? 180, 184, and then 198, right?
What's the next pick, Rob?
Like 184, I think.
Miami.
Yeah, I said it a minute ago. Yeah, it was like 184, and they're on pick.
And then 198.
A running back. Another running.
Let's
Let's
just talk about the
But Keelan
what's that term
Robinson
in the room?
back
Let's just talk about the concerns right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, they don't have a number 3 receiver.
Correct.
They don't have a stout D lineman to go against Steeler. It's very rotational.
Correct.
There's not much in free agency unless someone gets cut.
But Evan, I think it's going to be a rotation on the D line.
I do also, but I do believe they're going to go get a veteran somehow. I think on the wide receiver core, I think there will be if they don't pick someone here, I believe the OBJ signing will happen in the next 2 weeks.
Or Tyler Boyd.
Or Tyler Boyd. I don't think no AT Higgins. No, we're not bringing in a guy who's a 1-2. We can't afford him, and it's a waste of money.
Right.
The one that concerns me the most, actually, because of his injury and because I love Poyer. You know that I've been bragging. I wanted him last year.
Mm-hmm.
Holland, we both love Snowman, my favorite Canadian. But Justin Simmons is sitting there, and I don't trust Needham and Bonner and that group to cover for them. So we need a safety.
Yeah, we need a safety. I agree.
Like, of all the positions, actually, of all 3, I want another safety.
Yeah.
Well, everyone in our room all day has been saying, everyone's been saying, say every pick, safety. Oh, they're trading up for a safety. Then it was a running back. So they've been saying safety in the room all day. So you're on par with our users.
Yeah. So for me right now, so I want to just clarify a couple things about this draft for a lot of fans and everything. I thought about winning. It's not a transition year. What I'm basically saying for Chris Grier, he's planning for 2025 with most of these picks, but he's building a roster for game 1 for 2024. So what I mean by that is the starters and the key players who are going to be playing the critical games mid-year are going to be the veteran players who are going to help you win this division. The other players are going to be there. So if you want to cut Mostert, if you want to cut Tyreek, if you want to cut Chubb, if you want to cut another, Armstead's done. You have the players in place for 2025, and then next year you're building again through the draft by adding more players. But you know this, they have $18.5 million coming off the cap. Mm-hmm. You know, they're going to be able to do so much with that. They're not going out to sign people for $10, $15 million a year. Odell Beckham wants to come here, he'll get maybe $5-6 million at the absolute top. Justin Simmons, maybe we'll extend him, we'll give him a 1-year option, whatever it is. Maybe he'll get $6 or $7 million. But you're still going to do, because they even said the draft class that they're drafting now, they're not going to have to. I think it's going to cost them, I think, maybe $3 million, if anything, for these draft picks. So.
I know. Well, that's the good thing about, speaking of draft picks, guys, the last 3 have come off the board. Keelan Robinson, running back, Texas, went to the Jaguars at 167. Edge rusher out of Troy called Javon Solomon went to the Buffalo Bills, our arch rival, at pick 168. And the Packers just took Keaton. Oh, my God.
Where are you keeping up? Are you online or you're on watching it?
I'm online. So they took a
NFL.com.
Aladapo. I probably screwed up the name, and he was a compensatory pick. So, and we're getting through. We're at the bottom of the 5th round, going through all the 5th round compensatory picks, and then we get to the 6th. So that's good.
But right now, after 3 traded Garrett Cooper to the Boston Red Sox per sources, what does Bobby know about baseball?
Did you see that, Rob?
You got Garrett Cooper.
Oh, wow. Thank Missy. He's updating me because I'm working here and he knows I don't look at my social media. My son would be very happy with that. It's funny, though. They're playing with each other. He's just going to walk over at Fenway Park and change Chubb houses because the Cubs are at Fenway this weekend.
Really? Oh, wow.
My son would like that. He's been saying, I don't know why we just don't get Garrett Cooper. He would help our team. So, man, my son is on the ball. So. That's it.
Telling Rob. See, Bobby still doesn't get it after 2.5 years. that I'm
Thank you,
trolling.
Bobby. Yeah. Thank you, Bobby. Like I said, because I'm not looking. I'm only looking at Dolphins.
Thanks for joining, Cody.
Bobby, give a thumbs up if you like the Dolphins getting another edge.
Thanks for joining, Cody Hellman. Thank you for joining the show tonight, this afternoon.
Well, he's not happy with the draft. He thinks we need a center. I just don't think the board
We
fell
don't
the way
need a
that,
center. Because, guys, if Connor Williams does come back, he will be he'll be there to play guard and center. Eichenberg will be there to guard and center. Brewer is not an injury-prone player.
It's like you said, Evan, and I've been saying it the whole year. You know, the Dolphin fans are more worried about the O-line than the Dolphins are. That's the bottom line. They're not worried or concerned of the O-line.
And Brewer's a center.
I
think Connor Williams will be a late signing because I think Connor Williams wants to try to get back. Kendall Lamb is capable. Eichenberg can do the job in a pinch. He was able to do it. As long as it's not Lester Cotton, I'm okay. Yeah. And by the way, everyone was ripping me about it. Get JPJ. I like JPJ, but he has injury history.
Concussion.
Yeah.
And did you watch him snap the ball last year to Bo Nix?
I did.
It was a repeat of it was worse than Connor Williams to Tua.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So great player, but what do we love about Connor Williams? We sacrifice his poor snapping for his blocking, but it has an effect on a small quarterback. And we will send him. By the way, and yeah, Bobby's right. How many years have you been hearing the Dalton Reisner thing? Dalton Reisner could be a Dolphin on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Right? Dalton Reisner is a very capable guard.
Yeah.
So
but I'm with you, Evan. I don't think
a receiver. Bub means out of Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Just pick 170.
I really don't. The 2 years ago, I would have said we need an O-lineman. I would have said we need more O-linemen. But I was listening.
Beating a dead horse.
I was listening to Overtime with Greg and Brett, and they make some good points. And Greg made a good point. Offensive lines are not the same as they were 5 and 10 years ago. You don't need a all-pro offensive line. You just need one good guy, one or two good guys, and the rest can be solid, serviceable guys. The way that the game is played, it's, especially the Miami Dolphins. Mike McDaniel is not going to change his scheme anytime soon. Trust me. Tua is not going to change his game. He's going to get the ball out in 2.5, 2.6. He's just comfortable throwing it, and plus throwing it at a quick release like that. Plus, when you got two speedy receivers on the end, like Waddle and Tyreek, right? They get down the field so quickly. You don't have much time to throw the ball to them to get open.
I just believe that our fan base, if we would have taken Caleb Williams, if we would have taken the first 10 people in the draft, they would have found 10 reasons why they didn't like the 10 players. That's just how we are as a fan base, because we're starving for wins. But for me, in the end, and tell me if you disagree, our offense as a whole, with Waddle, Hill, Mostert, Achane, that core of those players, John, should be able to win you any football game with that star power like it did at the beginning of the year last year. In the end, what ended up killing us was the way Mike McDaniel strategized in games. But think about it. What ended up killing us last year? Tennessee Titans. It wasn't the offense. It was the defense. And in the end, Anthony, unlike Rick Fangio, who we never saw, Anthony Weaver, what was the one thing, Steve? What's the one thing I complained about Vic Fangio all season?
No, he was in the press box.
Exactly. When you interviewed Anthony Weaver, where did he say he was going to be?
On the sideline.
On the field. You really think, I always said this, do you think that Brian Flores, Don Shula, Jimmy Johnson, after that first touchdown they gave up against Tennessee, do you don't think those guys would have been in tears on the sideline? We would hear them up in Houston and Canada the way they played on that day. Let Anthony Weaver have his players. He needs edge rushers. He needs players to help develop. So you got him 2 edge rushers. So far, we have 2 offensive players for Mike McDaniel and Paul and Wright. You gave him 2 edge rushers. I won't be surprised if we pick a wide receiver. I believe the next 2, we have 3 more picks. We'll probably end up having 4. I think they'll draft a quarterback. I wouldn't be surprised because for me personally,
did you say quarterback?
I would draft a quarterback. I haven't looked at. Has he gone yet?
Rattler's gone.
Not Rattler. The guy from Tennessee, right?
Milton.
Milton.
Oh, Milton. Yeah.
Has he gone yet?
No.
I take Joe
I've
Milton.
seen it.
I would take Joe Milton at 180. I would take Joe Milton at 184.
And what would you do with? What would you let White go? Mike White?
I'd let Mike White and Skylar Thompson go.
Both.
I would have Joe Milton and Twila fight for the backup position.
You and Twila, man, come on.
Yeah,
you don't
draft 2 rookies.
That ain't happening, man. It ain't happening.
Steve, they're drafting him.
Tua is not going to let his brother play on the same team.
They're going to draft him as undrafted rookie. I'm telling you.
Nah.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, breaking news: Jordan Travis, Florida State, just went to the New York Jets.
Oh, wow.
Pick 174. So Jordan Travis, he had a devastating injury at FSU, kept them out of the championship games in the playoff. Jordan Travis, quarterback, Florida State, is out. He kept them basically from not giving Florida State the chance to play in the playoffs because Jordan Travis.
Let me ask you both a question.
Mm-hmm.
As the team stands now, would you not be upset? Oh, I won't frame it that way. What would be your expectation of the Miami Dolphins in the regular season? Not the playoffs, regular season this year as the team stands now. What would be your expectation? And if you don't hit that expectation, then it's a failure. What would it be?
Win the division.
For me?
Yeah. Win the division.
My expectations is definitely, win a division, win a Super Bowl. But
yeah.
At the way that we stand now, and I'm being premature on this. I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm only speculating. I don't think we're going to win more than 10 games this year.
I think we're going to win more.
I don't think so.
I do.
Well,
if we don't win this division,
I'm hoping, but I just don't see it.
There's not enough players out there right now for Buffalo to go revamp that team. It's not possible.
Mm-hmm.
The Jets, you're relying on a very aging quarterback, and it's all pieced together with veterans. Salah's on the hot seat by a country freaking mile. Tyrone Smith is going to get injured before Teron Armstead, and the Patriots aren't going to do anything. So if we don't win this division, it's an absolute failure.
I agree. I'm with you on that. If we don't win a division, that's my expectation. We don't win a division, yes, it is a complete failure. I agree.
Because for me, the team is better than last year. Because for me, I believe they're better than last year.
I don't think so, man.
Who did we lose?
We lost. Don't
say Wilkins, because for me,
no, I wasn't going to say Wilkins.
No, who's better? Who you sad you lost?
Who am I? AVG on the defense side of the ball.
I believe that Shaq Barrett is a suitable replacement for him by a mile. He's won a Super Bowl. And he's won 2 Super Bowls.
I don't know, man. He's young. I liked AVG. He was younger. He was always around the ball.
But he wasn't worth $10 million to me. He's not a $10 million linebacker to me.
Yeah, why not? I would have paid him $10 million.
Not with all 3. Barrett is a 1-year deal.
No, not Barrett. Not with Barrett. I would have kept AVG.
But AVG wanted No, that's different. Shaq Barrett knows he's not. Shaq Barrett signed this contract.
Shaq Barrett is the stopgap.
No.
Yes, I know.
Shaq Barrett signed a contract knowing he's not the starter. AVG signed a contract because he wanted to be a starter.
Oh, he's a starter now.
Yes, but AVG was not going to be a starter here. He was going to be another stopgap again. You're not going to pay your stopgap guy $10 million.
Nah,
Trevor Geegan, Michigan.
I would have loved AVG, but just on the defense, I hated to see AVG leave. Christian Wilkins he wasn't going to win you a Super Bowl, and neither was AVG, to be honest with you. Those guys are not going to win Super Bowls for you, right?
No.
But who will win Super Bowls for you are your wide receivers, your running backs, and especially your quarterback. Number one, your quarterback.
Yes. Where are we in the draft?
As a collective, the defense, even though we had these injuries, I thought they played very well.
All right, Steve, let me update real quick, Steve. Pick 172, Trevor Geegan, guard, Michigan, was taken by the Philadelphia Eagles and the Jets.
Trevor Geegan, yeah.
Chet is right back again. The Jets just picked Jordan Travis, quarterback out of Florida State, at pick 171, and now they're at pick 173. These are compensatory picks, guys. So we're almost at the end of the 5th round, and we would be getting to where the Dolphins finally have a pick again. So we're just like 11 picks away from the Dolphins.
All right.
So.
Can't wait. Be interesting to see.
The Cowboys are on the clock at 174, and the Jets pick is in. It just hasn't come across yet. So overall, though, like I agree with you guys, though. This year needs to be good. Will it be a complete travesty or whatever?
You know what? You know what?
They need to win. I mean,
of course they need to win.
They need to win the division.
But if do you think if they really thought they had an opportunity to win a division or a Super Bowl that they would go in a draft like this?
Who, the Dolphins?
Yeah, the way they drafted.
I don't think they were I am convinced there weren't players at the picks that they were picking at.
No, but the question I'm asking is whether there was players there or not. The question I'm answering is be honest, in your heart.
Yeah.
Do you really believe Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel think they have an opportunity to get to the Super Bowl this year?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
With the way that they've selected in free agency in the draft, you do?
Yes.
I don't. But that's your opinion. I respect
You know why?
that.
Because they believe that having a Tyreek Hill and a Jalen Ramsey and a Javon Holland and a Kendall Fuller and a Tua Tagovailoa and a Teron Armstead and a Raheem Mostert and a Devon Achane and Zach Sealer and having Chubb and Phillips healthy, that is a very good playoff roster. And by the way, you know this. If we were fully as healthy as the Buffalo Bills were, because we were depleted in that last game against Buffalo, we're not losing that game. Right? We're not losing a lot of the games that we lost in the stretch.
I have a different perspective on what your guys are saying, but I understand.
Win the Super Bowl, Steve.
No, I do. I'm just saying I do expect them every year. That's what their goal is. But that's what their goal should be. But what I'm saying is, I don't think they believe I think this is a reset year for him, and he knows.
That means Chris Greer is totally screwed up, is what?
Yeah, because by the way, no, because Steve, I don't think.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm going to tell you guys.
I like the picks. Don't get me wrong. I like the running
year,
back
but he screwed it up during this rebuild because we shouldn't be that long in a rebuild.
Yeah, we're going into a 6th year.
No, but let's backtrack.
The
reason we are where we are in your mindset of the rebuild is because of the screw up with Flores. Had Mike McDaniel been the original coach he hired 5-6 years ago, we'd be way ahead of schedule. You guys know me. Right now, if they don't make the playoffs or they don't win a playoff game, everyone should be fired. So if they're planning for a 2-year window, they're not going to get that 2-year window. My belief, our biggest Achilles heel is our head coach is yet to show that he's a true head coach. Is he a great players coach? Yes. Great play designer? Yes. But you, me, and the telephone pole know that on 3rd and down and in 4th and down, on short yardage, he does not have a scheme or something set up to run the goddamn football.
Okay, here's the question for you. Yeah. Do you think they had a power back like a Derrick Henry that he would run the football on 4th and 1 or 3rd? You don't think so?
I thought he would. I'm convinced he won't. He has to adapt. He has to have the belief, whether it's Raheem Mostert, Chris Brooks, Devon Achane, any person who runs the ball. Like for me, you know what I would do on a 3rd and 1? Or sorry, on a 4th and 1? Mm-hmm. Take Skyler and shove him. Because Skyler's tall enough and big enough.
You mean a quarterback sneak?
Yeah, and sneak it every time. In Montreal, do a different sport, a different league. CFL. Okay, CFL. Right. We had a star quarterback. You guys wouldn't know who he is.
That's not a bad idea.
No. What's his name might know who it is because he's been with Montreal. We had one of the best quarterbacks to ever play in this Canadian Football League. It's a guy by the name of Anthony Calvillo. He has almost all the records, played in Montreal. Every time they had a sneak play where there was 1 yard or less, the backup came in and ran the ball. And it moves the chains.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen it done before.
So I would use a 3rd stringer or a bigger guy to reach over, get the first down, and continue. Because you know this and I know this. When it's 3rd and 2 and 4th and 1 against Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, all those quarterbacks, with Tom Brady when he was playing because he was the best at it, we know it's a first down for the other team. We can't stop that ever. But or the tush push for us, everyone knows what we're about to do. So, like I said last night, you might as well put Mike Gesicki on the field because you know you're going to pass. And how many slants or bubble screens are we going to throw? How many bubble screens are we going to throw?
I agree. I don't like the call. I don't like the play call, the bubble screens and that kind of stuff. But I still say the reason why McDaniel did that is because you made the point. Number one, he don't have a quarterback to do a quarterback sneak, right? And number two, he don't have a big back. And number three, they were freaking 8 people in the box. There were 8 people. Yeah. How are you going to run with the running backs? A-Chain ain't going to run through that. Either is Mostert. No. They're not big enough or powerful enough to do that. Yeah. But if he had a big back, you could put 11 up there in the box at Derrick Henry. You ain't stopping him for 1 or 2 yards. That's my point. Okay, and my point is he's limited with the running backs. Go ahead, Rob.
Okay, Isaiah Davis, running back. Steve, running back, since you were just saying running back. South Dakota State just went to the New York Jets. I keep on saying New York Jets just took Isaiah Davis, running back, South Dakota State, and we are getting closer and closer to we're like 3 picks away from getting into the 6th round.
All right. But here's what I will say, Evan. I think this guy that we just acquired.
Kamara or Wright?
No. Right. Yeah, right. Right. He's definitely has a lot more physicality than Achane or Mostert. And so I think that's going to help. I think that's going to solve that problem. I really do. And I think, to be honest with you, he might be the freaking starting back over Mostert or Achane.
Do you know what he was averaging in college?
Yeah, 7.4 yards a carry.
But you know what Mike McDaniel's going to do? Throw the goddamn ball.
Well, he's a good pass catcher too.
Yeah,
better than Achane.
Yeah, because I keep on repeating this, but the video I'm going to play after every post-game show when he blows the game for not running the ball, I'm going to play that where he's freezing his ass off in the tunnel, where he basically said we need to have a sustained drive coming out of the half, and we need to run the ball. He ran the ball. He threw the ball 3 times.
Yeah. Cody
don't even listen to yourself.
Common theme. Cody Hellman thinks offensive line matters. He's been saying nothing but in the chat. So Cody, I understand. We've been saying it all along that.
Okay, I'm going to steal Malloy's line. I'm going to take Malloy. Malloy. The reason why our O-line doesn't matter is because even if he develops his reads, this is a quick strike offense. Even if it's not 2.2 seconds and it's 2.4, the offensive line is good enough and strong enough and fast enough to handle the way we run the scheme.
I agree.
If we were not a quick strike, first read, fast pitch offense,
because of our speed, that's why.
Exactly. We don't need 10 years in the pocket.
I agree with you.
We need 3 seconds.
And number here, I'm going to just throw this in there because you brought it up.
Cowboys just made their
the longer Tua is in the pocket, the more time he has, the worse he is.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a fact. So
Caitlin Carson, cornerback.
But I agree with you, Evan. We don't need an all-pro offensive line. All we need is a serviceable O-line.
Yeah.
And if we got a good tackle, or that would be great too. I'm not saying we don't need a good tackle. I want
to see both a good.
Caitlin Carson, cornerback, Wake Forest. This went to the Cowboys. Man, the Jets are almost on the clock again. How many
Dude, they had 3 picks. They had 3 picks.
I know, it's crazy, man.
I'm telling you, the Jets are stacking up.
Don't the 5th round value. But anyway,
don't sleep on the Jets.
Saints are on the clock at 175, and we get 184. So we're getting closer, guys.
If Aaron Rodgers is half as good as he was, the Jets are going to be a good team this year, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
But anyway,
we could be in 3rd place if we're not careful.
If we're not careful, man, that's what I'm telling you guys.
And that's like just counting New England, but
I mean,
they got a rookie.
I don't like it. I don't like it, man. I mean, I'm going to be very upset if we don't even make the playoffs.
Their
or
team
if we were one and done again.
Health and very longevity
of everything's going to blow off if that happens.
Oh hell yeah!
McDaniel won't survive that.
You don't think so?
If we don't make the play, if we're one and done again,
you don't think he'll survive?
I'll be Mr. Who's the harshest critic?
You.
Let me ask you guys a question. There was a question I wanted to ask you guys. It was really, who do you put the most blame on? And honestly, who do you put the blame on, the onus on, for the fact that we don't adjust to the defensive scheme and audible? Is that on Tua or is that on McDaniel?
I think it's a combination. I think it's both. I think number one, look, here's why.
I'm going to cut myself out just for a few minutes.
Okay.
I already told Bobby.
Right.
We can handle it here.
We got
all right.
Thank you. No. My honest assessment is, what was the question again? Ask that question.
Who do you blame? Because let's say we're so slow to get the play in,
right?
We're not able to make adjustment and audible at the line of scrimmage.
Okay, well, here's my take. Now you can take it or leave it. I know a lot of people aren't going to like it, and they may disagree with it. That's fine, But this is what I feel. My opinion, guys. Okay, this is not end all be all. This is just my opinion. I think I'm going to say it, and I'm going to say Tua is limited in that capacity. And that's the reason why I believe McDaniel doesn't have him audible, because he's limited in that capacity. Yeah. Now, whose fault is that? In all fairness, I'm going to say the first 2 years of Tua's playing football career, okay, they didn't properly develop him.
No.
They didn't make him, read defenses. They didn't make him, do audibles and things of that nature. They didn't develop him properly his first couple years. So to all fairness to Tua, I'm not saying it's his fault. And it's not fair to Tua again, because Mike McDaniel is, I know he's the coach and he wants to win. He wants the team to win. And he knows what Tua's weaknesses are, right? He is not focusing on his weaknesses. He is focusing on his strengths, which is fine. It's genius of him because it's working, but it's also hurting Tua in the same token.
Yeah.
That's my
assessment. Me, I think it's like I said, I believe that, and I've said this a few times, they're great together, but they're also bad together.
Yes.
Because there's elements where it's perfection, but there are elements that are so bad because he's trying to turn Tua into something that he's not, and they overthink it, and they make mistakes. Like I said, I believe they're too. When you're a boss, you're not supposed to get so close with your subordinates, and they're too close. There's no fine line between the two of them.
I agree. We've been talking about this all year, and I always talk about it on Real Talk FINS Talk with Rob. Is he's too player friendly.
Yeah, too player.
For sure. I agree, 100%.
Yeah. So we're just waiting on the next pick for 176 from the Seahawks. No, the Jets. The Jets again. Yeah, you're right.
The Jets, man, they got a lot of picks. Dude.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. What's his name's going to get injured after 4 plays.
Oh no, they beefed up the O-line this year.
But Tyrone Smith has missed like 60 games in like 5 years.
Yeah, I get it. But I'm sure they have a plan in place. I really do. I think they got a plan in play. They have the depth. Again, Aaron Rodgers, man. If he's half as good as he's been, well, not half, maybe
hasn't been good at all.
Well, he hasn't played this year or last year. But the bottom line is, if he comes out playing, as good as he has been in the last 3 years past or whatever, Jets are going to be a team to look out for, man.
This is a bad. Not even Steve Malloy will go that far.
Nah. Ryan Tannehill's not better than Tua Tagovailoa.
Helmet turns off. 15 seconds. I'm going to throw late plays. The people are really.
He had just as good as year as Tua Tagovailoa when he had 117 in Tennessee, that but no, he
hasn't been injured. He was not injured last year. Yeah. All quarterbacks get injured.
Yeah, he's not better than Tua Tagovailoa.
No, for me, it's Tua's. I think John Beck and work is going to make a big difference for him.
I think so. I hope so, man.
They'll find a way to make it work.
I don't know if you watched Real Talk FINS Talk last couple of weeks, but I kind of went over the three things that he needs to improve on. If he can improve on those three things, man, this offense is going to be unstoppable. It really is. Yeah. But he's got to improve on it, man. He just has to, because the way that the game is played today, who's the highest player? Who normally is the highest paid player on the team? Quarterback. So who's the most important player on the team?
Quarterback.
Yeah,
we're not going to win with Tyreek Hill's the highest paid player.
No. Quarterbacks are the most important player on the field all around. Okay? He is the overseer of that offense. He's the leader. He's the game manager. He's everything. And if you watch today's game, quarterbacks, who won the Super Bowl? Mahomes. Okay, look, I'm not comparing Tua to Mahomes, okay? I'm just saying. Brock Purdy, look at those two playing in the Super Bowl. Brock Purdy, if he wouldn't have missed those 3 passes in the Super Bowl, they could have won that game. Yeah. So quarterback is the most important player on that field.
You want to know why the 49ers lost the Super Bowl?
Why?
Coaching. Kyle Shanahan.
I won't argue with you
Kyle
there.
Shanahan in that Super Bowl, the last Super Bowl against the Chiefs before that, the Falcons Super Bowl against the Patriots. He has had a very serious role in costing his football team.
Well, let me ask you this. What tree does Mike McDaniel
comes from the Kyle Shanahan, Mike Shanahan tree. Exactly. That's my point. My point is that he needs to get out of it. Mike McDaniel has to forge his own path. The same way. When you ever notice when you go to those coach, I don't know if you ever noticed, when you go to when they have the owners meetings, and you have the coaches and they take the coach's picture. Do you know there's only outside of Andy Reid in his Tommy Bahama shirt and his shorts, there's one guy who stands out more than anybody. His name is Mike McDaniel. Mike McDaniel is supposed to be different. He's still being a stubborn person by not learning from himself, because he's outsmarting himself half the time.
I follow you, and I agree with you on that to a degree. I do. I really do. But I like McDaniel. I don't like his as you said, what we were just talking about, discussing his. Sometimes he can go back on some of the plays that and stuff like that. I got you. He doesn't make the right call in some instances, and that's look. There's no more excuses. Okay, this is his third year. There's no more excuses. The first year was an excuse. The second year was we kind of gave him a little slack if he made those same mistakes. This year, he cannot make those same mistakes. Period. Can't happen.
Yeah, it's true. 100%. Are we into the 6th round yet? Let's go. Let's just check out what's going on here. Who'd the Jets take? Hasn't announced it yet.
Cody Hellman. I understand what you're saying about the O-line.
No, he doesn't. 2 years ago, he had a shitty O-line.
Exactly. But here's what I want to say. I understand about your point about the O-line. Okay. What was the final score of that Kansas City in the Super Bowl? What was the final score of the Kansas City?
I forget what it was.
It was in the 30s, right?
Yeah.
What was Mahomes doing?
Running.
Why?
Because he was improvising.
Why? Because his O-line broke down.
Yeah. He had to manufacture plays a lot.
Exactly.
Yeah. You're right. 100%.
So it's a different game now.
Yeah. By the way, I'm happy my prediction came true that I said they were going to trade one of their thirds to get into the fourth.
Huh?
Yeah. I said that him or me.
No, you.
I said that I said last night while we were on the show that I would like them to get into the fourth.
Oh.
After the third, by giving up one of their thirds next year. And then Rob said, well, typically people want picks for this year. And I go, not necessarily. If they have an abundance of picks in this draft, they're happy to move on to next year if they feel they've covered most of their needs.
Yeah. No, I'm not mad about that. I thought moving up for, like I said, I out of all 3 picks, Or 4 picks.
Yeah.
I like Jalen White.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Cool. So where are we at? Let's see where we are at the draft. Trying to see what NFL draft tracker. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Round by round.
Yeah, I know.
We're at
176.
Yeah. No, I think we're at yes, we're at 177 right now. Because round 5,
okay,
I believe, is
177.
done.
Gotcha.
Round 5, I believe, is done.
Yes, it
With
is.
The Jets take. The Jets took. Oh, I can't believe they went that head. So there was a guy. His name is Quantez Stiggers.
I saw that.
He's from the CFL, from Toronto Argonauts. He visited like 15 teams.
Really?
Including the Jets and including the Dolphins, and they drafted him.
The Jets, huh?
No. They actually they could have got him as an undrafted guy. I guess they were very impressed by him, so they took him.
Evan, did you see the 100s? The pick is in on the draft 177 by the
Walter Rouse of
Walter Rouse.
Oklahoma.
Yep.
Yeah. Now it's Pittsburgh.
Was that Minnesota drafted him?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
So now we're waiting on the Steelers. There's one player I'd like for them to take, actually, that Kyle Krabs has been talking about a little bit. I like him. The pick is in for I like Jaheim Bell from Florida State. He's a tight end. Very, very good tight end. I'd be happy to have him.
You mean on the Dolphins?
On the Dolphins, yeah.
On the Dolphins?
If he makes it to 184, I'd like them to take him.
Is he a good blocker? Because that's what that's all we're using our tight ends.
Let me read about him. Let me read his profile again. Jaheim Bell draft profile.
Yeah, Cody, I kind of agree with you on that. I don't think we need a tight end.
Why not?
I think we're okay with Jono Smith, Smythe, and Julian Hill for what we do. You know, for what we do, I think that we're good with that.
Here,
remember
Jaheim Bell, in pass protection, he gave up 3 pressures and a sack. Bell, recognized for his versatility, was a 3-star recruit in second team All CCC. Yeah, so he's a good blocker.
Okay.
So, I don't know. Struggles in blocking often gets overpowered at the point of attack. Sorry,
there you go. There you go. We don't like him,
but he's a good pass catcher.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't.
Who's the best available right now? Who's the best available?
We don't utilize our pass catching.
Let me see who the best available is left.
We should, but we don't.
Let me see who the best available is left. Oh no. Oh no. Should we let him in?
Who is it?
Hi, beautiful.
There he is.
Hey, fellas.
By the way, I'm sorry. I made it in. I came. I saw. I went.
Hey guys,
Bobby, I'm doing the renovations and I had to move stuff and I had issues, so I was just like,
sorry.
Hey guys,
why is it so dark where you are?
Are you going to be in here for a while? Because
if you need to go take a break, go bathroom, do what you need to do, brother. I'm here for a little bit.
I got a class. I'm going to boxing, so.
Nice. Okay.
So
I have about 30. I have about 35 minutes, and then I have to step out.
So I'm gonna let you guys take it from here. Appreciate you. I'll see if the draft isn't over, maybe I can pop in after I come back. So.
All right. Cool, man. I'll talk to you a little bit. Good luck with class.
All right, absolutely. Appreciate you guys.
Appreciate
Evan,
you.
Thanks for taking over. And Bobby, again, I want to thank you for the FINS Talk Sports Network. You are the founder. I want to remind everybody, Bobby Melendez is the founder, the FINS Talk Sports Network. And I have a show on the FINS Talk Network with Dolphin Thirsty, Real Talk FINS Talk. You can catch us every Tuesday at 7:30 Eastern Standard Time on the FINS Talk Sports Network. And again, Bobby, I want to thank you for allowing us to have a platform on the FINS Talk Sports Network, brother. Appreciate you.
I appreciate you, my man. And I meant to reach out to you a week ago with that Ryan Garcia fight. I don't know if you had a chance to watch that, but my goodness.
Yeah, I saw that fight. Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah.
oh my goodness. I was going to reach out to you next day because I called my brother at midnight and it's 1 o'clock over there. It's midnight for us. And I go, are you watching this? He was up and he goes, it's bullshit because of the referee, but we'll talk about it. That was a great fight, man.
I know.
All right, brother. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, later. Yep.
Bye.
Yep.
So, Bobby, I have my kids are out, so I have to go get them at 5. So I'm just giving you a fair warning. So if we don't make it through to the end,
that's all right.
Is anyone else coming on, or just
not that I know? But Rob's coming. I think maybe Rob may come back, but I'm not sure.
So how do you feel about having 4 Jalen's? What a pick!
It was a great pick. I'm very happy with this pick. It was Jalen White. I mean, I think he is. Credit to Brett Lagasse again, who brought it up. Austin, I don't know if you remember, he brought up Jalen Wright.
Yeah.
And again, speed, size. Again, I love the chip on his shoulder talk that he's given. That he's going to make the NFL pay. I think it's been a solid day 3 for Miami. Muhammad Kamara. I know I saw some of the comments earlier that people were saying that is this for Bradley Chubb? I think this was more about BPA than it was about Bradley Chubb. In his career, 45.5 tackles. Excuse me, not that.
Kamara, or who are you talking?
Kamara, I'm talking about.
I like that pick.
30.5 sacks in his career, 5 forced fumbles. Last season, he had 56 tackles total.
13 sacks.
56 tackles, 13 sacks, 1 pass deflection, 2 forced fumbles. 6'1", 250. I thought that was a solid pick. Again, you go Chop Robinson with your first. You go Kamara with your in the 5th round. Last year, you went into the playoff game signing guys off the street. Ingram and Houston. I'm trying to remember the other guys, but you go in there without your starters, and now you go absolutely, Scotty. Great value. This guy had a 3rd round grade on him, and you got him in the 5th. And I did a little more research on him before coming on, and Lance Zierlein of NFL.com said this guy could be a starter one day, or he's projected as a starter. I think this was a solid move by Miami, and they are really going BPA. And again, to others, that might not be BPA to us or to you, but according to them, they're going BPA. These are solid picks. The Dolphins pick next. They got the Giants and then the Dolphins. The Titans are picking right now.
Yeah. What position do you think they go here?
Now it becomes about need, and I think this is when it comes about need. If you go to best available according to ESPN,
Kai Wingo?
Kai Wingo, defensive lineman, that makes sense. Brandon Rice, wide receiver. Jerry Rice's son, it makes a lot of sense. They still need a receiver. Of course, those are the top of the board. We could look down. Let's skip.
I don't see any. The one position I was looking for is safety, but I'm not going all the way down to Bo Braid at Maryland. I'm not going all the way that far down. I think they're going to have to go get someone in the.
Bo Braid's one of my top players. Is Bo Braid still there?
Bo Braid is still there.
Bo Braid is still on the board?
Yeah.
Oh, I'd pick him up for sure. That's one of my top guys there. James Williams still on the board too.
They're not going to go hedge again. So no, if I were them, I would do Brandon Rice. I think that'd be a good pick. Do you hear me okay? I can't hear you.
I hear you. I'm sorry. You broke up a little bit. I think I'm trying to see
me or you.
I'm
not moving. I'm moving.
Can't hear me?
No, you were breaking up a little bit. It could be me. I'm having weird internet issues.
I did
last night, and I think my cabling is a little off. I have to unplug everything and replug it in later. Can you hear me okay, though?
Can you hear me now? Yeah, I hear you good. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. So, but yeah, overall, look, and okay, again, thank you, Lo-Fi. It was me. All right. So overall, I think it's a solid draft. I know that I saw some in the comments talk about offensive line. Here's the thing.
I like Trey Taylor too. Pick us in for the draft. The Dolphins are on the clock.
Okay, we'll let it roll in. Look at Chris Greer. Oh, there they are. They're celebrating.
Who? The Dolphins?
Yeah.
Which channel are you on?
NFL Network. McDaniel threw his fist up.
Oh, he got Brandon Rice. If the Jets don't take him, that's so. He'd only be happy if he got Brandon Rice.
Oh, he's going to celebrate anybody's pick.
No.
Let me tell you something, though. This draft, last year I left, with Cam Smith, even though H.N. did really well, I left the last year's draft iffy about our draft. I didn't feel too good about it. I was it was all right. I was more excited probably about the H.N. pick, or more optimistic compared to the other ones. I had to talk myself into liking that one coming out of it. This one, I feel really good about.
No,
I feel really good about this draft.
I like the draft. Because I believe this is drafting not for this year. It's drafting for next year after what happens this year. Because most of the people they're going to need to win this year aren't going to be players who are getting in the draft. They're going to be stopgaps if they have to play, like Chop Robinson. I'm totally fine with it.
What I love is that we don't have to wait too long for the next pick after this. We got 184 and then 198. So
pick is in.
The pick is in. We're waiting for it. And there
I know who they
Rob
took.
is back.
I know who they took. They took quarterback Rob Mosley.
Yeah, exactly. I'm seeing we're on the clock. I hauled butt. Luckily, I'm a former cop. I can get away with stuff. So I was like, man, if I get pulled over, they're going to believe.
Miami Dolphins select Brandon. I guarantee you, it has to be Brandon Rice.
Here we go.
Let's go.
I can't believe the Jets.
Who's Fernando Torres?
It looks like he's from football. Yeah, from Madrid.
Oh, so the Dolphins took Malik Washington.
Why are you telling us?
Oh, I thought you guys. Sorry.
Spoiler!
I thought later round.
Malik Washington, wide receiver out of Virginia.
Where was he on the board? Oh yeah, he was there. He was he was the best third. He was the third available.
It's okay.
By the way, you want to know why they took him? Because he's only 5'9".
5'9", 191. Fits the criteria of Chris Greer.
Washington, the FBS, and so let's read about it. Pre-draft analysis. Washington left the FBS and broke the ACC single-season record with 110 catches in 2023. He has the acumen, burst, and change of direction to get open when he's got the two-way go, working out of the slot. Washington reaches his top speed quickly, makes defenders miss, has the contact balance to break tackles after the catch. He's a short target with shorter arms and makes contested catches over the middle. With good body control, he adjusts passes thrown outside with his frame and rarely drops the ball he gets his hands on. What do you think of this pick, Bobby? Are you happy with it?
ESPN is the 99th ranked player.
That's very good.
So is Washington receiver 3? Scotty's asking. Or is that a time will tell?
I'm happy with that pick. So, by the way, that means they're going defense on the next pick, eh? Right, Bobby? Are they going defense on the next pick?
They could. Again, safety Bo Braid is still there. James Williams is still there. Leonard Taylor is still there. You got solid defensive tackle and a couple safeties.
Do you like the guy from
last year? Look, hold on. Let me say this. His numbers, the numbers for Malik Washington out of Virginia, 110 receptions, 1,400 yards, 9 touchdowns, 13-yard per catch average. That's some solid numbers. Now, it's from Virginia, excuse me, but those are solid numbers. Plug and play, competes for 4, 5, 6. I don't know if he's number 3. We'll see. We'll see what happens after June 1st, but I think this is a solid pickup by Miami.
Why do they love small? These guys must have a good 440. What was this 440?
It goes back
Chris
to
Greer.
the Chris Greer days, man. Duper and Clayton were 5'9".
What was his 440?
Chris Greer, we talked about it on Fitz Talk today. Chris Greer prefers 5'10" and under receivers, not big guys. It's just what it is.
No, you got your certain.
By the way, if you want to hear something, you know what his 440 was? 4.47. I want to give you perspective. 4.47, right? Not terrible. Do you understand that Chop Robinson was a 4.49? This Chop is almost as fast as the 5'9" receiver you just drafted, and the guy is 10 times bigger than this kid. That just tells you. That just reiterates how good. How
does it say anything that he kicks? Does he return kicks or anything? Did you read in there?
Oh my God! Why? Do you want to replace Braxton Berrios?
No, I'm just wondering because now the kickoffs are actually going to be somewhat
anybody
of a thing
can
in the
return
NFL.
kicks if they want to return kicks.
His yards after catch is 13.
Because, by the way, I don't know if you know this, Cooper DeJean might return kicks. He returns. He returns.
That's
kicks
what I said. That's why I wanted him so bad. I was hoping for that because I like that fact. And
the Eagles just took Johnny Wilson, Florida State.
6'6". There you go.
Johnny Wilson was Florida State wide receiver. Bad. He's tall.
Yeah, he's the opposite. That's why he definitely wasn't the Dolphins' target. So he's known to.
Do we have any receivers over 6 feet?
Not that I know of. Is
Thomas 6 feet? Berrios is certainly not.
The good thing is we don't have to wait
too long.
We don't have to wait. We got 12 picks, 11 picks until our pick.
Yeah. He's saying he's a yak machine.
But
so how have you enjoyed this year's draft experience of doing the show and everything versus last year?
Who you asking?
I think this has been more fun.
I always enjoy it.
Rounds. No,
I like it every year.
No, we didn't have to wait 3 rounds.
I know that, but you know me.
I love that for the Dolphins.
As a Dolphins fan, that's different. But I love watching the draft, no matter what.
No, but I think it's been better this year.
I will say again. Last year, I came out of the Dolphins draft trying to talk myself into liking it. This year, I am loving it so far. I'm loving what they've done. I think it's a solid draft. Rob, you were on. I was following the show as I was doing stuff. But Muhammad Kamara, when they took him, I saw a lot of people talking and asking questions about Bradley Chubb and if he could be starting IL or IR or whatever. I don't think that had nothing to do with Bradley Chubb. I think this has everything to do with best player available, Muhammad Kamara. I mean, I think he's a solid pickup, and just like Chop Robinson, I expect him to be very involved in our defensive line going forward. 2 picks, one after the other, just popped on the screen. Jace McKillen, Alabama running back, and Casey Washington, receiver out of Illinois, both go to Atlanta. The next 2 picks are Houston.
I don't say anything. Even though that's what I was doing, Evan. I was announcing all the picks before I ran for my wife's dinner. And then I run for the Dolphins and he gets all.
Did you just say dinner?
Well, because she goes to work tonight. She has to be at work at 6 o'clock. So she starts down. So she won't eat. So her real dinner would be like at 3 in the morning or whatever.
How long's her shift? 12 hours?
Yeah, 12 hours. He does 6 to 6.
How far is it from where you guys live?
A long ways. So I live way out west, and she lives not far from where you probably. She works way on Joe DiMaggio Children's Hospital, way out east. It's like a 50-minute to an hour drive.
And why do you guys do?
Brett, Brett's in the comments right now. Let's give him his kudos on Jalen Wright.
Yeah,
he was right on that pick.
By the way,
Jalen Wright.
How are we going to? By the way, there's some real animosity on this network, right now. That's what came out of the weekend. There's a few fights on this network, Bobby. You're gonna have to
I'm about to have one of you, Evan, picking on me being the good guy going to get my wife food.
No,
that's right.
No, but Fish Tank and Brett.
No, it's okay.
Me and Courtney. Courtney's still not talking to me. She had to respond to my.
You guys would be okay.
No, she's not. She's pissed at me because God forbid I actually want to defend the Miami Dolphins. God forbid.
Well, it proved, though, that some of the guys, people all say, oh, JPP at 1 would be great. He went into the second round. So you never know. So it's just everything.
What are your thoughts, Bobby, that Steve Malloy said earlier that the Miami Dolphins, that Jalen Wright could end up being running back 1 when all said and done?
I think he's right. I think he has the potential to do it. I absolutely do. Again, that's not taken away from Devon Achane. Achane is until that's proven.
Who's Robinson? Brett, who's Robinson? We took Washington, not Robinson.
Are you asking a question, or are you responding to comments?
Go for it.
You sure?
Yes, go for it, buddy.
Okay. Devon Achen's job to lose, and I don't think it's really losing, but I think Jalen Wright is going to take over this role. Chop Robinson, duh.
That was 2 days ago. We're talking about the last 3 picks.
He's just saying about the overall draft. He's just saying that we've picked all studs.
And
positive. We don't get positive Brett too often, so let him rock and roll. Thank you, Brett. And he's coming in. Hey, Brett, hit that thumbs up on Facebook if you can. So
yeah, that's right. That's right. We were at 100 people when Kimmel pulled a Finstanza and turned off the stream. So we had to restart another episode.
Sorry?
Oh, Kimmel.
Yeah, Kimmel was on as a guest, and he was about to leave to go to the Lightning game. And he goes, "All right, guys, thank you." And instead of exiting the dashboard, he hit end stream on us.
What he had?
Finstanza.
I would never do such a thing.
I was very careful not to do it, and so was Bobby when he left too. Because I was saying,
remember I did that.
But no, I agree with Brett again, and this is coming from Brett, even though I've said it outside already. But Brett's saying it here, and I know Rob's saying it, and Evan as well. But Brett's saying too. I mean, for Brett to say it, it means a lot. The Dolphins have had a very solid draft. No matter how you feel about the general manager, where you stand of him as a GM, Chris Greer, whatever, you got to give him his flowers. This has been a solid draft. It doesn't matter what my board looked like. It didn't matter what Rob or Brett or FINS or whomever's board. We all go, oh, we should have drafted this guy. Oh, they should have drafted. Oh, we don't get it off.
That's the reason people get so cranky these days. They go,
and that's the point. It's like
draft. And no one was mocking that drive. No one was saying chop to the Dolphins. So they just get a few players in their head. And then when we don't take one of those players, they're like, oh, my God, that's awful. You know?
Exactly. And they're judging it before it even goes. Now, look, I can understand when you go, you question the position. You go, man, did we really need an edge rusher? Did we need this? No, but the question the player without actually seeing the player, it's not like Chop Robinson was a 3rd round grade getting picked in the first. This guy was a 1st round grade. Some people had him as his top edge rusher. Okay. Yeah. The only thing that Rob and I discussed as well before that stands out about Chad Robinson is that his production does not meet what does not match what you see on film. When you watch film, you can see why this guy was one of the top edge rushers selected. If Chop Robinson had Mohamed Kamara's numbers, he would have been number 1 off the board in everybody's mind. This was a solid draft.
Yeah. I want to give a comparison just to let you know. It's a different sport, but to give you a perspective, in hockey, a lot of the European players, for example, play in a men's league, the young kids, right? It's a little different. And they'll play 15 games or 25 games. They'll have 2 goals, 3 assists. You're not going to draft them because that's what their last act. Also, there are star players who are in college who win the Heisman who don't transition well to the NFL and won't fit in the NFL, i.e. Johnny Manziel. But just because your stats are not coming off the page, think about it. Christian Wilkins got $27.5 million, and we all know, Bobby, that 9.5 of those sacks were given. Most of those sacks were handed to him. He didn't get those sacks. He got it because of the type of player he is, and because of the aura of the player he is. But it's not because of his production. They didn't draft him for his sack numbers. Trust me, that's all. You're not.
That's fair, and I'm right on. I just want to get to Lo-Fi. First off, Kathleen, again, thank you for everyone who's watching right now. We got 104 people watching from YouTube, Twitch, Facebook. It's all the above. We appreciate you all tuning in. Let me just bring up, or Rob, if you could bring up Lo-Fi's comment there. In a win now year, is this a good draft question? Anyone we draft a day 1 starter? I'm at a maybe. I'm going to be honest with you. With this type of team, do you really need a day 1 starter minus the guard? Which again, we need a veteran guard, or we need a guard who, and I believe Miami will get a veteran guard in after June 1st. But I don't think you need starters. We have starters. I think you need plug and play guy, because once Chop Robinson is not going to start over Bradley Chubb or Jalen Phillips, but he's going to be a plug and play. When Phillips comes off the field, Chop Robinson's in there, or you put them all together. Okay. Same thing with Jalen White. Jalen Wright. You know, he's not going to be a starter until he is. He's going to be. He's a plug and play guy. He's going to play. He's going to come in. Devon Achane. He's going to come in. Raheem Mostert. When those guys are injured, because they get injured, especially somebody like Raheem Mostert, White's going to come in. Patrick Paul. He's not going to start over Terron Armstead or Austin Jackson. Maybe he beats out Austin Jackson. I don't know. But he's not going to right now. But how many games do we expect Terron Armstead to play? He plays almost 8 games a season, right? That's just what it is. He's one of the best tackles in football. He just can't stay healthy. We got Kendall Lamb. But guess what? Now when Terron Armstead goes down or Kendall Lamb goes down, guess what we have? We got Patrick Paul right there. Next season, when Terron Armstead retires and Kendall Lamb goes wherever, whatever happens to him, unless he comes back, you don't have to go draft a tackle and hope he learns fast under Butch Berry. You got your tackle. He spent a year under Butch Berry. He spent a year under one of the best tackles in football, in Terron Armstead.
No, I agree.
To me, that's an eye on the future. But if he has to step up and play this year due to injuries, then it's going to happen. But, I'm with you. I'm fine with that pick. I know a lot of people that wanted to, they wanted a versatile guy like a Graham Barton that could play tackle, center, guard, whatever.
By the way, did you watch his press conference? I swear to God, I felt like when I listened to Patrick Paul's press conference, I was listening to Bobby Melendez. Every time someone said, appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. It's like, honestly, he was Bobby Melendez 2.0.
Who is that?
Patrick Paul. He says appreciate you more than you do. His favorite words.
Sorry for being grateful.
No, by the way, did you watch him? Just his personality was infectious, by the way. I loved hearing from him. He was a really good interview. I understand why the draft. When you go into a first interview, you wow your employer. That's what Patrick Paul probably did. He won the interview process.
Oh, you can tell they mentioned it when they said we loved you when you were down here. It was great, and you could tell Patrick Paul's like, yeah, Chris. He was all fired up, so he was calling Chris.
Dad Dean brings up a good point with a plug and play. We still need a plug and play safety for not just replace Jordan Poyer eventually, but to take over for Deshaun Elliott, Brandon Jones. Miami wanted 3 good caliber safeties. There are still very good safeties available. I know Dad Dean is bringing up Trey Taylor. I would say James Williams and Bo Braid still on the board. I would be happy with either of those guys.
Just to know, guys, we are at pick 91. The Cardinals are on the clock. If you want an update, I can run them down real quick. And the Dolphins
absolutely go for it, brother.
We're at 198. So since I think who's the last one that we said?
Johnny Wilson.
Johnny Wilson. We got Chase McCollum, running back, Alabama, went to the Atlanta Falcons at pick 186. Pick 187, but right at Atlanta Falcons again. Casey Washington, wide receiver, Illinois. At pick 188, the Texans took Jamal Hill, linebacker, Oregon. Detroit Lions took defensive tackle, LSU, Wingo. And the Philadelphia Eagles at pick 109 just took Dylan McMahon, center, North Carolina State. So we're all up to date.
45 passer rating. That's solid.
So we're getting close.
We're getting there.
Then try to deal with him
and you know what? I'll tell you what, though, Rob. Same thing, Evan, because we were all together last year. This draft seems to be moving around a lot faster. It seems to be a faster draft.
Yeah. Definitely these rounds today are going quicker and stuff. So first round always takes a while. It was like a marathon Monday night, but too much. Man. Yeah.
Lo-Fi, you're absolutely all
anxious. Let me ask you: would you be disappointed if they took a QB here?
No, because who's
on
still
the board,
on the board?
Though, who's your quarterback? Who's your quarterback right now? Would you take Pratt? Would you take Slobus? Would you take
Joe
Healy?
Milton?
Milton?
Joe Milton.
Me too.
I have not gone away from that. Don't get me wrong. I like Pratt. I think Pratt's a solid player that you could develop and whatever. But I think Joe Milton is. I'm surprised he's still on the board. Joe Milton. I'm surprised he's still on the board. That arm, that pure passing athleticism, the athleticism he has, he's a solid pick. Not saying the Dolphins are or will or whatever, but if they were, that's the guy I'm going for. That's fair. Michael Pratt is a system fit. Could dispel White. There you go. And that right there, Brett, I agree with you. There's still some spots we got to fill. There's still stuff we got to get taken care of. But after June 1st, that's when you really could truly judge finally what the team does. You know, you could, because we could say, oh, they had a solid free agency. Hey, they've had a solid draft. But if you go into the season, you still have question at right guard, and it's Eichenberg or Jack Driscoll, you're going, well, that's going to kill us. You know.
Well, according to Greg, we need to plug a hole on overtime, so I'll be replacing Brett next week.
Oh, really?
It's a joke. Because remember he wanted to do a show with me? He wants some positive energy. And then Brett goes, no, he wants to teach you a few things. But in the end, let me ask you something. From the picks that you've seen today, Bobby, just overall draft, who in the division has had the best draft? Do you feel the Jets or the Bills are better than us, even after all their picks? Are they a better team than us post-draft on paper?
I have to look because I feel that the minus – I was kind of questioned. Yeah, I mean, I got to look overall. I'm on the top of my head without looking, and I might change it if I see the classes, the draft classes. I think New England's had a solid draft. I think New England has had a solid draft. I think I would probably want JJ over. It has to be. Who else are they going to put?
Jacoby Brissett.
He has to be. Who else are they going to put? They don't got nobody else.
Jacoby Brissett.
I hope so. I hope they do that.
Me too.
I hope they do it. I hope they listen to you.
No.
I know. But he asked me AFC East. He asked me AFC East. So I'm telling the AFC East. I got to look. If I could pull up their draft classes, I just don't want to. I think it's slow once I start playing around. Let me see. I'll give you a good answer.
I got about 7 minutes.
I've really Javon Baker out of UCF was a solid pick by the Patriots.
You know, you're welcome to come in, Brett. I'm sure Bobby will send you an invite.
He's gonna have an excuse that he's coloring with his daughter or he's doing her nails, something to that effect.
So look at this. So here's let me go over. Braden Weiss is still available, absolutely. But again, I think safety might be this pick here or D tackle. But we'll see. Hey, remember BPA. If it's Brandon Rice, it's Brandon Rice. I have no argument there. Again, pedigree. But Patriots, round 1, they got Drake May. We know that. Round 2, they go wide receiver Jalen Pope from Washington. The 3rd round, they got Caden Wallace, offensive lineman, Landon Robinson, right guard. Javon Baker, Central Florida. That's what they've had so far. Again, I think that's a very solid draft. Let me go to the Jets.
Oh man, the Patriots just took Joe Milton.
Good for them.
Patriots took Joe Milton.
What did I just say about the Patriots? I said they had a solid draft and they just me over. You see?
Yeah, they just
don't tell me you got
193. Joe Milton from Tennessee off.
That's a starting quarterback day 1. Look, they drafted Drake May in the 1st round with pick 3. Then they had the balls to draft a quarterback in the 6th round, like the Commanders did years ago with RG3 and Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, I brought that
God dang it.
Up in the, when I was talking.
Rob, man.
Yeah.
Oh.
So that was pick 193. So we're getting closer to the Dolphins. But
yeah, I don't even have to look. I don't even have to look.
Know now if the Dolphins would have done it or not done it. So we would never know.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't matter. But the point is, I don't even have to look at the draft classes anymore. I think New England's had this best draft out of the AFCs besides Miami, if you're asking me the other teams. Because that right there is a smart pick. That is a smart pick.
I wanted them the whole time.
Damn it. That Rob Newton, Rob goes, oh, dang, Bobby. I'm like, crap. Do this to me.
I know.
It's all right. It's all right.
By the way, this is the funniest. This is the funniest comment.
This came off the board.
This is the funniest.
Tanner, okay. McMaslin.
This is the funniest line of the whole podcast for 3 days. Reich is the cold weather plan. If Mike McDaniel's not your head coach, you're supposed to finish the sentence.
Oh, Leonard Telliard's still available, Dad Dean?
Tanner McLaughlin just went.
Yes, he is. He is. Defensive tackle for Miami is still available.
Tanner McLaughlin just went to.
Yeah, we talked about it. You were talking over us when we were saying it.
But if I wasn't talking over you, you wouldn't enjoy me as much.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. I'm just.
So the Steelers will probably take someone that we like. That's what they've done all draft. So
who we like, not maybe what the Dolphins like. I know. I see Dolphin fans keep saying that. It's like
I'll go as soon as they make their pick. I'll give you my opinion. Then I got to bounce. But maybe when I'm in the car for a little bit, I'll jump back in.
Finish up. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, just don't end the show on me.
I would never do such a thing.
We got I'm right here, Malik Washington, sneaky pick for this offense, upgrade over Barrios kicker. There you go. Maybe we'll do that, Rob. Maybe we could drop the link and have some people give their thoughts for a few minutes, maybe 5 minutes.
Because you saw Manzano. Manzano's
let's do it after the Dolphins. We could drop a link, guys, after the Dolphins' next pick.
Yeah. No, not now. Not now. But I'm gonna say maybe 5-10 minutes. That way we don't overlap everybody. We keep it flowing, going. Okay. So just get you on, give you your 2 cents, get a couple questions in, and then we'll bounce and keep going there. Brett, if you got a little bit of time, I'd love for you to pop in just for a minute, give your take on the day 3 of the draft, because I'm very interested to hear what you have to say about White and everything else.
White?
Right. Oh shit! I'm not gonna get it right. I have that. Just leave it alone.
Robbie, I was thinking next week.
Yeah.
I would like you to play a quiz. Spell the name Jalen, and have Fish Tank guess who the last name is. He won't get it because we have 4 Jalens now.
Yeah.
Jalen, what?
Why don't you do that bandwagon?
To who? I should do that this week.
Why? Why are you asking me? Do it a bandwagon.
That's true.
And if he's watching, he's going to know to cheat. So
that's right. He ain't watching.
Rams are on the clock.
Let me send Brett the invite very quick. I just for a minute, Brett. You don't have to stay. I know you're busy, brother. I just wanted to.
He's busy getting a manicure. It's okay. He's busy manicuring his dog.
Hey, he could let him be dad. He's cool, man. We got no issue with that.
I'm very much dad. I'm going to pick up my kids. By the way, Bobby, do you get happy? Do you get a Happy Meal too when you go to Golden Arches?
No. Do I get a Happy Meal?
No, because your Tati, I was so cute. She goes, I just had my 6-nugget Happy Meal. I go
like, Tati does.
Ryan Watts just got cornerback Texas, just went to the Pittsburgh Steelers, and the Rams are on the clock at 196, and we are 198, guys. So we're getting close. Here we
go. We're getting there. And then we just got to wait about 44 picks until we get our next one. So we're golden, Rob. We got it, man.
Yeah, not too bad.
James Williams.
These rounds are going quicker.
My favorite pick on day 3, Mo Kamara. There you go, Daniel. At least there's something good for you, brother. I got Daniel, Dad Dean, Lo-Fi, Scotty. Everyone watching right now. Kathleen, everyone who's tuned in. Whoa. Hold on. Chris Greer is calling Evan. He's giving him a tip. Who's the pick? Oh. All right, he's stepping away. Do you notice how eerily quiet it just got?
Yeah, I know exactly.
I feel like I lost sound. That's how eerie. That's how crazy that is. All right, so we're at 107 viewers, Rob, between Twitter, YouTube, X, and Twitch. And I mean, think about that. We had our first stream that got cut short. We had a lot of people watching. Now we got more people watching now. So first off, thank you for everyone. Let me just say this, since we are on the Fitz Talk Sports Network. Rob is Dolphins Thirsty YouTube channel, okay? And DolphinsThirsty.com. when you have a chance after the show, jump over to Dolphins Thirsty's YouTube channel. If you subscribe here first because you're here, but when you leave, before you get off YouTube, go to Rob's channel, Dolphins Thirsty. Hit that like and subscribe button. Great content, great guest, great people, great guy. 100%. You'll love it. I promise.
Thank you, Bobby.
Always, my man.
If we draft Pratt to replace White, do we still? So they're all saying that we would take Pratt as a quarterback, Michael Pratt, Tulane. So,
well,
I don't know.
We'll see.
Only a couple weeks away that we would know for real soon. So,
and this is just. I don't want to say biased. I don't know how to say. Maybe it is biased. I would love to get one of the Miami guys, whether it's James Williams, safety, Leonard Taylor, defensive tackle.
He fits a need too. So.
They do. That's what I'm saying. And Javon Cohen, guard. He would be a solid pickup too.
No, for sure. So the Rams pick is in, and the Falcons are on the clock, and then it's us. So we're in the hole, as they say in baseball. We're not quite on deck yet. But
Bobby, I gotta step away. I'll be back later. Okay.
Okay, brother. Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Thank you, my man.
Nope, we got one coming in.
That is Mr. Brett. I think that's Brett. Yeah, let him pop his camera on, and we'll get him in here, or maybe his audio. I think his camera's gonna come on. No, he's getting his stuff together.
Okay.
He's getting his stuff together. We'll mute him, and then we'll see his camera pop up. We'll know. But we are a pick away for the Miami Dolphins. Again, safety, D lineman. I think guard is still in play, but this could be BPA. This could be or a need that we're not even thinking. This could be a player that the Dolphins see and they're like, hey, let's just give this guy a shot. Let's bring him in and see what it is. It could be quarterback, Michael Pratt. You don't know. The Rams are on the clock. Ian Rappaport is talking. Maybe he's spoiling something. No camera. Okay, so let's see if we get him on here. Brett, you there?
Oh, I'm here.
All right, my man. So we're waiting on Miami's pick. While we're waiting here, we got Atlanta to come in. I'll cut you off before Miami's pick so we can all react. But so far, man, day 3. Talk to me, brother. What do you think?
Dude, day 3's been great. I mean, I'm not sitting there saying that we're like going to the Super Bowl or anything. I'd love to say that. But I don't think day 3 has been terrible at all. I think it's first of all, thank you, Steve Malloy, for texting me the pick because I was doing the flower beds completely blanked the time. And so I had no idea who we had picked. And Jalen Wright, who I mentioned last night, I was excited to see that. It was fantastic. He's exactly what we needed at running back, explosive, fast, strong, plays with attitude, which everybody we've drafted so far has that. And then the scene that we got Kamara, the little I've watched of the draft this year, Kamara is a guy that's very productive, solid, strong. I mean, like I texted you or mentioned you guys in the comments, I think he's a guy that's like an AVG kind of role. Like he's more like a Van Ginkel. He's not going to be like an explosive and this elite player, but he's going to be a role player. He can play special teams. He's going to bring the physicality, and he's relentless. And that's something I love to see that we haven't had. And then
when I was reading his strength, Brett, I said when Steve and I were doing the show, I said, oh, Brett would like that because they said he's aggressive. And so I was like, and strong. So I thought of you. You still there, Brett?
Yeah, you got me?
Yeah, we hear you, man.
All right. Just making sure. Yeah, I mean, like when we with Wright, I liked a couple of the running backs in this draft because there's a couple guys that had that like stocky, thick build that run through tackles and had very good long speed and very good explosive ability. And to me, Benson and Wright were 2 guys that just fit that mold. And I think we did good getting one of them. Trading up was great. We traded the 3rd next year. But anybody complaining about, I want you to think about this. We're getting compensatory picks from Wilkins and all that next year. So think of it as them getting a pick this year and just moving up this year.
No, that's all I look at it. He spent a 3rd round pick, and he basically had a 3rd round grade by a lot of people. So
yeah, so
pick is in for Atlanta. So sorry. Let me just update very quick. Tyler Davis was the pick out of Clemson for the Rams, defensive tackle. The Falcons are on the clock. Pick is in, and then Miami now is on the clock. But go ahead, Brett. Finish up, brother.
Yeah. So honestly, Jalen Wright got me excited, and because Chop Robinson, I saw the pick. I like that pick. The Paul, I can get behind it long term. Just kind of we'll see about that one. I need time to process that one. But today, Wright is one that juiced up. You hit the nail on the head. Like, he could play right away. Chop Robinson could play right away. And yeah, Paul gives you depth to tackle. So now you're looking at this draft overall. You don't look at the draft for the right now either. You also look for the future. And then Washington, I like the ability for him. And you got to think Waddle is on his 5th-year option. The contracts are getting crazy. Tyreek's out of here soon. So you got to be able to replace that production from these guys and that ability from these guys. And what are they doing? They're sticking with the style of receiver Tua likes. I still would like physicality outside, but the one thing that I like, and something that Lance Zierlein said about him, is when the ball's in the air, it's his. Like, he rarely drops balls that hit him in the hands. And he has sure hands, and I like that.
Well, the Dolphins picked in, Bobby, if you want to read it.
Let's go.
Bobby.
Oh, there you go. Safety, Patrick McMorris out of California.
Okay.
Goes to the Dolphins at 198. And this is one of that. This is a pick. It's a safety, but this is a pick, Rob and Brett. I kind of said it, Rob, right before. This could be a pick that people don't have on their radar, that the Dolphins say, hey, let's take a flyer on this guy, and let's see what we could do with him. This is just one of those bodies. He's not on. I mean, for ESPN, let me pull this up. He's ranked 307 on their overall grade. So again, not on a radar. So this is one of those. Brett, let you react to this. I'm going to pull up his info, but for you, again, this late in the draft, these are guys that teams just want to bring in and put on their camp and see what they could do with them. And let me go ahead and open up what NFL.com says. But go ahead, talk to me about that.
I mean, he's got if you just look at his size, he's 6 foot 207, so he's got decent size for a safety. Prototypical size. I don't know much about his speed and all that. But the thing is, you're right. This is the time of year or time of the draft they start doing flyers. This is where your defensive back coaches, defensive coordinators, your scouts. This is where guys who've done the deep, gritty, dirty work. This is where those guys start to kind of take over the draft. This is where your GM kind of steps back. It's like, dude, I'm one person. You guys have scouted them. You guys have a little bit more knowledge with getting this deep into the draft. So this is where they start taking over and they start finding these guys. And, this is where your coaches kind of find guys too. So this is more than likely a guy that they think could fit the system going forward and be a special teams player. It feels like a special teams up front player. I don't know what his long-term fit would be. It feels like definitely just depth, kind of camp body, special teams, and then see where he goes from there. And I'm always okay in the 6th round getting guys like that, taking a flyer.
Yeah, NFL.com does have a profile on him. Let's see here from Lance Zierlein. Let me read what Lance Zierlein says, but let me go up. He has a 5.69 grade on him, 6 foot 207, senior out of California. Pull this here. McMorris tape study can be a roller coaster ride. He has good size and physicality and moves with fluidity and coverage. He has played all 3 safety spots and is capable of lining up over the slot. On the flip side, the speed, acceleration are fairly average in coverage. He's missed tackles, doesn't really screw up with his frame and the way he plays the game. He flashes the potential to play in the league in split safety alignments or as a sub-package option with scheme versatility. However, he needs to run well and prove he could be a more consistent tackle finisher to get his chance. So, in this right here, UDFA bust. You have no effing clue who's a bust. You could hate on the pick. You could hate on they should have got a better safety, blah, blah, blah. But you have no damn clue who's a bust. Caleb Williams could be a bust. So let it play out. Again,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Brett. Go ahead.
No, I just said he likely is, but whatever.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. But how many 6th rounders are not a bust?
Yeah,
Dad
like, to
Dean,
me, the bust
thank you
mantra
for the
goes away.
chat again, Dad Dean. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you, Dad Dean. Thank you, my man. It was great having you. Appreciate you.
He gave
To me, like, outside of
he
what?
gave a super chat. He gave one. Thank you.
Oh, that is awesome, man.
Second one of the day.
Sorry, guys.
No,
Yeah,
Brett, you're good, man. You're good. We're just reacting to some of the comments here, my man. I know you're
me,
busy
like,
today. Go ahead.
The bust logo or the bust mantra, after day 2, that even after the second round, that kind of like that doesn't count anymore. You know, bust is like for guys who are high potential. Like in day 3, it's just whatever. This is the part of the draft that becomes a crapshoot.
Yeah,
sometimes
there's no
guys
bust on
fall.
these days.
And day 3, I think, has been pretty solid. I feel like they got good value for their guys. I feel like Wright, Kamara, and Washington are guys that, like, even if they just niche out a role, you did pretty good getting them. Like, let's say, think about Kamara as an AVG role, like I said. We thought AVG was a good find because he did have himself a role. He was a pretty solid player. He did really good last year. And every time he was called upon, he did pretty well. So that's one of the things, like, for a 5th round pick, what more do you want? So yeah, we get every now and then you get like the Puka Nukas and Puka Nakua and then some of the other guys like the more recent. But like with these kind of players, you're not always going to find somebody like that. So for me, you're just taking flyers on guys, and if you feel like they fit or are worthy of potential, you try it. And if they don't work out, who cares? You know, you're just trying to find guys that fit.
100%. No, and you're right on. Lance Erline 38 minutes ago said Malik Washington to the Dolphins, theft. He called it a steal.
Yes.
At this pick.
That's why I said like that. One of the guys in the group chat I'm in he's pretty hard on the Dolphins sometimes, and with the roster and the talent, and he even thinks that day 3 will crush him. And I really think Wright and Washington alone make this draft pretty solid, or day 3 really solid. And if you notice the trend that they're going for, it's physical and mentally tough guys.
Yeah. And that's the thing right there, too, is that the draft is won on day 3. Yeah. You know, it's round 1, you know, it's so easy. I mean, until you get through it, it's so easy to say, oh, they won the draft with the first 2 picks in their first 2 days or whatever. No, it's day 3 when you're hitting on those type of players. And we don't know yet. We have to see how next year plays out. We got to wait till the year after to see how. But again, outside looking in, kind of playing Notre Dame or whatever, I say they've had a very solid draft. Rob cut out. He'll be back.
Honestly, Bobby, I think they've had a solid draft, and that doesn't mean, they're going to go to the Super Bowl.
100%.
Things could still go sideways, and it still could be too little too late. You know what I mean? So it's not like we're saying, they're going to go win it all. We're just saying this draft was a good step forward. Is it enough? We don't know. We'll find out. And post June 1st, and after they sign to it, open up all the money, what they do from there will really tell us what the direction they're in. And remember the retooling. And something I thought about, because I want to be fair, and I don't want to come off as always negative. So I want to be 100% fair here. The Saints, when they won a Super Bowl, it was in their 4th season. Now, I know we're all getting impatient, and we're like, you know what, if they don't do it this year, move on, whatever. But the Saints went in the playoffs year 1, year 2, and 3. They missed the playoffs and didn't play very well. And then the year 4, they dominated, went to the Super Bowl. So it does take time to rebuild and reshape it. And it appears that McDaniel's trying to reshape it in a little bit more of a physical aspect, which is nice. Now, what happens from here, we'll see. But I do believe that they're looking to, like, hey, 24 is retooling and 25 is the year we're going for it all. We'll see what happens.
I love it. Well, Brett, I know you've been busy, my man. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming on with us for a little bit. I will talk to you soon. I know you probably got another overtime you're planning up with Greg, because I know you want to hit on these picks.
Dude, I think Greg, I think he's probably going to be happy about some of them. So I kind of can't wait to pick his brain on this one. So I definitely want to recap this entire draft with him if we can this week. So.
There you go. All right. Brett Legassi, host of FINS Talk Overtime, joining us. We appreciate you, Brett. I'll talk to you soon, brother.
All right, guys. Peace out.
Later, man. All right. Christian Boyd from Northern Illinois just drafted to the New Orleans Saints.
People in the room been saying that's what they wanted. I mean, they were saying he was a receiver on their – so.
Micah Abraham drafted by the Colts. Jaden Cromartie from Mississippi State, the tackle, taken by the Panthers. Let me go ahead. Miami's 248, right? Am I right on that? I think I am. I think I have it pulled up here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's way
241. We're at 241. Okay. So
we got a ways.
We got a little bit, and that's okay. And we'll see how it plays out. We're at 201 right now, so we got 47 picks. But before anything here, Rob, and we'll play it off, Rob. If we think we could, if we could finish it, we can finish it. If not, we know for sure after Miami's pick, we'll wrap up
All right. Sounds
for today.
good.
But if we finish a little sooner, that's okay too. But let us open some of the lines here, Rob. And again, guys, I'm going to drop it. So please feel free. You want to touch on the Dolphins draft so far? Please do. Again, Chop Robinson with the 21st pick. You had Patrick Paul with 55. It's just been day 3 has been nuts. I'm very happy with day 3. They traded up and they got Jalen Wright. I'm going to keep saying it like that. Jalen Wright, running back. They got Malik Washington, Kamara. Make sure I have everybody here because I don't want to.
Yeah, I let you finish up, and then we got Anthony in the house down there.
There you go, Anthony Manzano, awesome.
Yeah,
Mara and let's see here.
And Rick 13 brings up a good point. Dolphins almost every year hit on an undrafted free agent, so it's just
that's right. And I'm very interested to see undrafted free agents because there's a lot of good people still on the board that are not going to get drafted.
I want to see if that UTEP kid, the offensive lineman out of University of Texas El Paso. Like everyone's saying, oh, he's leaned, and FINS mom's been telling the Dolphins all the time, come on, Dolphins, listen to Nick, take this kid. So anyway, I'll bring in, with no further ado,
go ahead,
Anthony Manzano, well known in Dolphins, communications. Hey, Anthony, how are you?
Hey, fellas, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Honestly, I like the Patrick Paul pick, to be honest. Like, I don't know why people hate, like, not every guy is going to, every second round pick is not going to have, every first and second round pick is not going to not have any flaws. Like, the later you go in the second round, the more flaws people are going to have. Like, let's be honest, because where we're picking technically is considered, would be technically considered a early third round pick, basically early to mid third round pick. So with Patrick Paul specifically, I like the pick because of the fact we're planning ahead, because we don't know realistically. I think he's going to be playing a few times because we don't know. With his history, Armstead misses 5 to 7 games every season and stuff like that. So, to be honest, I'm fine with that pick. And Chop Robinson, with the comparisons they had for him in terms of how he plays his the way he plays, he looks like, they say he's Dwight Freeney. Rob, do you?
Yeah, I'm listening. So that's a great comparison. So.
No, and I see why, because Dwight Freeney a big guy, like coming out of his draft?
I would have to look it up again, but it's a name from when I watched a lot of football. But as far as, let me see, Dwight Freeney. So overall, though, you're giving the draft a pretty good. You like it?
A B plus, because like I've been saying we need to draft the punter. We need to draft the punter because I don't trust Jake Bailey to stay healthy. For some reason, like, that guy has serious. He's had back issues most of his career, and that's not a good sign for a punter and stuff like that. So,
yeah.
And
Dwight Freeney, to answer your question, is six. He was, according to Pro Football Reference, he was 6'1", 268 in his playing days. 268. So
yeah.
thank you.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead, Anthony. You can just keep on talking.
What I was saying in the chat, and I'm football fans in general have a lack of patience. They don't like. We're so focused on winning now that we sacrifice the future of the team and stuff like that to win playoff games. When winning now is not sustainable, it's sustainable in the short term, like 2 or 3 years, but in the long run, it's going to hurt your team focusing for 2 or 3 years. I understand why people want.
As long as the team doesn't operate that, yeah, you're okay, Anthony. But yeah, I agree with you as far as fans, and Dolphin fans are extra starved because it's been over 2 decades since we've won a playoff game. So that's why I guess we're extra impatient. So I get your point, though. Teams can't operate.
Yeah, and the comparison I had for Patrick Paul, like of the tape I've seen him, at the same point, he kind of reminds me of the guy who was drafted by the tackle that was drafted by Lucas Niang. If you know who I'm talking about, the TCU guy that we wanted 2 years ago with in the draft when we drafted Tua and stuff like that.
In 2020.
Yeah, 2020. That's who he reminds me of at the same point because he still has he doesn't play physical all the time. Like he lets people overpower him sometimes, and he doesn't always take advantage of his length. Like he lets the pass rusher get up to his chest. If you know what I'm talking about,
right,
Rob. Do you know what I'm talking about, Bobby?
Yes, we do. Thank you. I'm just trying to get caught up on some of the
No,
comments
absolutely.
Here.
No, and again with Chop Robinson, you know me, Anthony, I've talked about it before. I'm not too big on comparisons. But I've
They're
seen
not
that
saying he has the potential to be different.
Oh, 100%. I get what you're saying, and I get what they're saying. I've seen that comparison out there. I saw something else. I'm trying to remember what the other comparison I heard out there.
Carl Lawson.
I didn't see that one, but that's not bad. I've heard Micah Parsons too, and that's why I don't.
Micah's
here's
a
the problem.
Animal.
Here's a problem though with the comparisons. Not that you're doing. I'm just saying that's why I kind of stay away from those a little bit. Is because I don't think it's fair to the rookie because people are automatically think, oh, he's gonna be as great as this guy, and then when he's not, and you know,
I agree with you. That's why I agree.
Now with Patrick Paul again, there were other guys on that board, especially offensive linemen that probably we would have gone else with, or I would have gone different with. And not that I had a 3rd round grade on Patrick Paul. I think 55 is a fair selection. I like what I saw from him. I think he's a solid player. He can play right. He can play left. He's 6'7", 6'8", 330 pounds. And you give him a chance to develop with Butchberry for a season. You give him a chance to develop behind a Terran Armstead, who's one of the better tackles in the NFL. And it was a guy that Miami, McDaniel, and Butchberry, more importantly, believe fit their offense better. Let me ask you this. I know the first two picks, we know, obviously those are the ones most people are going to react to. But the Dolphins, who had no pick in the 4th round, or actually in the
we overpaid.
You think they overpaid, giving up a 3rd round pick? That's all they gave up next year for Jalen White to trade up into the 4th round? That's all they gave up was a 3rd rounder for next year. They overpaid.
No, but let's be honest. We don't know what we're going to be like. We hope we draft as fans. We're hoping we're drafting late in the draft, though. Knowing the Dolphins, we end up drafting in the teens or the early 20s and stuff like that.
And still a 3rd round pick. He's a good.
It's a 3rd round pick, and you got a compensatory pick with Christian Wilkins and who am I missing?
It makes up for because the comp picks.
The comp picks, yeah.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is, looking at like reacting it right away, I felt that was an overpay for a 4th round pick. To be honest.
What would you have given up?
I would say maybe give two future fourth round picks instead of that third. Keep that third.
Well, that's more value, probably 2 fourth
Yeah,
round
that's
picks.
just more value because if you got 3 third-round picks coming in next year, you got the one you currently have that they gave up, and you got 2 comp picks.
Oh yeah,
you still have 2 comp third-round picks coming into next year. I think it was I was happy they didn't give up a pick this year, and they didn't give up more than 1 pick. They gave up a third-round pick to move up into the 4th round to get a player who's not someone that like the guy with Patrick Morris, who we're all going, okay, let's wait and see. A player that I think no matter you were for it or not, know that this guy's a plug and play, that he's going to have an impact on this offense next season. I think it was a solid trade.
Yeah, no, but you understand where I'm coming from. That I felt
sure.
Like, it's you're overpaying for a fourth. Like I'm looking at where they picked in the 4th round. Why are you giving a pick ahead of you? Why
because
are you giving?
It's a next year's pick. It's not this year. It's not like you're trading this year's 3rd rounder to trade up in the 4th round later. This is a 3rd round next year to trade up in the 4th round this year because you think the player in the 4th round is going to be better than the player you could get in the 3rd round next year.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but look, like instant reaction.
I understand that's fair. That's fair. I get that raw reaction. I understand that, and I mean, I even though I'm disagreeing and pushing back, blah blah. We're having a good. I understand your point, and you're free to feel that way. I'm just thinking I didn't see it as an overpay. I'm a little surprised he said that, but I could see where you're coming from.
Yeah, no, because we don't. Let's be honest. We don't know. I understand we're getting comp picks for Hunt and Wilkins, but let's be honest. We don't know if our draft pick is going to be higher in the 3rd round than those 2 compensatory picks. That's why I was kind of raw reaction. I was upset that we overpaid that much, like because looking
compensatory picks are always at the end of the round.
Yeah, so. and I believe. I know not Rob. Steve had said earlier. Hi, son. Do you have a good time?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. I'll talk to you in a little bit. Okay. All right, I love you. Go.
Hi, fans.
Hi, fans. There you go. Fellow Dolphin fans. Tristan says hi. But I know Steve said this earlier. He does not believe the Dolphins are going to win more than 10 games. I wholeheartedly disagree with him. I think the minimum is 10 games. I think they could win more than that. Okay. Tristan, what are you doing? I got it. Thank you. I don't think that's going to be a high-end pick. I think it's going to be in the mid-20s, hopefully later, but I think it's a mid-20s pick.
Not too far from compensatory picks. So
we got Sharif in the house.
Hey, Anthony, we're going to let you go so we can get Sharif in.
Okay, bye.
Thank you, Anthony. Appreciate you, brother.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Bobby, before I go, I have a question. Sir. Do you agree with what I said in the chat that football fans in general have a lack of patience waiting for a player to develop? Just they look at Puka Nacua, who's a 5th or 6th round pick. They expect a 5th round pick like that to produce right away. He's a rare case. No 5th round pick is going to produce right away like that. Like, let's be honest.
For sure. Yeah, no, for sure. We all want guys to produce right away, but especially with football, you're not going to draft starters at every round. You're not going to draft position of need of every round. You just gotta go with the player you think is best available. And Brett brought up a great point before we bring in Sharif. Brett brought up a great point. It's true. This is time for the scouts to get their guys, and that goes with undrafted free agents and these 6th and 7th round picks. So the Dolphins have hit on late round picks in the past. We're hoping they do so again. I appreciate you, Anthony. We'll talk soon, brother.
Thank you, Anthony.
Have a good day, guys.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're bringing no further ado Sharif into the house. Sharif, are you there?
Hey, how you guys doing, man?
Excellent. Good, Sharif. How are you, man?
Doing great. You've been doing a great job. Since I subscribe, I've subscribed now for a few months now, and you guys are always keeping up, up to date. We know it's a long off season, and I appreciate that. I'm excited. I think that, one thing I know about Chris Greer is that he showed me 2 years off of moving off of Gesicki. He kind of showed me, something. And it has to do with when someone is transitioning away from someone, and most of the fans didn't want to believe it. They wanted Chris Greer to work with Gesicki, but I already knew like this guy is like neglecting his playtime and so such and so forth. So I saw the same thing with Xavier and Howard. So it really necessarily wasn't a pick for Fangio. It was a pick for the team and how the future cap would be looking in order to free up stuff if you were to sign to him. And now that I see the direction they're going in now, Paul, Chop Robinson, Kamara, even Malik Washington. This kid is just as stocky and as Tyreek, maybe not as explosive and quick, but his speed, everybody knows his speed. The safety, I think that can come in and play right away and fight for competition in training camp. Obviously, I love the Chop Robinson and Kamara picks because this way, if those guys were to combine for 10 sacks as of week 10, I think you sit Chubb. Because I with Kamara, I expect him to really get to the quarterback more than Chop, but I expect Chop to be have the Ogba material to set the edge in the run game. I expect Chop to be able to be more of a third down, three down lineman as opposed to Kamara. But Kamara is a kid that is very, very explosive with very much good leverage, pad skills, able to bend. He has that bend and underneath move like Cameron Wake. So now the 241st pick, I don't even think we're there yet. That's probably going to be a pick like Perry, the receiver we drafted from the Army. Nobody really is going to care about that pick. But for what they've done so far, I'm really excited. I love the running back because, like I said, I think that you're transitioning away from Mostert. And I thought you were doing that when you signed. You actually re-signed Ahmed, and Jeff Wilson is in his final year. So that showed me that you're transitioning off of Mostert. This just made it certain that you're going to transition away from Mostert. It's probably going to be this kid, and A-Chain is going to spell this new kid that we got. He was supposed to be running back one before the injuries. And so my thing is good work by Chris Greer, good research. We actually do we did get 7 picks, so we did get a fair shake because we came back into the third round, 120th pick. So I don't feel bad about what was not done. I know our boy Dougley. He was very upset, man. He was like, you could have traded back and still get Paul. I know Dougley was, but we did do it, Doug. And so we did move back up when people think that maybe we couldn't. And so you have 3 picks in the third round next year. You can use one as a casualty. And that's why I wasn't really worried. And so great job again by Chris. I'm not really worried about, piling on Chris, right now, but awesome work to make I can sleep well knowing that we have someone to get to the quarterback now. Malik Washington if he can do anything close to what Preston Wilson did and continue on, I think we have a gem. Obviously, I think this kid, the running back from Texas, he can be a starter in a year or two. And so, yeah, that's my thoughts.
No, first off, Sharif, thank you for coming on. Thank you for your kind words at the beginning, man. It's really nice of you. And I agree. Again, I think this has been a solid draft. Last year, I have my thoughts on Greer, but I'm with you. I don't think now's the time to hammer on him. I think the Dolphins have done a very good job with free agency so far, with this draft, with the way they started out at the beginning of the year after the season, with losing a Christian Wilkins and Xavier Howard and so forth, and to come out and be able to bring in this free agent signings that they were to bring to fill in as many holes as they were able to, and then go in this draft and truly come away with some solid players. I see some of the comments on here, and to me, I think if you're just going to hate, you're going to hate. There's nothing you can do. But again, the offseason's not done, Harold. You're saying how is a team going to win 10 wins with a bad offensive line, or whatever the hell you said earlier. How was our offensive line last year in regards of injuries? Connor Williams was out. Robert Hunt was in and out. Isaiah Wynn was out. Terran Armstead was in and out. And they still won 10 games. It's really not that different. And, again, the offseason's not over. So talk to me about the guard position at the end, because, again, at June 1st, they could sign a starting, which I believe they will, an offensive guard.
I'm saying, guys, it's April 27th, a long time before training camp. So, if we go into
Bobby,
training camp, then we can reopen this conversation. But I'm sorry, Sharif, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, and that's bearing that Win, because for the first 7 games up to the Denver game, Win was in PFF, and I know some people don't rate it very well.
Yeah,
he was slotted to go to Pro Bowl. He was playing at enough level to where Achan were breaking off big time runs. Mostert was on pace for 20 touchdowns, and then all of a sudden, Win got hurt. Connor started getting hurt. Armstead started missing games right after the Denver game. So if Win can do 75% of what he did, he'll be a fringe Pro Bowler.
No. And again, he's in his second year with this team. He was solid as a guard last year before getting hurt. Armstead, again, we know what he is when he's healthy. Kendall Lamb did a damn good job when he came in when Armstead was hurt. Dolphins have the worst, I don't care if we have the most dominating defense in the history of NFL. This is Harold Walls. First off, Harold, thank you for watching. That's the first thing. I do appreciate that. And everyone has a right to their opinion. But I'm going to push back. We still won't be competitive with the worst O-line. The Dolphins did not have the worst O-line last year. It was still, I think, mid-tier, and they were a playoff team. And I don't think it's going to be the worst line this year. It's the second year under Butch Berry, who look what he did with Austin Jackson. I think you got to trade in that card in and take a better look at this team overall on what they've been able to do.
Losing Hunt hurts, and then of course
100%. Connor Williams. I'm a huge fan of Connor Williams
being hurt, but it's.
But again, if they did, and that's the thing, the Dolphins did talk to a guard before the draft, say, hey, let's see how this plays out. If we don't get him, we can get him. That could be Dalton Weisner. At that point, how are you feeling about Dalton Weisner as your right guard with this offensive line? I think I feel pretty damn good. Aaron Brewer, again, he fits more McDaniel's cup of tea, and I'm a big fan of Connor Williams. If we could bring back Connor Williams, I'm all for it. But right now, even if we didn't, I'm cool with it. I do think that this bare minimum, this team is 10 wins. A 10-win football team. Will, you know it, brother. We're just pushing the time. Sharif, I'm sorry, man. I was just reacting to these comments.
Will, if you want to come in.
Sure.
Go ahead again, Sharif, but I was just talking to someone else. Sorry, Sharif.
No, that's all right. I think once again, when I look at the free agency, because you brought up a great point, Bobby. When you look at the impact of the free agency, and you bring in 6 defensive tackles, and you expect 2 of them to really rear their heads. Tia Tart and Benito Jones, Neville Gavel, if I'm saying his name correct, or Gallimore. So now you have young, hungry defensive ends. After Shaquille Barrett, and after on the opposite side, actually we don't have anybody. So we have Shaquille Barrett and the young guys, because Chubb and Phillips are hurt. So the reality is that you're talking about drafting that you had the BPA that happened to fall to you. I think, and that's a great way of now when you look at 5 running backs, I think Ahmed and Jeff Wilson are going to probably get invited to training camp and off season and get beat out right from there. And the types of contracts they have, they can two-way them or cut them outright. Two-way them to practice squad, like how in baseball. So when you look at the receivers, Ezukama and Malik Williams Malik Washington.
Malik Washington, yeah.
Yeah, I think those two have the opportunity to try and beat out Barrios and make an impact. And I think this is the year that we'd like to see something from um, uh, Easy E. Now, when we go over to the O line, I don't know if Cohen from UM or Matt Lee is still available, but I'm sure 241, there's your interior lineman to come in and secure. Now, you're talking, and you just mentioned it just now again, the O line is secure because of so much injuries. So Paul steps in, Lamb steps in. They can literally start for you right now. And if your starters go down, and that is the type of depth that you need. If you were to get a Cohen or a Matt Lee, or I have to check the O line that is available left, but there are O linemen who can fight in a phone booth out there at guard at 241, and so we know Channing Tindale won't do much. So I don't know what to expect or to have expectations on Channing Tindale, but I tell you what, these Brooks and Walker, they're fast. They're just as fast as Baker, if not faster. And so I like them in terms of the scheme, the amoeba dancing seven, single high that Weaver is going to bring in. And I really like the unpredictability of you don't know who's going to come on third down. When you follow Weaver's press conference, and he also made it very clear that on third downs with third and 10 or less, or third and 10 or more, he's coming for you. So I expect the no name pass rush, not necessarily giving pressure with four. If that'll be a value if we can, but I see the odd setups, the odd alignments to get to in order to get to the quarterback. Something like a Brian Flores before he left.
Hey, you make some really good points, Sharif. Thank you very much. Like I said, though, it's hard to analyze a draft the day after, and everyone gives grades, so it's hard. So all the guys in the room saying it's an awful draft, give it some time. Only time will tell when these guys actually get on the field and they play, and you revisit a couple of years. Anyone that's watched my show on Dolphins Thursday have heard me on Will's coming in, so I almost call it Will Talk. But on Real Talk, I've never been the biggest fan of Chris Greer, but when someone does something right, you got to give them kudos, and that 100%. Is it. So, and he's done it right so far. Time will tell if it actually pans out. If you want to bring in Will, you can, Bobby.
No, absolutely. I'm going to just say first, Harold, I wouldn't be surprised if our defense scores more than our offense against good teams. That would be awesome. I would love that, because that would mean the defense is doing their job if the offense comes up short. It happened last year, Harold. And I understand. First off, I'm not a gatekeeper fan. I don't believe in that. I think it's wrong when people say, "Oh, if you don't think this, you should be a fan." Blah blah. No, Harold has every right to believe what he wants to believe, and he's not trustworthy of this offensive line. And why would he? The team, it hasn't been trustworthy the last few years. Again, I disagree with in regards to the draft and how I think the team will do next year, because the team I think is too talented to win anything less than 10 games. But
I hope you're right. And Sharif, thank you very much. We're bringing in another guest, but
yeah, Sharif, thank you so much, my man. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
You guys take care. Fins up.
Fins up, my man.
Fins up.
Bring in Will. Like I say, last time I butchered it last time. I got in trouble with my wife. So
hey,
305 Sports now.
Hey guys, what's up, man? I just got home, had Father's Sunday just now. So yeah, my 4-year-old fell asleep in the car, so I put him down. I'm like, I'm getting on Fins Talk TV.
There you go. Appreciate you.
I haven't even heard your takes, Will, because the first night I just wanted to watch draft. So overall assessment so far, how you liking the Miami Dolphins draft?
I like it. A couple surprises. Like I told you guys, I wanted in the first round, I wanted an interior tackle, or I wanted a defensive tackle. But I'm fine with Chop Robinson. A defensive end is a need. You can't have too many defensive ends. It is a passer's league, and he has high tangibles. I mean, you weigh 250, you run a 4.4, and you're defensive end with a good first step. I think that he's gonna develop very well under the system. I have confidence in Anthony Weaver. He'll put him in the right spots. I'm not so concerned that he quote unquote can't stop the run. The same criticism they labeled on Jalen Phillips, and Jalen Phillips has turned out just fine in that category. So I really don't see. Actually, as a matter of fact, it's because of that criticism that I wanted them to draft Greg Rousseau and not Jalen Phillips in the first round the year that they both were drafted, one by the Dolphins, one by the Bills. But Jalen Phillips actually turned out to be pretty well. So I have confidence that Chop will plug in just fine. As far as the young man out of Houston, that's a team that passes a lot. As far as it was in Dana Holgerson as an air raid offense. So he's equipped and he understands how to pass protection pretty well. I think he graded out a 91 on Pro Football Focus, so he's not as bad as people say he is when it comes to technique and so on.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, he actually was a 91, and I think he'll be a rotation guy though. He won't be a starter. I like the selection from the kid out of Tennessee, Jalen. I thought we'd go with a bigger back, to be honest with you. I got Thumper, a 4th and 1, hit him in the mouth guy, but we went with that, and I'm fine. McDaniel likes Ferraris all over the field, regardless as well. I like the pick out of Colorado State. That's a good selection as well, and I do like Malik Washington. I'm surprised he fell to the 6th round. He's much more talented than the round he was selected in. He was a pain in the butt for a lot of teams in the ACC, including Florida State, by the way.
No, I know. I've read a lot of good things about him, seen him.
Yeah.
So he should, barring that we pick up OBJ or something, he could be easily in battle for wide receiver 3, even as a rookie. You never know.
I swear, I'm so sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. I don't do that. I don't like interrupting. But if they do this, I will never hear the end of it from FINS. Chris Greer says Tulia Tagovailoa is on Miami's draft board. I swear to God, if they do this in round 7, I will never do another show, and for at least probably till the pregame show with FINS. I will not pick up his phone call. I will ban him off Twitter. I will never hear the end of it.
Yeah, well,
so sorry.
He's coming out Monday night, so
we would draft your brother if you give us a discount on the contract.
Hey, well, they're pretty close with the family. And Will, we had Brett from Canesware on last night with us for round 2 and 3. Yeah, he was great, dude. It was great having him on, but we had him on. So far, too, just I don't know if you're familiar, but James Williams, Leonard Taylor, and Javon Cohen are all still on the board. For
really?
In general, they're all still on the board right now. Miami Hurricanes.
How in the blue hell is Javion? I know that he was undersized, but Javion Cohen played at Alabama and Miami, never gave up a sack in college as a guard. How do you not draft him or take a chance on him? He played the best competition in the SEC, and he played pretty decent competition in the ACC. How in the world does he not get drafted? That surprised me.
I don't know, and I'm surprised Leonard Taylor's still on the board.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of great players, prospects that are still. Brandon Rice, Jerry Rice's son from Southern Cal, who's a very good receiver, is still there. Curtis Jacobs, linebacker. Jaheim Bell, tight end, Florida State. Like I said, Gabriel Murphy, edge rusher, UCLA. I'm just talking about in general, guys. I know, we don't need an edge rusher. First of all, you can never have enough, but I'm not saying that. I'm just talking in general now. Bo Braid, who was high on my board. I like him a lot. He's still there. Pratt is still there. James Williams can play linebacker and safety. I know, but Will covers the Canes on his channel, so that's why I wanted to bring that up to him. But I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, the only knock on James Williams is that he was he sometimes gets a little lazy on tackles. That's one of the biggest knocks on him. That he'll go for a big bop over wrapping up and taking a guy down. That's one of the biggest knocks on him. But that shouldn't drop him. I'm surprised he wasn't drafted. He's again he could play safety or he could play linebacker for you. He's kind of like a Jeremiah Bell in that category. Jeremiah Bell was a safety, but they dropped him in the box all the time because of his tackling capabilities and his size. So I was surprised they haven't gone that route.
Yeah.
Taylor, I'm not surprised. Taylor supposedly has some work ethic issues as well.
Yeah,
but I don't think he got enough run at UM either. So
he probably should have stayed another year.
Yeah, I thought that's what everyone said. These kids, they get so much. They get a lot in their ear, so much said in their ear, and they get told you're gonna be, and then they go to the NFL and they end up like this. Same thing happened to Brad Kaya. Brad Kaya ended up, I think, getting picked 6th or 7th.
He went to Detroit.
Told him, by Detroit. And when you're 6th, 7th round pick, they do not mind cutting you because you don't cost anything financially. Yeah. So, I mean, these young men, they have to sometimes listen to people outside of their circle.
And Evan says to warn you about him. He's going on your show. Is that right?
Yes, he is. Coming Monday night. I'm excited.
Oh, God bless you, brother. I'm sorry.
He has to explain to me why he hates Mauro Cristobal and Mike McDaniel so much.
Aladino, no way, Bobby. Punter in the 7th. Please, no quarterback. Please, no punter in the 7th. I mean, there's no one there that Torrey Taylor probably been the only one. He got drafted in the 4th. So, please, I'm not pounding the table. Yeah, undrafted free agent. And we paid Jack Bailey. We're not getting a punter. Let's drop that, please. Don't slide again. With who's still available, I wouldn't sleep on Brandon Rice if he's there. Maybe, but we'll see. I mean, but again, right now
receiver already won, so who knows?
It's well, but again, it's a 7th round. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. At this point,
it's a body.
At this point, they're already starting to call people saying, "Hey, if you're not drafted."
Yeah. They're probably calling Brandon Rice and Leonard Taylor and Javon Cohen, especially the Miami guys, and saying, "Hey, look, you don't have to leave. You're closer to home here. Let me get you a contract. Come check us out, and let's see how this works out in camp, which would be great." This is that again. The draft has fallen. It's so interesting, but the draft has fallen in Miami's favor, and really a lot of teams' favors. But I really think it has, where you could get some very solid players as undrafted free agents at the end of this thing. Let me see. Who did I miss here? I think somebody said something I don't want to. I hate skipping over.
Well, the one benefit about not being drafted is that you get to choose your team too. So that's kind of
and I guarantee most of these players now are thinking that. They're like, I'd rather be undrafted and pick my team.
That's not Dolphins related. That's Red Sox related. I got the Red Sox game over going here. So there
you go.
They're up 5-0 on the Cubs, but the guy that I root for so hard because he's struggling so much, he just got a single. So I'm like, maybe that would get him going. So, but anyway, back to football. Sorry, Will. I was just like, and I said, they're probably going to think Rob saw something about the Dolphins.
So Mike McDaniel, they asked Mike McDaniel about the status of Bradley Chubb and Jalen Phillips. His answer was, "Let me give you a headline," quote unquote, given. "Let me give you a headline. I'm excited about where they're at today, and very, very encouraged for the prospect of their tomorrow." So answer, non-answer there.
Yeah.
Let me pull this up here. Here we go. Chris Greer confirms that he has had contact with Taylor Boyd's agent during free agency. So again, that's why even drafting Malik Washington, who a lot of people are excited about. He's a solid player. He fits Chris Greer's type of receiver, 5'9", 5'10". But again, it doesn't stop them from looking. He was a later round pick. They got him. I think he'll compete for that 4, 5, 6 spot. They could still go out and say, hey, if we got a veteran like a Taylor Boyd or an OBJ, I think it's still in play. But this is good because now they can feel comfortable about saying, okay, we don't need to overpay. Let's just ride the season with what we got. That's why I think it's been solid.
Malik could actually be a number 3 over Braxton. That'll make Courtney happy.
Yeah. Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel have revealed Tua Tagovailoa has lobbied the Dolphins to draft his brother, Tulia Tagovailoa.
Where are you getting that?
This is from Fin Extra on Twitter via Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel's press conference that they're talking about the picks.
I just think that's a little weird, but we'll see. Because I don't know if I know Tua's such a nice guy. Maybe it won't be, but if they have to cut his brother, then does that create like
Well, I don't think. And they're probably at the same time joking, but he made a joke. He probably made a joke about it to them. But again, I do see it where, and again, they know it's a business, and Tulia knows where he stands. It's not like, oh, I got a job for life. It's like Giannis on Antetokounmpo with his brother, Giannis.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, you know, he has a job, he gets cut. It's a business. Or Goran Dragic. Remember we had Goran Dragic? We had his brother too, and we cut him. Yeah, remember him?
Yeah, Talia actually wanted to stay in college, and
He
the
did.
NCAA didn't grant him a waiver. Yeah, he didn't want to stay in college. So for him, he really doesn't want to be in the draft, to be frank. He knows that he needed a little extra work. Needed one more season.
Hey,
He was actually
what's the score of the Panthers game? Do we know?
no.
Let me check it out. They're saying there's a good score. Hopefully it's
So we're around pick 219. The Dolphins are not on the clock until like 2. So we're getting there. Then slowly but surely we're getting there.
Panthers are down 3-0. The Lightning.
Lightning, yeah, 3-0.
Kicker went. So a kicker got drafted.
Yes, Scotty. Yes, Duke. I think John O. Smith is really good. I think that was a good pickup by the Dolphins. They have a pass catching tight end.
And here's Chris Greer. Again, this is from FinExtra at FinExtra on Twitter, who's following the press conference, or who was following the press conference for Chris Greer on drafting Patrick McMorris. We touched on this, what Brett was talking about earlier, Rob. Scouts were blowing up Mike and I before that pick. Get this guy. He's a smart player that plays hard. We feel good about where he is and his development and coming in here and competing.
Well, I like at that, like you said, at that point in the draft, so what? Some people had him drafted as an undrafted free agent. This way, you don't have to fight for his services. If that's the guy you want, you don't have to say, oh, because some of those guys end up getting more money because you try to talk them into giving, coming to Miami. So if that's the guy you want at that point in the round, get him. Because I know I've read a lot where he was like an undrafted rated guy. But to me, by the time you're in the 6th, 7th round, draft guys that you just want, that you think are going to have a good chance to make your team. And it may be true. An undrafted free agent may beat them out. That happens every year. So I mean, last year Higgins was drafted, Julian Hill was undrafted, and Dolphins preferred Julian Hill and moved on from Higgins by shipping him off. I think it's why we got one of our 6th round picks. So, it's pretty good. So it is.
So
I'm just trying to keep updated here, but we're still a little bit away. No big name. No, wait. Oh, quarterback did go from Kentucky at pick 218.
It's true. This is where the scouts make the.
Oh, the guy that FINS mom was hoping would come just got drafted by the Tampa Bay. Elijah Klein, University of Texas, El Paso, offensive guard, just got drafted by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So she's been calling that every day. That's the only reason I know that name, because every day because that's where Nick played. So I lost Bobby. Have you ever had Nick Needham's mom on your show?
No, I haven't. I have to get her on.
Yeah, she's good.
I have to get her on. Yeah, she goes by Finn Mom, right?
Yeah, Finn Mom 40.
That's her. Yeah, so I have to get her on. I have to get her on, and I enjoyed Miss Finn's. That was a fun interaction the first night of the draft. So I have to get on her as well.
It's always fun. Yeah, I only did a minute on the first because I'm so old school when it comes to the draft that I don't want like anyone spoiling. And I know someone in the room would be probably saying, "Hey, I know who we got," because they look at. I like, especially the first night of the draft. I like them walking up to the podium and hearing the commissioner call the name. It's just I've been watching the draft since the early '80s, so it's always been my thing.
Yeah, it seems a lot. Now they don't even go anymore. They stay home, and they get the phone call. They watch themselves on television. It's changed a lot. A lot of the young men prefer to stay home than actually go to the actual event, whether it was Detroit or New York, wherever it may be.
Yeah, I agree. Especially if you like, I might be a first round you're hearing, and you might not. There's nothing worse than sitting in that room and all these names being called, and the cameras are looking at you like, "Oh, we're not," So it's just, I think they only invited 13, or only 13 guys showed up in the group this year. So I guess you're right. People are I'd rather be remote too, man. You get to be with your family, your friends, you're comfortable. got to take a whiz, just walk to the bathroom. You know,
Yeah.
none of this like, oh, everyone's watching me. I got to be all buttoned up.
Buttoned up. Yep.
You know, you're with your family, man. So to me,
Yeah.
that's what you want to celebrate because your whole career, your parents and siblings, they supported you, like taking you to youth games. So, you know, that's who you want to be with. So that's cool. Oh, did you see the Penn State coach walking in? I thought
Yeah,
that was
James
perfect.
Franklin.
Yeah, I thought
That was
that was
right, man.
so cool when he walked in and Chop was just getting because you could see he's like moving because he had been with the other Penn State kid that got drafted. And I don't want to say his name because I will butcher it. But so he goes running in there, and then I loved it when he goes, "I'm going to Miami." You know, to me, I loved it, and it's just, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm excited for Chop. I really am. I do think that he's going to step in quite nicely. And I mean, for all the, I mean, he's been a little polarizing, but we did need. Everyone knew that we needed a defensive end, so I don't understand why the anger towards him. I think that they say that because of the fact that he's only a 3-downer, or he's only pass for rushing the passer. He can't stop the run. I'm like, you can teach a guy to stop the run at the NFL level. It's happened before, and I gave Jalen Phillips a perfect example. Jalen Phillips could not stop the run, set an edge, you know, and look at him now. He was about to get paid before his injury. So I'm happy with that pick. I really am.
Yeah, me too. And hopefully Weaver, you know, he's the good defensive coordinator. He's known there. Of course, he's taken up a step up in title and rank, but he was known to work well with the defensive linemen and get a lot of development out of people. So hopefully he can take that player development as a coordinator and work with these young guys that we drafted and, you know, get the most out of them. So
yeah. Also, he's
all
not.
right,
He's
no
not.
problem, Bobby.
Yeah,
No
he's
problem.
not a dinosaur like Vic Fangio. Vic Fangio, if he didn't like you, you were done. I mean, that's pretty much the way he operated with his players. I think Anthony Weaver, being a younger DC with a bright mind, I think that if there's a struggle with Chop, he'll work with him. Hopefully, he works with Cam Smith. There's no reason why your second round pick shouldn't be on the field. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
No, that one I know. We'll find out this year now if it's a Cam Smith thing or a Fangio thing. So we're going to find out because if he can't get on the field this year, then you kind of know it's a Cam Smith thing. So
Yeah,
that's how I
exactly.
look at it. So
Alejandro
hopefully,
Solana from Hawk and Crowder is funny. When he was on my show, he said that Cam Smith can even say hi to him in the hallway.
wow. I'm going to root for these kids, even though I don't think some of the positions addressed made sense. Well, the minute they start wearing the aqua and orange, I root for them. That's why people always ask me, "What's your take on Tua?" I go, "Does it really matter? He's our quarterback, so I root for him. I want him to do well, and as long as he's playing for the Miami Dolphins, I'm going to be a fan of Tua. That's how I roll." So I like that. Joe comes from my line of thinking. Well, I hope you're right, Scotty. I hope you're right.
Yeah, me too.
You know,
hey, if he's successful, we win. I mean, that's the bottom line. Even though I do think Kendall Fuller is going to take that spot because you'll have Jalen Ramsey not taking that boundary from him, and then Kendall Fuller work the other boundary. So if anything, I see Cam Smith working the slot or coming in for one of those two if they need a blow or something like that. So that's the way I see it. I think Kendall Fuller.
Times nowadays, like you say, you play 5 defensive backs and stuff, so he'd be in there. You know, he'd be in there. So hopefully he plays well when he does get in there because, you know, it was his second round pick. So,
yeah, looks like he needs to. He needs to. But like I said, man, a lot of people are down on Chris Greer, but Chris Greer, like his latest drafts, they've all gotten paid very well by other teams. So he's done something right as far as getting guys that are at least being willing to be developed.
No, for sure. I mean, you know, he got something, you know, he got Christian Wilkins who got paid big money. Hunt got big money. Just, you know,
Gango got decent money.
Yeah. So, you know, he does have his hits. He just has to be, we just got to be more consistent as a team somehow and hopefully avoid the injury bug. And my dog, hold on one second. My dog's staring at me. I know it's probably around his dinner time. When Bobby comes back, I will run and feed my dog.
Okay.
Sorry, please. Oh man, I'll be there in a minute, Chief. He's definitely giving me that hungry look. But let's see. Hey, Catherine, Scotty, Duke. Hey, Duke, I forgot. I saw you in there earlier. Thank you, Duke, as always. You come into these shows quite often. Big fins up and go fins to you. So we'll see if some of your canes start falling off the board there, real that you're saying. So School.
Terrible. James Wilson hasn't been drafted yet.
Okay, we are in the final round. Okay, my dog is acting all crazy. So we are in the final round.
The seventh round has started, and Travis Clayton, offensive guard, just went to the Buffalo Bills. I'm not going to pretend I know anything about him. Happy the Jets didn't get Bowers, but they got a good offensive lineman, though, unfortunately. Yeah,
well, what number the Dolphins picking in the seventh round?
We got pick 241, and then that's
41?
it for the Bobby and I are going to wrap it all up after the Dolphins pick. So we are a few picks away. So we are at pick 241 as we repick, and we're at 222 on the clock right now. So, which are the Commanders. So we're getting close. We're getting there. Yeah, Jets made the smart pick. That offensive lineman is good, and the Jets need, because if Rodgers goes down again, the Jets season's over, basically, like it was last year. So they definitely need to protect them, and it is what it is.
Who's got a quarterback? If Aaron Rodgers goes down, who's the backup?
Oh, I don't even know who their backup is this year. Someone in the chat will probably know.
Okay.
I don't know, because I know they got rid of Zach Wilson, and I don't know. Who knows? We will find out. Someone in there and know who their backup is.
Well, they sent Zach Wilson a clear message with the drafting of Bo Nix. They sent him a clear message. If you do not produce, you are done. Bring in the young guy. You're done. I think Bo Nix is gonna be a good quarterback.
That's right. I think they did. That's right. Tyrod Taylor, who's always killed the Dolphins for whatever reason. I don't know why he does well against the Dolphins, but he's always played well against us. Yeah, right. So Tyrod Taylor is the Jet. I don't know why that man played. When he used to play for Buffalo, I would think he was a good quarterback, because when he played the Dolphins, he was like a good quarterback. And then you see him against other teams, and you're like, oh, he's not all that. I mean, he's good, but against the Dolphins, he always find a way to beat us. I don't get it.
Yeah. He got killed by the Dolphins last time he played them. He played in against Houston, where he threw that interception going out of bounds. He played in Houston, and then he played last year in the Giants game, and that's when they had I think 7 sacks in that game. They totally manhandled him.
He's gotten his number maybe now, but I'm telling you, when he used to be on Buffalo, he would be like a Dolphin killer, and I didn't get it. The Bills have owned us for so long. We got to get over that. We got to start beating Buffalo, because it's just, we finally beat them in a game last year, and then we get swept by them again this year. Yeah. So until we get over that, it's just, oh man, I just hope, we will see. Let's see who has. Yes, the Jets have the last pick of the draft. So yes, Scotty, they have. Man, the Jets have a lot of picks this year. It seems like I'm saying the Jets every other minute. So we're getting close, Will. We're getting close. Not that close, but we're closer than we were a minute ago.
I remember when draft day, Saturday early morning or afternoon, you would just it would start right away. It was.
I know.
That was fun.
It was. And like I said, I was watching it way back and before it was on weekends or a big event like this. So it's just become insane how it's becoming, like you say, they travel all around now. I would not go. Looking at those crowds, I go, what's the pleasure of standing there with all those people all around you? I'm like, please, no, my couch is a lot better than sitting there.
I agree. I totally agree.
Yeah. So
I'd rather be at home than in New York or Detroit. In those instances, definitely. I was like the people in those parties too. I heard they're really, really large gatherings. I'm like, man, it's crazy.
Yeah,
it's really crazy.
And that's great. And they broke the attendance record, so it's crazy this year. All those people in Detroit. Maybe one year, but I don't know. I was thinking in Miami. I don't even know if you have the facilities to be able to. I don't even know where they would have a draft thing like that. It's weird. So I don't even know.
I don't know either.
Yeah.
So sorry, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you.
Duke, yes, I think Fuller starts over Cam Smith. Yes, to answer your question, Duke, I think Fuller starts over Cam Smith. Yes, I do. They're paying him a lot of money, and he's proven. I think he starts over Cam. I think Cam will either be rotationally put in the boundary, or he'll be in the slot in the slot playing a nickel. That's what I think. So
there you go. Yeah, I don't know what happened to my computer. It just totally shut off on me. So now I'm out in my backyard.
Well,
so I can't see the draft or nothing. I'm totally trusting.
No worries. I keep you updated. We're only at, like I say, we're at pick 224. The Raiders just took Trey Taylor, safety, Air Force.
Air Force.
So, and the Bengals are on the clock.
Air Force. Yeah. We put on the Heat game. Started just now.
Oh, the Heat and
the Heat game started?
Yep.
I'm watching baseball because there's only two sports I follow, so I don't know. But hey, it's all good.
I want another Bugatti attack by the Heat. I want that pedal to metal, and they not stop the same way they did the other night. That's the kind of momentum they need.
Hey, everyone thought they were going to get swept, and they won a game in Boston. So it just shows you never know. So
yeah, those teams know each other very well. They really do.
Well, I'm happy they won because they win because we always get pizza on draft night, and it's a tradition here. And normally we just go to the little local place, but someone said, when the Heat wins, if you do Heat win, you get 50% off at Papa John's. So only the day after, but it worked. So I got my 50% off Papa John's. So it was good. So, and for the draft, that's my draft day dinner every year, pizza. So
that's the best. And I love Papa John's. That's my favorite. That's my favorite chain pizza.
Yeah. Little Caesars is mine. I like Little Caesars, man.
Really?
Yeah, Papa John's, I think, has too much sauce now. That's my thing, dude.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, it was good for, when it's 50% off, Bobby, 50%.
That's why I like Little Caesars, man. Little Caesars, you get $5.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
He's right.
No, he's right. I don't have a Little Caesars near me. That surprised. There's one not too far, but it's not like I'm going to drive just to get a pizza. I'm not driving that far for Little Caesars. So, but, because I have all the other places near me. But I like this one little local place that if I go and, but it is what it is. I wasn't going to pay that much when I knew I could get cheap and go Papa John's. So, but let's see. We are at pick 226. Oh, Brendan Rice is off the board. He went to the Chargers, so he's staying right at home. He's on the Chargers. Brendan Rice, USC, off the board at pick 225.
Great situation for him. I mean, you stay in California. You got Justin Herbert sitting there as your quarterback. That's a good situation for him, man. And he's probably pissed that he stayed on the board that long. So solid pickup.
Hey, Bob, I got a question for you. Has your perspective changed on Justin Herbert?
How so? I'm sorry.
Courtney and Evan, I think believe that he's now a mid-tier quarterback, not exactly elite like they said he would be. Going forward.
No, that my thought process hasn't changed on him.
Okay.
I don't think it's fair to say that. It's the same thing with Tua. Every year we're saying Tua needs to work on this. Oh, he needs an O-line. Oh, he needs a coach. Oh, he needs that. Most people haven't changed their opinions on Tua. I don't think it's fair to change your opinion on Herbert. Tua had Brian Flores, and Herbert had Brandon Staley. Now he has Jim Harbaugh. Let's see how he does with that. No, I haven't said anything. I haven't changed on Justin Herbert. I think
you said Bobby just took the words out of my mouth too. If he would ask me the same question, because if we're going to give Tua, keep on giving him time, but then bash on him for not doing anything. Oh, he doesn't have a playoff win. Well, where's Tua's playoff win? So it's just like, let's see, because it's developmental time. He's working on his third coach, so it's just like, let's see what happens now. And I'm afraid that we're going to see the best of. This is it. If Herbert doesn't perform under, Harbaugh, then then we can change. But, Harbaugh gets the most out of his quarterbacks. And I think we're going to see a big step forward for Herbert, unfortunately.
Yeah, I asked because Rob was present and when he heard all this, when I was kind of defending Cristobal on Doll's Diaries, and Courtney tells me Justin Herbert peaked in Oregon. No, he did not.
Hey, Kevin.
Hey, everyone has a right to their opinion. I don't agree with that. I think.
Yeah, no, I just want to say because I didn't follow Justin that thoroughly this year, possibly like they did. So I'm only asking your perspective because like I said, like I cover the Finns, I cover the Canes, I cover the Heat, and a lot of times it's very overwhelming. I can't cover everything. I just want to see what your perspective was, see what you thought as far as has he taken a dip this year comparable to what everyone thought of him the last couple seasons when he was supposed to be the next guy, as far as elite quarterbacks go, especially with Roethlisberger, Phillip Rivers, and all these top tier quarterbacks now deciding they're gonna retire or they're just their age is starting to show.
No, absolutely. I think it's a great question and a fair point. Yeah, I thought these things. I don't know why it sounds like it's coming from my phone. I don't know what the hell's going on my end, guys. Everything is, I think.
Technology. You just Jaden Davis, University of Miami, is now off the board. He just went to the Cardinals at pick 226. So, Will, what's your take on Jaden Davis? Did the Cardinals just get a good ball player?
He's a solid tackler. He's a transfer from Oklahoma. He played one season with the U. He's a pretty good cornerback as well. He's gonna be a work in progress. I will say that, but very solid. Again, he can stop the run, force fumbles, hard hitter. In coverage, he's okay. Not the best. Hence the reason why he got picked in the 7th round and not earlier. But we'll see. We'll see.
All right. So sounds good, but finally, University of Miami came off the board again. So, and that was, like I said, pick 226. We go into 241, so we're getting closer by the minute here. So hopefully, Bobby, that you don't drop out on us, that your technology stays with you.
And I'm saying,
are you watching the Heat live right now, Will?
Yeah, they're down 8-3, but they're going back and forth as far as speed goes. The speed of the game goes.
Yeah, you can give updates every so often because we got to fill some time until 241. I think we've beat the draft up a lot. But no, to me, the biggest surprise of the whole draft, I think everyone's biggest surprise was Atlanta going with the quarterback after signing Kirk Cousins to all that money. Ian Rappaport kind of lit the cat out of the bag a couple minutes before the pick saying, there was some talk. I'm like, okay, he's not putting his neck out there on the line like that.
He knew what he was doing, man. He knew what the hell
the league, not the league, fandom, pundits, they all hate that pick. They don't hate it because of Penix. They hate because why would you pay so much money to a veteran quarterback that still has a couple good years left in him and draft basically his replacement? That's everybody's biggest gripe with the pick when you had so many other holes.
I would have gone the receiver there or so. But I know if they think this kid's Penix, I'm always so careful saying this thing. Penix is Penix. Yeah, there you go. Penix. Penix is the guy. If he's the guy, then that's it. So we will see. So I mean, if you think you got a franchise guy, but I heard the general manager saying, well, if he has to sit 3 or 4, but Penix is already a little older, so he's going to be an old guy by the time he plays. So that's the only, unless they plan to flash him here and there, and go, and then they can get another draft pick out of him later. But that's a high place. I don't know. Yeah. Who knows? I don't know what the only thing contract's like if they can get out of him.
Again, what he did at the combine, what he did at his pro day, really pushed him up those boards. I liked him a lot. He was my Heisman Trophy pick last season before the season started. If they didn't sign Kirk Cousins that contract, let's say they signed Kirk Cousins and it was a mid-tier contract, and for 2-3 years, that made sense. You're getting your guy, you got your starter, you got your rookie, you're going to groom to take over. They pay him over $100+ million for 4 seasons. Your guy, a player to come in to be an impact plug and play starter to help make a run with your team, you draft the quarterback's replacement. So that's where it's kind of like, I don't know. Their GM looks like I think he was just he overthought himself. He overplayed his hand. He could have, if he really wanted him, he could have drafted the guy at 9 and then take a pick next year, trade up, then go get Penix. But he messed up there. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But
No, I think he totally messed up. I think he totally messed up. Yeah. And what I don't think they informed. They didn't inform Kirk Cousins that he was that they're basically drafting his replacement.
You just brought this guy in. You just committed to him for 4 seasons. You're giving him all this money, and now you're really kind of poisoning the cup of tea. With him. You kind of rub him the wrong way. Now he's going into work not too happy, not trustworthy, not being trusty of you too much.
Yeah. I know it was just strains all the way around. So that's for sure.
I know Cousins already called Penix, Scotty, and said that, hey, I'm looking forward to working with you. He's not Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is on another stratosphere in terms of douche, with all respect.
Yeah, no, for sure. And
it's kind of like the reverse of Tua and Fitzpatrick, where every single time Tua got on the field, he's always being threatened because Brian Flores would rather have Fitzpatrick out on the football field. So every single time he had a chance to yank him for an interception, he would do that. It's kind of like the reverse. Because Flores never wanted Tua to begin with, and now you have the situation where you have the young guy and then you have the veteran guy, and the veteran guy is going to be like, crap, or if I throw a couple of picks, I could bring in this young guy to bench me. So because now the pressure, you drafted him so high at 8, they're gonna find ways to play him. But I do think he sits out a year though. I think that's the best thing for Michael to do the Aaron Rodgers thing, sit out a year, and then you can evaluate the following year.
For Penix, it's a great situation. For Penix, he's in the best situation. There's no pressure whatsoever.
Stress as a rookie.
Yeah, he could sit and watch, and people could say anything they want about Kirk Cousins. He's one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. That's why he got paid. That's why he makes all this money. He's not elite, but he's one of the better ones. And so he gets to learn from this guy who's made all this money, but also no pressure to come in like Caleb Williams. He has to start day one. The pressure's going to be all on him. Drake May, Jaden Daniels, the pressure's on them compared to a Michael Penix who gets to sit down and enjoy it. What's going on?
Can you see Jimmy Butler's hair?
Look at this guy.
Can you see Jimmy Butler's hair? The way he has his hair in the game?
The pigtails?
Yeah.
Whatever the heck he has.
Okay.
Oh God.
Cousins was playing really.
I'm sorry. I thought that was funny. I thought I'd show you guys.
Yeah, Cousins was playing well. I mean, Cousins is always one of those quarterbacks that he does well. He may not get the love from everyone, but the teams keep on giving him money, so he's obviously doing well. So that's for sure. Outback Orchard's still in the house, man. Diehards here. All you guys, thank you so much for staying in for so long. Well, I had to run out for a bit. What did I miss? Don't know anything. Well, we don't know too much. We read over his draft profile, and there's some promising. And Chris Greer supposedly said people are blowing up his phone saying, get this guy. He's all out effort. He's going to be a contributor to the team. So that's all we really know too much. I got Game New Jersey likes the pick of the running back, by the way, I saw in his earlier. Let's see. What did he say? Miami has a great hit. So we got a positive. Thank you. I got Game New Jersey or NJ. I'm happy we get some positive stuff going in here. But overall, guys, like I said, we don't know. I mean, that's the thing about the draft. We don't even know for a few years down the line. All of our analysts and all of this, it's a F or it's an A or it's a B. And teams getting bad grades today could end up having the best draft. And vice versa. So, I mean, you just never know in that. It's just crazy. Like I said earlier, and Bobby brought the same up, and again with Cousins, but like they drafted RG3. Yes, he got hurt, but who ended up having the better NFL career? Kirk Cousins, who they threw in as a throwing pick later. It's Kirk Cousins still in the NFL getting big money. So, and RG3's doing, TV. So, that's the injury. I mean, I will give that, but it just shows you never know who's going to end up having a better.
Yeah, and Kirk Cousins was. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Rob. Kirk Cousins was a solid quarterback at Michigan State. He was very good. He's a very good collegiate quarterback. I don't even know why he didn't get drafted the way he did. He was very solid.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Right now, I think all of our picks make the 53. Yeah, I can't think of any one guy. I mean, even the safety, he might be the one that's on the bubble right now. Just to say, I mean, and not saying that, but I right now everyone but him, who's sitting on the bubble there. But even he, reading what they said about him.
Oh, did Bobby? I don't see him. Okay. Well, let me get. Let's see where we are at the draft. We are pick 229. MJ Devonshire out of University of Pittsburgh just went cornerback. Right before that, a couple offensive linemen went and whatever. So Miles Harden out of South Dakota went to the back. So we're getting closer, guys, again. And now another one. So we're really getting there. Michael Georgians, center, Wake Forest, just went at pick 230. So basically 231's on the clock. We pick at 241. So we are just 10 picks away from the Fins Up squad being on the, or I should say the Gold Fins squad being on the clock. I still prefer Fins Up, but Go Fins is fine. It's whatever. It's all
not
good.
the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. It's all good.
Yeah, it's all good. My main position here is just like, oh man, just on a good note, not that anyone in this whole chat room cares, but I'm going to say it anyway. The Boston Red Sox are beating the Cubs 11-0 right now in Fenway Park. So,
all right.
Yeah. And don't worry, Will. I'm rooting for the Boston team in baseball, but rooting against them in basketball. I'm rooting for the Miami
There
Heat.
you go. Thank you.
Even though I'm not a big basketball fan, they're still the local squad. Just same with the Panthers. I actually went to a Panthers game this year. So, they lost, but so I won't go to a playoff game. I don't want to jinx them. They didn't even get a goal. The Panthers lost 3-0 the night I went. So,
Oh, wow.
But it was still fun. Me and my son, we was like, man, that's a good environment, hockey. It's just really cool.
First off, thank you for watching. What did we give up? We gave up a third rounder next season, just a third rounder next year to move up into the fourth round to get the running back out of Tennessee, Jalen.
Correct.
Actually, like that we did that.
And I know it sounds because people hear, what? You trade a third round pick to draft in the fourth round? But it always goes like that if you're trading future capital on draft day. Teams know the cost. You're going to pay more because you're, and it's just how it is. Because half those general managers that are making the trade make you pay more because they're saying, heck, I don't even know if, you got to get that, man. So, and the team making the picks.
Screaming. Is something going on? My
Nothing.
son's screaming.
Oh, anything going on in the Heat game, Bill?
14-8, Bam with the ball, and he just threw up in the air because he got fouled. So it's a defensive battle right now between the two teams. But the Heat haven't hit their 3-pointers like they were in the previous game, and the same could be said for Boston. This game might be a slugfest.
It's gonna be a fight. It'll be a fight. Miami could come out of here, split this one like they did with Boston in Boston. That's prime pudding right there. Miami, I'm very proud of them either way. But the Heat.
Well, New England just drafted a tight end out of Florida State, rival to Will's favorite University of Miami, Jaheim Bell, tight end, Florida State. Just went to the Patriots at 231.
Thank you, son. Yes.
I'm surprised he went so low. Jaheim Bell's pretty solid.
So yeah, that's right.
Surprised he went 7th. Must have had a terrible pro day.
He did?
No, I'm saying must have had a terrible pro day, or something's wrong with him physically, because he could block and catch passes.
Where did he?
232 just went Levi Drake Rodriguez, Texas A&M Commerce defensive tackle. So we're really getting close, guys. The Dolphins are actually on the screen without having me to scroll down. I can see the current picks and still see our little Dolphin logo getting there. So that is good.
Drafted too.
Yeah. So, man, Will, it's good having you on here. Like UM, and FSU, you're giving us a feedback on these players.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Oh, he fell out again. Hopefully he comes back.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, I would hope it. They may have just traded the third, or if they made it conditional, that'd be great, Scotty. I don't know. I haven't seen. I just heard if it's a third round pick next year. So if they told them, hey, we're gonna give you one, just wait and see. But I don't know. We'll see on that.
Rob, Rob, any running backs that were thumpers this year in the draft that you were surprised that the Dolphins didn't select versus another speedster?
Oh, there's one.
I know Trey Benson's a thumper, but he went a little earlier than what the Dolphins would have wanted him
I know
for.
a lot of guys wanted that Louisville running back, Isaac Gerendo. He was like a thumper, and I know that's who Hank wanted, who's on this channel all the time, Fish Tank Hank. So, but the Dolphins had their pick. They picked the running back that they wanted. So, who am I to say? But yeah, because we all say thumper, 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 but they may think that Brooks is the thumper that we
need a 6'3" receiver. They keep getting 5'9", 5'10". So, that's their bread and butter. What can we do? It's what it is.
Yeah.
We say we need offensive line. We need an offensive guard. They go to two edge rushers. It's what it is. They know. That's why they get paid the big bucks. They make decisions, and we either hate it or love it.
Yeah, John might help though with the red zone situation. He's a bit taller, the tight end, so hopefully that kind of helps out. But yeah, but our receivers are short, all of them. I think the Canes have taller receivers than the Dolphins do.
No, we're not like Easy. He's like the only one, I guess. But other than that, and I don't even know what his status on the team is because he was out all last year basically. So we got to see. He's a name that we keep on saying, oh, he's going to be the guy. He's going to be the guy because he was kicking butt in that one, training camp preseason games. And then just like Skylar Thomas, we all thought he was like the next greatest thing in the world because he kicked butt all, in all the games in preseason. So, but hopefully he is the guy, and he can. It's going to be a tough competition in the receiver room. That's why I say it'd probably be hard to get undrafted free agents to come here if they're a receiver because they're going to say, "Whoa, this is like tough room to battle to try to get 1 or 2 spots." So,
yeah, man, I love that Braxton Berrios. I love Braxton.
Yeah.
I actually think Malik could beat him out because he's quicker. So that's gonna be interesting. Malik's a bit of a quicker receiver. So we'll see. If they decide to keep him 6th round, you could cut him at any moment or put him in the practice squad. That's another thing that they can do with him. So we'll see.
Yeah, no, for sure. Of course, when they're on the practice squad, they can get poached, but that's fine for the young man. He gets a chance, and we take a chance on getting him to the practice squad. But it should be interesting. It should be a fun training camp. We got a lot of talent. That's always a good thing to make it tough to make roster decisions. That's what you want. You want to make it hard on Mike McDaniel and all the people to say, oh, who gets cut, who stays. You don't want easy decisions like, oh, these guys stink. Let's get this guy, So I want to be as hard as possible as making cuts this year. So that should be good. Yeah, so now basically we're back down to 2 third round, which is fine. That's fine. I'll keep that going because I do like having the draft company. So, don't get carried away. And, we will see on that because we may have to trade draft capital if we don't sign people. That's what Kyle Krabs was bringing up on his podcast. He goes, if we don't get who we want after June 1st, there's always player trades, but you don't really want that because you're probably reaching into your 2025 draft capital, which it's not ideal because that's how you get into these drafts without many picks. So, it's let me see, guys. You guys talk about whatever. I'm trying to see where Nathan Thomas out of Louisiana, offensive tackle, just went to Dallas Cowboys.
How many picks we got left, Rob?
We're very close, man. We're getting there. Well, they're picked 234, and we're at 241. So
there,
234.
Almost there.
Yeah, we're getting
41,
there, guys.
Yeah. Mr. Relevant.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, Brock Purdy's forever changed Mr. Irrelevant.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah. So.
That is true. I think Brock was. What did Brock go to Purdue? Right? Was it Purdue?
Yes, oh my God. Yeah, no, he went to some other college. Didn't he go to a smaller college? Brock Purdy. Someone would know, man. But no, I thought he went to a smaller school. You might be right. I don't know.
Man, small school quarterbacks don't usually get kind of accolades. Trey Lance was an anomaly, and so was Carson Wentz.
Yeah.
Wentz.
But yeah, Brock Purdy, though, I mean, like I say, is he one of those guys that is good because of the team he's on, or is he really good? He went to Iowa State.
Iowa State. Oh no, that's a good school. That's not that small of a school.
Yeah. So he went to Iowa. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not a small school. Scotty chimed in with Iowa State too. I didn't have to look. I should have known Scotty would have known. So everyone wants Reisner on the free agency. So we will see if Dolphin fans get their wills post June 1st. Another receiver.
Come on, you gotta give him that shot.
Utah just went. So
throw my hat at the referee right now. Oh man. Tyler Hill just hit this beautiful shot of a Drew Holiday, and the referee called an offensive foul. Beautiful shot that he pushed off. You can barely notice the push off. And Drew Holiday, I think, outweighs Tyler by 15 pounds? Yeah. Man. Oh, of course, the Celtics score again. Oh.
I think I'm at right guard.
Oh, Horford.
I think you're right, Jason. For right now, I think Eichenberg's their starting guard until they bring in a veteran who could come in and compete. And again, Rob has brought up Weisner is the obvious choice. There might be someone else out there. I can't think of his name now, but it's just a wait and see right now. It's a wait and see.
Yeah. No, it's definitely a wait and see, man. Like I said, I just want tough competition, at all the positions. That's it. Make this team good. Get this team a playoff win. So let's get talent on this roster.
Amen, brother. Amen.
Yeah, it's been way too long. But, the past couple of years with Daniel at the helm as coach, they've been fun. They've been entertaining.
I agree.
So at the end of the day, I guess, you get entertainment value out of your team. It's just the heartbreak of not winning a playoff game just gets old, but it is what it is. 236. I'm going to update every pick this time because we're getting so close to ours. Miles Cole, Texas Tech edge rusher, just went to our in-state AFC team like us, and Jacksonville Jaguars just took Miles Cole, Texas Tech. A Miami Hurricane guy went off the board on the very next pick. Matt Lee, Miami center, just went to the Cincinnati Bengals at pick 237. So Matt Lee, University of Miami center to the Cincinnati Bengals. So Hurricanes are starting to fall off the board.
So Cohen, Williams, and Taylor still on the board. Wow. That's crazy.
Matt should have drafted earlier.
What, Matt Lee should have?
Yeah. Should have drafted earlier. He was projected to be a backup, according to the NFL Draft Tracker, but another guy, I don't think he gave up a sack in college. He probably should have stayed another year, though. I think that would have helped him out because it was his first year in a Power 5, now a Power 4 team. So I think he probably should have stayed in another year. But he graded out very well when he was in college. Pro Football Focus always had him in the 90s. But yeah, I guess not. Such a tricky thing when you think that you're gonna go high and you don't. And you really don't.
Yeah. We're getting very close, guys. Texans are on. Well, no, now the pick is in for the Texans, and the Saints are on the clock. So we're getting really near, guys. And again, we thank you so much. If you are watching us now, consider yourselves NFL Draft superstar fans and Dolphin fans. You guys are amazing for having stick around listening to us for so long. I appreciate it. And make sure you hit that. If you're new to us, hit the FINS Talk Sports Network. And after doing that, find Dolphins Thirsty. So, guys, we are now, like I said, so Matt Lee, you think is going to be good. at least the backup, what you say, or whatever, Will? Because you've watched him more than I have.
Yeah, I think if he is a backup center, he's a very good one. Again, he graded out very well in every Pro Football Focus category. Did he go? I don't think if he gave maybe one sack in college is saying a lot. Did very well in UCF. He was the top center when the Canes, because the Canes got him from the transfer portal. He was the top rated center in the transfer portal that season. The Canes got him in, and he didn't disappoint. He was a team leader in the locker room. He was definitely the captain of that offensive line as well. And from what I saw in these little pro days and so on, he dominated the defensive tackle or defensive lineman that went up against him. So I'm surprised he went all the way to the 7th. But again, it was a very heavy duty offensive line draft. So I think he just fell prey to that. I think if it would have been another season where there isn't many linemen, he may have probably fallen into the 4th or 5th round, if anything. But yeah, he'll be a backup according to what scouts are saying. But I do think that when he does get into games, he is going to perform.
Yeah. Driscoll's sorry, why is he okay? I'm not sure.
They better not cut him because their line sucks.
Yeah. So
Joe Burrow's lucky he's not on a freaking tombstone.
No, I know that's for sure. That's for sure. Been injured a lot too, though, man. That's why I said you can no longer. Fault. Yeah. No, you're right. I agree. So we still haven't had a pick since Matt. No, I know they got to, especially you got a franchise quarterback. Cincinnati is known to be cheap overall over the years. That's why they seldom pay the big bucks to players and bring them in. So, and they get, they tend to keep their coaches for a long time because they don't want to fire someone before their contract's over because of that. So that's just how they roll. So, but they should protect their franchise, man. They paid Burrow, so give the man, guys. There you go. Here's a question from you for Will. I'll let you answer that. How is James Williams safety from Miami?
He is athletically speaking, he looks the part. He's a guy that can hit really hard. Oftentimes he's overconfident in the way he could hit because some guys have bounced off his hits and have gone for additional yards. There's always been a knock on him that he doesn't really wrap around. He relies a lot more on his hitting talent. But with his size and his capability, he's a guy that can play both linebacker and play strong safety at the same time. So you want to use him like as a hybrid, or what they used to use in Miami with Manny Diaz called a striker position. He's the kind of guy you could use with the right coaching, and depending how serious he is as far as improving, you can get a steal off of him in the draft. Because again, you could put him out in coverage because he's a safety since high school, but he's big enough and strong enough where he could take a punishment of a linebacker as well. With Manny Diaz, discipline wasn't the best. Things have come out. So I don't know if he was one of the guys that was very lackadaisical in practice. I really don't know because I don't go to those practices because I'm not credentialed. But those are things I heard regarding practice sessions with Coach Diaz. But when he was with Mario Cristobal, he got a lot of heat his first season because he wasn't being efficient enough. Then we found out that he had a shoulder issue. He was playing with the entire season. Got surgery.
Let me know. Dolphins are on the clock now. Didn't mean to cut you off, but the Dolphins
no problem.
Are on the clock. So thank you for all that great UM. You can go on. I just wanted to let you know I'm gonna have to cut you off again when the Dolphins pick gets announced.
Okay. Take the next couple seconds.
No Miami guy has gone since then. So a USC guy, Eastern Kentucky. And so we are at the Miami Dolphins pick. So we will see here any second now.
Scotty, I'd be happy if it's Taylor or Williams from Miami with this pick. I would love that.
Yeah, give some Miami players some love. We will see. We are at pick 241, and it's just about time, guys. We're on the clock for the final time in the 2024 NFL Draft. So let's see who the Dolphins decide to pick with this pick. And guys, you can talk. I'm just looking at the screen trying to see who the.
Oh, we could rate it out. Let's just do this very quick. Rob, what position? Just guess it out.
I say safety.
Safety. Okay.
Defensive back. Defensive back in general. Defensive back. I go more generic.
Will?
Probably defensive tackle.
Defensive tackle.
I
think I'm with you. I would go D tackle here. I think it's D tackle. But we'll see.
Tackle.
Round 7, man. So, again, I just hope it's one of the Miami kids. I would like Williams. Williams cool, but Taylor is, I think that would be a good fit.
Yeah.
Rob, they trade the picks.
I know, yeah, exactly. I'm waiting. So 241.
Like I said, that'd be cool though if they give some like the local kids a good chance to get in there and play. So I would like that. Oh, hey, we gave an FIU a guy a chance to play for the Dolphins this year. Oh, come on. Miami. I keep on refreshing my screen. I'm like, come on. Like that's gonna make it any faster. Oh. I just want to make sure like my computer didn't freeze or anything like that. We will see on this here. I'm gonna refresh.
It's still on the clock, or the pick in and it's just stalling?
Pick is in.
Oh, pick is in? Okay.
So it says. Outback says D tackle. Kathleen says another receiver. We'll see. We will see for sure.
Yeah.
I hate that.
Oh, the old baseball adage. I wish my Red Sox would save some runs. They just went up 16-0 now. Goodness gracious.
Rob.
You got it? I don't see it on mine yet.
And if the pick comes, I don't see it either. I just have a quick question. Why is it sometimes with baseball, before that pick comes in, do teams get mad like when they're up and a team gets mad that you when you hit a home run or a score, you get a home run late in the game? I've seen teams get pissed off when teams hit home runs.
I know, because it's the old adage.
What's the deal on that?
It's just the old adage, like it's like these unwritten baseball rules, they call them. I mean, if a home run, especially if you swing like the count's 3-0 and you swing on the, you swing because the guy grooves you a fastball and you're up, they get mad. But like me, I'm just like, it is what it is. Some days you're just bad, but it's just one of those unwritten rules. They think they won't steal. Now, I agree, like, don't be stealing bases when you're up 16-0,
Sure.
But if you're going to hit, I mean, it's up to the pitchers and fielders to get you out. I mean, you're not going to not try to hit. I mean,
that's where I stand.
But yeah, it's just one of those rules that they get mad. They're just like that guy last year, remember, in the NFL got mad because they decided to run a goal line play. And, so people get mad. But yeah, baseball is really the Dolphins have taken another receiver out of USC, but obviously not Rice. They take Taj
Washington. Okay.
Washington, another Washington. So Taji Washington, USC receiver. So we were all wrong once again. The Dolphins pick receiver. And that concludes our Dolphins coverage for today.
Kathleen did say receiver. Hey, this is good value in the 7th round for Taj Washington. I think he could have been a 5th or 6th rounder. So that's not bad for a 7th round pick.
No, hey, let's see. Real quick, guys. This is not Rob Mosley's report. This is from the NFL.com, and it's from Lance Zierlein. Washington Vegetables could work against him during the evaluation process, but his competitiveness and consistency should balance that out somewhat. He's a slot-only prospect with ordinary bursts, but above-average route acumen. He rarely creates big separation windows, but makes up for it with an impressive win rate on contested catches. He fearless into the middle of the field and is a brilliant run blocker. Steve would be happy. Out of a 3-receiver set. Washington is a talented return man and has some real dog in him on coverage teams. So he also is on coverage teams on special teams. He should go on day 3 and will fight for a roster spot as a receiver 5 with special teams value. So that's the overview on him, guys. That's on NFL.com if you guys want to check out his full profile.
There you go. Well, again, and even though the draft may be over for Miami because it's 7th round, unless they trade in, it's not technically over until we get our undrafted free agents, and then we can really make a judgment on this draft class. However, it makes sense. This is round 7. This is when you take a flyer on a guy that your scouts love. Obviously, Miami, the scouts love Taj Washington out of Southern Cal. Again, I think it was a 5 or 6. You get him in the 7th, so put him in that receiver room and see how he does. Again, he could be a big asset in the receiving game. or in the returning game. So he does fit the criteria in terms of size again for Chris Greer. Again, 5'10", a little skinny though. He put a little bit of weight. He's 175. Probably put a couple pounds, but I think this is no O-line. They took what's this guy's name? Oh my goodness, Patrick Paul. So they drafted O-line. I don't know, Cody. Cody's a Bills fan or something. Jeez, Lou. Every time I see him.
Yeah.
Other than that, Rob, what do you think?
Hey, no, it sounds pretty good. I didn't know too much about him. I knew a lot more about Rice. That's why I said not the receiver from USC that Dolphin fans were calling for, but he had already been off the board. But hey, it's not bad. I think we could be fine, man. So
there you go. Will, final thoughts of the draft.
All right. Well, I would have liked to have had a D tackle for the 7th round, but again, it is the 7th round. If I was to grade the Dolphins, I will give them a B. I do think they made some good selections as far as needs go, and then also best player available. I'm looking forward to the season as far as Dolphin fandom goes, and I think the fan base will be surprised at how much the rookies will contribute this season for your FINS.
Love it. Love it.
All right. So we got people saying they're going to sign Reisner, and they're saying he's a boom bust. But at this point, like I said, it's late in the draft. It's really no bust. If it's a boom, that's great. So have a great night, gentlemen. Scotty, big kudos to you. I appreciate you. You've been throughout this coverage, Scotty. If I could give a trophy, you would get a trophy, Scotty. Thank you so much, because he's always on my channel, always on your guys' channel. I appreciate it. Now we just got to talk him into being a guest on one of our channels.
Yeah.
So,
but true that. And you know what? To everyone who's tuned in and stayed with us,
yeah.
4.5 hours, almost 5 hours today, but 4.5 hours first night, 4.5 hours the last night, and 5 hours today. For everyone who's tuned in and stayed in with us, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. We hope that you appreciated our draft coverage. Again, don't forget, DolphinsThursday.com, Dolphins Thursday YouTube channel, daily, Monday through Friday, or Monday through Thursday, with some great Dolphins content on his channel. Of course, check out Will, 305 Sports Now. You got Dolphins, you got Canes, all of Miami. Wrestling, you got it all, man. Go to his channel, go like and subscribe. I'm grateful to these two guys. I'm grateful for everyone tuning in. I'm grateful for everyone in the FTSN family. Again, Dolphins draft is not over. We got to see the undrafted free agents. I'm very excited to see how that goes. But until then,
follow Barry Jackson, guys. If you want undrafted free agent information, follow Barry Jackson, Miami Herald. He will be updating it by tonight. But the minute the draft's over, you're going to be reading it. So because they can't officially announce it until the draft's over. So
that's right. You'll see it's going to pop in like crazy. So don't forget Barry Jackson. Follow him, and of course, I'm sure we'll have all our reactions throughout the week. Don't forget to follow those guys. Subscribe to their channels. Before you leave mine, subscribe to FINS Sports. Hit subscribe there. Until then, Dolphin fans and NFL fans, whoever's tuned in. Other than that, we appreciate you. That's a wrap. Like, subscribe, and most importantly, fins up.
It's the FINS Talk Sports Network, FTSN, talking major sports and even wrestling. Bobby FINS Talk and his FTSN crew, they're taking